the shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, Negative return.
I ain't made in China from all the cheapest parts. I ain't one for driving them imported foreign cars. I'm more like American muscle from 1966. Yeah, I ain't made in China. I'm American as it gets. I ain't made by a Uyghur kid for pennies on the dollar. I'm made in the USA. It says so on my collar. Tried and true, red, white, and blue. My roots run way too thick. Yeah, I ain't made in China, 'cause I'm American as it gets. And I'm head over heart doing my part to love the flag. The drapes over the caskets of the ones who don't come back. I'm a gun-toe and locked and loaded, God-fearing son of a bitch. Lord knows I ain't made in China. I'm American as it gets, red-blooded as they come. I'll die for being free. I'm proud of where I'm from. Foreign made or city raised, I'm proud to say I'm neither. And I ain't selling them any of mine, I ain't buying theirs either. If you got something to say about that, I couldn't give two shits, 'cause I ain't made in China. I'm American as it gets. And I'm head over heart doing my part to love the flag. The drapes over the caskets of the ones who don't come back. I'm a gun-toe and locked and loaded, God-fearing son of a bitch. Lord knows I ain't made in China. I'm American as it gets. Lord knows I ain't made in China, 'cause I'm American as it gets.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today, Antara freezing illiquid assets. I almost said assets. Hedge fund Antara freezes hard to sell assets after losses, reported, saying
Blackstone, and this is as per inshorts.com. Originally, I think it was reported by Bloomberg, but I can't read their full article, so I'm reading you the one that I've got here from InShorts, and it says Blackstone-backed hedge fund Antara Capital has frozen illiquid or hard-to-sell assets from redemptions after piling on losses. Bloomberg reported the 1.3 billion hedge fund has posted a second straight year of slumping returns, and through the move aims to avoid a fire sale of the illiquid investments, which dragged the firm's profits. Over 80% of Antara investors consented to the move. Do you guys remember the movie The Big Short? Michael Burry had a bunch of his customers. He knew it was coming too, and he actually he used, I guess, a clause that he had inside of the investment firm, his investment firm, to freeze all the assets at the time, and then he sent out an email saying, like, guys, I've frozen all your assets, and everybody's like, I'm gonna kill you, and I want my money back, and all that kind of stuff. People were like just really pissed. Well, apparently, in this particular case with Antara, Antara got 80% of the approval from its investors to go ahead and freeze those illiquid assets. So they are not doing as well as everybody would seem to think they were doing from perhaps the deal with AMC in the first place, and makes it almost seem as if perhaps the company may be on the brink of bankruptcy. Different possible reasons. There's a lot of different possible reasons as to why a investment firm would freeze their illiquid assets. Redemption requests, market turmoil, risk management, regulatory compliance, fund strategy. There's lots of different reasons. I went through and started looking up a bunch of different reasons why that would be the case, and those were some of the 5 that I just kind of saw that kind of, I guess, maybe made the most sense. But so we don't really know exactly what their situation is, but it doesn't seem like it's good, as it's reported that they've had some pretty heavy losses over the last 2 years. So there it is. That's what we got going on. It is time for the numbers. Living in 3D says, Dino, WTF, you used your golden ticket for that? Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you can like the music he wants to like. That's fine. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page and see what we got going on here. Dynamite's like, this is what happens. This is what happens when you get your song played. It's either everybody loves it, everybody hates it, or maybe you get a little mixture of both. Let it ride. Who cares? Price prediction tally points. We got to give Apex one last congratulations to his win for his price predictions from last week. And I think we're starting off this week with a big wiener. That's not Apex. I think TB may have gotten himself an extra bonus point here. We finished out the day at 295 for price predictions yesterday. TB had 265 for his price prediction on the bottom, which means he was targeting 295 as a close. And sure enough, here we are at 295. Danny says, I love it when you say both. Okay. Yeah, so extra two bonus points. He did not. Did he have a unique price prediction? Let's see here. 65. No, he did not. He did not have a unique price prediction, so he gets 2 points. He's getting an extra bonus point for the getting it right on the dot, and congratulations to TB on that. That's awesome. Let's see here. Let's give everybody their points for yesterday. Everybody did get the price predictions correct. There was only, I think, a 12 or 13 cent spread between us yesterday, so none of us were too far off. That is certainly a great way to start the week with price predictions. Getting that extra bonus point always helps. Short exempt volume. Well, we had super low volume yesterday. I will be entirely shocked if our short exempt volume ends up being over 100K, because our total short exempt volume, or our total volume yesterday, was 9.5 million shares. Super low, right? Let's see what it was. Hold on a second here. Let me go over the page. Wow. Okay. I still think, and still contend, especially at the end of the day yesterday, if you were watching the order book, I'm pretty sure AMC sold some shares at the end of the day yesterday. I think the price would have probably closed up a little bit higher. We were kind of targeting price was moving really close towards like 301, 302 in that price point, and then there was a bunch of shares that showed up on the order book at the end portion of the day, and I think that there may have been a distribution or an offering that was made at that time. As you could see, the order book just completely filling up. And here's the other part that makes me kind of consider this as being a possibility. The amount of short exempt volume yesterday was extremely high, and they may have marked a bunch of volume yesterday short exempt for whatever reasons. Hold on a second, these glasses are still not clean. Because we have 199.8 million or thousand shares in short exempt volume. That is ridiculously high for 9 million shares traded. That's very abnormal. I'm quite shocked, honestly. That number shouldn't be that high. 199.8. Our change in price was down by 1.99%, which was 6 cents day over day, and utilization up to 91.75%. Max pain, I think, is still going to stay at 350. We've been having a lot of our volume, our daily traded volume and options coming in at like 3.5 to 3. I don't think it's been enough to warrant the contract's max pain to drop down to 3. I think it's still going to stay at 3.5. Let's take a look. Three and a half it is. Next week is set up for 3.5. And the week after that is still set. The week after that had been 4 and is now dropped down to 350. The week after that one is 350, and the one after that is 3. And the one after that is 4. So the date that I'm showing right now on the screen is 5/17 for prediction on max pain being at 4. Taking a look at, let's see here, what's next? Exchange traded volume and which exchanges it went through. By the end of a normal day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX. We had about 56.18% going through off exchange, and EDGX coming in at about 4.84, which is a pretty low number. 61.02% of our volume yesterday went through those exchanges. That's about 2.98% less than what I would expect to see on a normal day, meaning we probably would have seen price even lower yesterday had we seen more volume hitting those exchanges. CHX volume had 2,474 shares go through it, and GME CHX volume for the day was 1,119. IBKR yesterday at the end of the day, there was some more borrowing of shares that occurred, and then they've returned 96,000 shares overnight. Actually, within the last half hour. And fees are up to 2.92% now. You're going to continue to see those fees starting to drive up the higher we get in utilization. 90% is usually 80% is usually when fees start to rise a little bit. Anything above 90% and fees really start taking off. And a lot of our brokers are going to be making a lot of money on borrowed shares here. And this is that sweet time that they love making money. Let's see. Institutional ownership. Yesterday it was being reported at 76.41 million shares. Today is being reported at 76.41 million shares. No change. Options. Highest amount of open interest as of yesterday was at a $3.50 strike for calls with 17.5 thousand contracts in volume for the day. or in open interest, I shouldn't say for the day, for in open interest in total. That number just jumped up from 17.5 to 23.5. Highest amount of put volume yesterday was at a $3.50 strike with 8.1 thousand contracts. That is no longer the big wiener. It's dropped down to $3 on puts. And we went from 8.1 thousand contracts at 3.5 to 8.5 thousand contracts at 3. Market's suggesting right now an open interest that we should see a closing price somewhere between 3 and 350 by the end of the week. Taking you guys over the other page here, let's take a look at the rest of the data. Right after I drag a couple different screens around. We got one of the old pages that I used to look at finally is showing back up again. Do I move it over or not? Yeah, let's move it over. We'll take a look at it just for shits and giggles. I'll tell you why it's just for shits and giggles in a minute, but we'll move it over. And let's start with Ortex. Short share interest of the free float for the first time since the conversion and reverse split has gotten, that's not a word, Casey, has achieved a 20% value again. We're back up over 20%. Shorts have not closed their positions. Anybody's trying to tell you that's lying to you. Utilization driving up, continuing more further up. We went from 90.48% to 91.75%. On loan amount, breaking another record again, day after day. We went from 83.98 million shares on loan, basically 84, to 86.69. Let's see, 4, 5, 6, 2.6971. 2.71 million shares. 2.71 million new shares on loan day over day. And that's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float. Don't forget that we do have an exchange reported short interest amount that's going to be reporting a little bit later this week. You can guess it's going to show the next 15 days. I just put it up on the screen here is the green line. It's going to show the next 15 days of trading in just a little bit here, and you can probably expect it to probably show somewhere right around. Let me just see here. Hold on a second. It'll probably move up to this date right here around March 28th. And if I had to guess actually, I don't have to guess. I can show you where they estimated the value to be at. They estimated it to be this green line right here. So if it's going to move up to this date right here, then they're expecting by this period of time for the exchange reported short interest to be around 41.44 million shares. So we'll end up seeing here in a very short period of time what that jumps up to. But anyways, the estimated short share interest of the free float rose day over day from 19.71 to 20.12. We're looking at 0.441. Is that correct? 341. Um, 263.6. Ortex is estimating of the 2.71 million shares that were borrowed yesterday, 1.08 million of that was in new short interest. It's actually a higher value than I would have expected them to report. It's usually 1/3. It's a little bit more than 1/3. It's kind of surprising. They might be overestimating right now, just by a little. Yesterday we had about 1.2 something million shares borrowed, And I suggested to you guys that that was not going to be enough anymore to drop the on loan average age per day because there's so many shares on loan right now. You know, we're nearing 100 million shares on loan. I'm trying to decide whether 2.71 million shares is enough to drop that value or not. I think it is. I think 2.71 should be enough shares to... If 2.71 isn't enough to drop the on loan average age per day, then there's just so many shares on loan right now. It's ridiculous. Like, just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, okay, it's up. This is... there's so many... 2.71 million shares was not enough shares to drop the on-loan average age per day, and it rose from 29.81 to 31.52. There is some massively old loans right now on the books. Massively old loans. I can't believe that. I can't even imagine. Like, what are they going to have to borrow Are they going to have to borrow like 3 million shares a day, every day, to keep that number from not increasing? It's going to have to be over 3 million. That's nutty. That's super nutty. By the way, guys, we had a dip here and 2 days in a row of upwards increasing on-loan average age per day. That's probably one of the strongest key indicators that I know of that I've found has been repeatable enough to point out to you guys that within 15 trading days, this is suggesting that we should see a significant price move up. And that's going to be from April 4th. So if we pull up a calendar, by the 25th, don't forget that there was one day in there where we had a holiday, I believe was Friday the 5th. So we got to extend that out one day. So by April 26th, we should see a significant increase in price. And one last thing to look at here. Security lending volume day over day did rise from 3.32 million shares to 4.48. I know the 26th of this month was a date that I was looking at for sure as being a... I don't remember exactly what chart it was that I had it on. Oh, this is the page I'm bringing back up to you guys here. Orders by Fidelity customers. They got it finally back up and running again. I know I've got a box around the end of this month somewhere on one of my charts, and I don't remember which one it is. It's probably the VIX. Could be the SPY. Anyways, looking at the orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are not on this list this morning. That's the part that I said just for shits and giggles earlier. But I just wanted to pull it up here and just let you know that is showing, and I will be showing this to you guys throughout the day in case AMC should make this list or GME makes it. We'll just kind of go through it, and I think it is kind of important to see what's running hot and what's running not. I'm glad that's back. SSR trigger for the day-to-day is at $2.66. We have, let me refresh this real quick. So yesterday, when we took the numbers down, there were 69,000 contracts that were out of the money. Just throwing that out there. Right now, there's 82. 81? Yeah, it's close to 82. 81 and some change. We'll just write down 81. So we went from 69,000 contracts to 81. There's 75,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 773 contracts in the money. 6.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 21.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. VIX is down 0.11 in the futures, 0.11% for a 1533 value. In the future, we were at 1519 by the close yesterday, so we may be seeing the VIX rise. Let's see here. The Nikkei is up 0.39, Hang Seng up 0.32, and the Nifty 50 up or down 0.06. The futures on the market right now, with the VIX showing down on the futures, markets are usually up. And we do see the Dow Jones down 0.02, but everything else is up anywhere from that 0.02 down to up 0.22. In the pre-market this morning, 4 out of the 7 of the Mag 7 are in the green. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out, as that would be a pretty big pre-market move. Let's take a look and see what we got. I don't think there's going to be anything. I don't see anything so far that meets that criteria. Gold is up 0.55, but trending down currently. Silver is up 0.54 and consolidating after a little bit of a downtrend. Was definitely up overnight. Ethereum Classic is down 1.23 and trending up after a downtrend. The US dollar is consolidating after a downtrend. It's just barely hanging up above 104 this morning. SPY is up 0.09. A little bit of volatility in the SPY in the pre-market this morning. It gapped down and then trended back up and then gapped down again and trended back up. Struggling. It's not broken 520 just yet. SPY is trying to get back up into that range that I gave you guys for a top on the SPY of 518 to 522 was the range that I gave you guys, and it's struggling to break past that right now. So it did. I mean, it did break at some point to 525.64 and found that resistance line there I've got in this ascending parallel channel that we've been in, and it broke right inside my box that I had here for potential breakout point and has struggled the entire time to make it. 520 was the number that I said I kind of picked the middle ground and put this red line in here between the 518 and 522. It's struggling to break that. It wants to try and break this, but has not so far been able to do so. Not solidly. VIX. No, not VIX. Where are we going here? Tesla. Tesla is down 0.12 in the pre-market this morning. And did trend down at market open. Looks like there's some information here. They were trending down this morning and found a bottom around 171.6 and then started trending back up. Amazon is up in the pre-market 0.37 and is trending up. Cinemark is breaking even. They've only traded 19 shares so far this morning. It's kind of right down the middle. Doge is down 1.36 and is consolidating, maybe on a slight uptrend after trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.83 and trending back up. Also was on a downtrend and found a reversal. GME is up in the pre-market 0.18 and consolidating. HYMC is up 0.88. Had a good run yesterday and consolidating in the aftermarket hours. NCMI is not yet traded. Hood is up 0.11 and also consolidating with maybe a slight trend upwards. And AMC is up 1.02%. We had a good aftermarket hours yesterday, and then pre-market open this morning. We gapped down a little bit and then are kind of pretty much consolidating from where we closed out yesterday. Maybe 3 pennies higher then. So far this morning, we've traded about 6,410 shares. Yesterday, in inflow versus outflow, we had $1.1 million more inflow than outflow. 6,410 shares traded, like I said, on a 4-hour time interval. There's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.21, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.88, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 46.11, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 45.24, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at Ichimoto, If there was more dilution that occurred yesterday, which I really strongly believe that there was, specifically right at the end of the day yesterday, then again, our 1 hour time interval here is not going to be very good for us again. It's going to kind of jack up some of these numbers, but lagging line is below price line. Conversions below base. In order for price to break through the cloud for the day today, we're going to have to see a price of about 305 or higher. And that's down from 310 yesterday. Taking a look at a 4 hour time interval. Lagging line is below price line, conversion below base. We're getting to the point, and this is really kind of interesting, and this is why I say with these time intervals of 4 hours, we need like 2 weeks worth of data, solid data, before we can even trust a 4 hour time interval. Because the way this is setting up right now, all price would really need to do is get lagging line above price line, because price would no longer be inside of a cloud. And this is where it becomes very, very dangerous. Like as an investor, when you look at these kind of indicators, it would show a buy signal, right? Like if price were to move up into like the probably right around like the 330 range. If price moved up into the 330 range, it would show a massive buy signal because there's plenty of range where the price is outside of a cloud and a thinning portion of red cloud. And price would make it look like price is going to run through this cloud here. What I'm suggesting to you is that with the dilution, these values are all jacked up, right? These are all forward-looking values based off of things that have happened from the past. So this chart is messed up, and all this data should be way down lower. And so what I guess I'm suggesting to you is that there's actually there's a buy signal that's probably lower than where it's at right here. Right now, unless there's more dilution ahead, right? Like we don't know if there's. I'm pretty sure there's still more dilution ahead. We have not seen a price value of that 270. What did I give you guys? 278. Hold on a second here. I don't remember what I gave you. I think it was like 278. Right. So I think dilution will be completed once we see a price hit of somewhere right around that amount. So I'm just reading this off the way I see it, though. All we really need to do today for the day today is get price probably above 330, and it becomes a buy signal, and that's down from 385 yesterday. So 330 or higher should trigger a false buy signal. And I think that's all I've got for you guys. Let me just check this news here. They keep throwing AMC into articles that have to do with like, here's where you should invest your money instead of here. AMC, if you're investing in AMC, this would be a great place to change your money, get your money out of there and go put it here. They keep throwing that stuff out there. Makes me want to Will Smith them. Get my stock out of your mouth. All right. Taking you guys back over the main page here. I'll head over to the back of the Big Tramp. Good morning, Rex. Good to see you this morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
I'm
gonna get you. I'm gonna get you every time now. The other day I came in. I don't remember what we were talking about, but after the live stream was over yesterday, I went to the back of the Big Tramp and I said, "What did I say?" I said something like, "How's that going?" or "How's that doing?" or I don't remember how I said it, but it wasn't in reference to like "How are you doing?" It was more in reference to like something you were talking about.
Yeah, how's that going?
Yeah, how's that going? And you're like, "How you doing?" I was like, that's not what I was asking you. It was really funny. So now I'm just gonna.
The assignment.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get you back from now on. I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna try and beat you to the punch every time. How you doing?
All right, that works. I got to give a shout out though, man. That picture you sent, nails, man. That's pretty good.
For those of you who don't know what he's talking about, even Hayden's in here already this morning. Hayden, are you in here or this early in this morning to give me shit about that picture? Is that what you're here for?
Actually going to work, and what picture is it?
Oh, well, if you don't know, I'm not telling you.
Nice.
I'm actually going to post it up on the page here in just a second.
All right, everybody, the moment.
I gotta
So funny, dude.
I gotta get to the spot. Let me see if I can. Okay, there it is. I'm
In general?
It is in general. Nails posted it up there. Let me take a screenshot of it here. This is he was doing the unpackaging for the poker tournament that we had, and claimed
I watched that yesterday.
claimed that I had put this picture inside of his package. Man, for winning the poker tournament. So that's apparently this is a highly sought after picture now. So
As they say about the internet, it's here forever.
yeah, it just never goes away. Stupid internet.
It's already my profile picture.
Get out of here. Hold on a second. Let me check and see. Is it really?
YouTube.
On YouTube? Hold on a second. What? Hold on. On YouTube? Hold on. Let me see. Oh, I see it. Oh, that's terrible.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Oh, that's terrible.
God, I love this guy.
That's awful.
Nails, you're the man.
Where did you put the picture at?
It's in the chat in the YouTube. He's got his actual thumbnail of his picture and on YouTube with it there. That's funny. See,
If you don't want me to have it there, man, just let me know.
I don't care. It's the internet, dude. Who cares? It's like just a bunch of BS anyways. It's all fun. Fun and games. Who cares? It's all good. Next thing I know, they're gonna post my head on Jack Black's picture of him like frolicking through the beach in a banana hammock, and and that would make me laugh just as much too. I'm sure that'll be next now. Either one of those works. It doesn't matter. As long as you don't get a real copy of me frolicking on the beach in a thong. That'll never happen again. It has happened in the past, but it'll never happen again. I was way, way younger and in way better shape. And a swimmer.
As you're going through the numbers, there's a certain optimism I hear. A little bit of excitement.
There's some big numbers. There's some really big numbers that are starting to pop off that are hitting my my get excited meter. I'm so confused what Joseph is talking about. What the heck is he talking about? I feel like it's another one of those like just random like, hey, let's just come in and say some like random thing that is unrelated to what anybody else is saying. Is it just me? Oaksway Recordings, good morning to you. You said you're heading on your way to work, Hayden? Is that what you said?
Yeah. I hope I see that blinking green on my little screen every now and then. It's raining pretty hard. I hope it's not screwing anything up.
Man, this is an early flight for you. I don't think I've ever. Usually your flights are a little bit later in the day. I feel like.
Yeah, or I've left really early and gotten there already. But yeah, I got to go to Tucson and back today.
Tucson, huh? Make sure you don't get tangled up with one of those warthogs out there.
Yeah, we're going to gas and go and get back home.
Mm-hmm.
And tomorrow I'm in Houston, play some pickleball.
There's for those of you who don't know, that's the Marines. Isn't that the Marines, or who flies those? I don't know. I actually don't even know who flies those. Is it the Army?
Flies what?
It's not the Army. It can't be the Army. Who flies the Warhogs? It's gotta be. It is Air Force? No, really?
Yeah.
I would have sworn it would have been like Marine Corps. All right. Well, anyways, the Air Force is flying those. Tell me if I get the plane number right. Is it A-10?
Yeah.
A-10.
Yeah, they fly those out of Tucson.
Yeah, the A-10 Warhogs down in let me pull up a picture. For those of you who are not plane junkies, you probably are going like, "What the heck is that?" Let me pull one up.
In fact, my first college roommate, one of the highest time combat guys in that.
The A-10 Warthog. The A-10 Warthog is a phenomenal plane. It is it's just an amazing plane, and they fly these down in Tucson, Arizona, and do practice runs down there. And it's really kind of cool because if you're down there, they have they must have a range that's nearby or something like that, because you can hear them fly by. They're one hell of a plane to just hear. But when they fire off this big huge gun that they've got right here in the very front section of it, it just goes, and then you hear, and then the next thing you know, like something's probably just getting torn up on the ground somewhere. And so you hear that all the time as these things are flying down there in Tucson. And I've made a couple trips down to Tucson every once in a while and had the opportunity to be southern portion of Tucson, and had the ability to be able to hear these guys doing their practice runs and whatnot. It's really kind of fun to hear. It's, I would hate to be on the other side of one of those things.
The Air Force hated that airplane until the first Gulf War. They were going to get rid of it. Then they realized, man, this thing really ripped tanks to pieces.
Mm-hmm. CPR says it's a tank with wings. It's even like I have heard stories. I don't know if there's any truth to this, but I've heard stories that there's been warthogs that are like been missing like full on wings and still been able to fly.
It's got a big fat wing. I know there was I think it was a girl in the second Gulf War, lost the whole engine and flew it back.
Yeah. Amazing plane. It'll be.
Yeah, my first college roommate's still down there in Tucson as a colonel, still flying them.
Where did our pokey stick go? Why do we have no pokey stick? Hold on a second here. What's going on? We have no pokey stick? There it is. I was like, wait a minute, that's unusual. Here it comes. All right, we're looking at some pretty low volume. It's showing, as it stands right now, really, really darn close to the same amount of volume as what we had yesterday. We're getting about 27,000 shares of volume on the pokey stick itself, 27.3, giving us a grand total 34.8 thousand shares. That is damn near really close to what we had yesterday. I think yesterday we might have actually had 33,000 shares in pre-market time at PokeStick. So maybe we see just a slight bit more volume today, or something very close to the same. Not including any kind of dilution. Again, if there's dilution that occurs at any given point today, that's going to change everything. So the market is predicting at this point right now somewhere very close to same volume as yesterday. So we're probably going to be looking at around 9.5 million shares traded. So my prediction is going to be 5 to 25 million, like usual. I've told on a couple different occasions how when I was a child I had a wall that was my parents being both in the Air Force would pick up and working in the Pentagon, they would pick up the posters that of planes at the different. I don't even know what that is that they would have. They have these like desks that they set up in the Pentagon where they just pass out posters and stuff of promotional things that they're doing, or I don't know. I don't really even know what it is. I just know when I went with my parents to the Pentagon, there'd always be somebody handing out posters of planes, right? So I had an entire wall in my bedroom with a collage of different planes, and the Warthog was one of my most favorite ones to just stare at. It was just like, man, that's a cool looking plane.
I think that's going to be the A-10 will be the last of the modern warbirds that you'll see private ownership. Because everything else has too many black boxes. Hornets, Eagles, Vipers. The A-10 is one of the last of the cable hydraulic airplanes.
The other really cool one that I liked looking at on my wall was the SR-7. Those are my two favorites, SR-71 and the Warthog. Those were my two faves. The Tomcat was kind of cool, but it wasn't my favorite.
Mine neither.
You were doing the 18s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So those are kind of boring too. There's not really.
Oh, how dare you! How dare you!
They're not right. There's nothing really like spectacular about. I mean, it's an all right. You have to admit, like if you had to choose between an F-22 and an F-18 on which one you would rather look at and stare at, the F-22 is way better.
Well, yeah, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, I mean it's. Yeah.
Of course, the Raptor.
Yeah. But I mean, it's Hornet, Raptor.
I used to where I was doing the reserves at Dobbins. That's where they would do the final build of the F-22. So they come out of the Lockheed factory all green before they painted them. Yeah, that's an impressive looking airplane. Even with the undercoating of just the green, it's incredible.
Mm-hmm. Do you go to air shows at all?
I took the Real Hayden a year ago. There's a really good air show in Rome, Georgia, and they somehow, I don't know how. In fact, it's the same airport wherever you see when Trump's in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
It's where where MTG is. He always has his what do you call it? Stops up in Rome, Georgia, because it's a big open area. But the Blues were there. I guess it was last year, maybe it was the year before. And the cool thing is, you don't buy seats or anything like that. You buy a parking spot. So we backed our pickup right up to the front line, and the Blues were taxiing right next to us. So you can sit in the back of your truck and watch an air show. But, yeah, they get all sorts. They've had the Blues, the T-Birds, all sorts of big military teams that you wouldn't expect at a small airport.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the last show I've been to. It's kind of weird, you know. I know some guys that take their kids to air shows and that, but Hayden's kind of into playing sports and not as much into aviation. And I'd look like a dork going to an air show. I mean, it's, you know, when you've kind of done it already, it's like, what are you walking around doing looking at airplanes? If it was a big, huge event and I was on a layover, I'd go to one, but I'm not going to make the time to go.
Jay wants me to ask you, do you know David Fester, the instructor in Panama City for F-18s? That's David,
No.
and then quotations Fester is probably his call sign.
I did know a Fester who was out of my reserve unit who flew for FedEx.
Yeah, Jay's. I knew Jay. I didn't. I clarified before you typed it in. Let's see here. Shaw Air Force Base, nice. Jay Midro says, "I'll find out if it's him." Tendies likes the F4 Phantom.
I fought an F4 once. Wasn't much of a fight though. Different airplane.
You remember in Top Gun where they have the single-seater plane that's being flown that they try to use as like a MiG in the original Top Gun? What was that? Was that the Phantom?
No.
What was
there's a.
They were using an
Remember
American.
that? You saw the wall of planes. Those pictures I sent you. Remember seeing that?
Maybe.
From my basement.
Yeah.
The last flight I took was actually in a Hornet. It was painted camouflage to make it look like a Big 29.
But in the movie, though, what plane were they using to represent?
Hornet.
It was a Hornet? Are you sure?
Yeah.
I feel like I need to look this up.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you definitely would know your stuff.
Yeah, the Navy used F-16, the F-16 ended in Key West. And I think they're using them again up at Fallon because of the G's. Because the Hornet bleeds speed real fast. The F-16 does.
Let's see here.
But the Navy used Hornets a ton for adversary.
This is saying they used F5s.
Oh, yeah. That's to do a lower category airplane. That's for like a category 2, category 3, where it's they can only shoot something in front of them, not an all aspect shot. They were having a real parts problem with those things too. But right now they're using I don't even know if they're using F5s anymore. Keep in mind, I've been out of this thing since '99.
F5s are Freedom Fighters?
Yeah.
That's the name of them? Or is it the Tiger? Tiger.
Tiger 2 or something like that.
Yeah, Tiger 2. I always thought that was interesting. That was a fun little fact that I didn't know until I guess way later down the road somebody had mentioned like, oh, those aren't even. I guess they were. I can't remember if they had a red star painted on them. They were black and they had a red star painted on them. And then somebody told me and they were like, that's not even a Russian plane. It's an American plane that they're flying. But most people didn't know that though. So everybody just thought, oh, hey, look, it's a Russian MiG.
Yeah, that doesn't even the paint scheme of those things doesn't even look like a MiG, and they didn't even have a radar in those things. I don't think the Navy's even flying them anymore.
Tendies gets a point. He said F5. He knew.
Even back when I was still going out to Fallon, we would augment the unit out there, which was VFC 13. I think that was the squadron out there that simulated. They were having a horrible time with parts because it was such an older airplane. I'd forgotten that scene in Top Gun where it was upside down. Look at me, I'm inverted over the F5. But yeah, you were right. There was something different than the Hornet.
We had. Let's see. We have. I'm just looking ahead here. This opening for. And I'm changing the subject a little bit here. Sorry, I'm changing on you quickly, Hayden. My mind moves quickly. This weekend.
No worries.
This weekend we have a couple different things opening up for AMC as far as movies go. This weekend openers is going to be anything from the 10th to the 14th. Okay, so I don't even know what this is. What is this? Suga August Detour D-Day, the movie? I don't know what that is. We also have the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare Early Access showing up on the 13th. If you have the ability to be able to sign up for getting early access, you could see that early. We have Civil War opening this weekend on April 12th. And let's see here. Also on April 13th, we have the UFC 300 I can't say the name. Versus Hill. What else do we have this weekend? Do we have anything else opening up?
Did you see the advertisement for the Screen Unseen?
I see Screen Unseen. What did you say about it, though? The what?
That is such a badass promotion that they run for $5. They don't tell you what the movie is until your ass is in the seat.
Really? They don't even give a clue? I feel like they give a clue.
It's no, dude, they don't.
Huh.
They don't. And that's like the best part. Like you genuinely go in not knowing what you're gonna watch.
And that's actually on April 15th, which is going to be next Monday. They have the Screen Unseen. The film is, whatever it is that's coming up this next week, is going to be PG-13. And like you said, $5 seating. Let me see if it's $5 where I'm at. Actually, I'm looking at my movie theater, and it's actually already got a lot of people in there. And to see whatever it is that we don't know. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Go back. I'm just checking to see what it's going to cost. Yeah, $5.
Not bad.
Mm-hmm. And is it? I haven't really gone to see one of those. Is it something that is current or old? How old is it usually?
No, it's so
Random.
It's typically that's like a pre-release. Like they'll show that before they actually release the movie. So it's something that's not out yet. Usually.
Not out yet?
Yeah.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah. When we went, we saw that. We saw the Hawaiian soccer movie, and then like a week later, it came out and released, which was kind of neat to be able to get to see it before everybody else did.
So what you're telling me is it could be something like the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare Early Access, or it could be, since that releases on the 13th as an early release, or it could be something like. Hold on a second here. That is a R, so no. Let me check Civil War. Civil War is R, so no. Let's see. What else could it possibly be?
That's kind of how you can tell.
Yeah, you can
I
look.
want to see both those movies. That Ungentlemanly like one reminds me of Unconglorious Bastards.
Huh. Well, I don't see anything that's opening up anytime soon that is PG-13.
So maybe it's like a on the low type thing.
I want to see Civil War too.
Yeah, I kind of want to see.
That looks good.
There's a couple different movies that I want to see right now, and now I'm getting to the point to where it's like I'm gonna have to make hard decisions, because I want to see Kung Fu Panda, I want to see Godzilla, and I want to see Civil War. Melissa wants to see, what's that other one called? The First Omen. She wants to see The First Omen. Oh, I want to see Monkey Man too. She wants to see The First Omen, and
that was good.
I think Immaculate, maybe? I'm not sure. I can't remember if that was the other one that she wanted to see or not.
Was Monkey Man like John Wick?
Essentially, and I've heard, somebody's mentioned that they've even said his name in the movie, so it might be like a spin-off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like Fight Club meets John Wick.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Ooh, I like Fight Club. Fight Club's in my top 10, probably, all time. I feel like it's such a main like this. It's a staple that almost anybody if when your kids get old enough, it's one of those kind of movies you need to sit your kid down in front of and say like, you're 18 now, watch this movie. You need to see this movie. Which I don't think I've done to either I haven't done that to either of my kids. I've got homework. Hunter's coming today. Hunter's coming today. I know what Hunter and I are going to sit down and do. We're going to watch Fight Club if he hasn't seen it yet. I think he's coming today. Melissa, Hunter might be coming today. He told me last night. CPE says we need to continue with utilization increases, cost to borrow increases, and short interest increases. Well, the utilization and the cost to borrow, the cost to borrow will automatically go up with utilization increases. So that's kind of hand in hand. The short interest, obviously, as the short interest increases, it raises utilization. So really all it stems down to is we need to see more borrowing of shares. Short interest going higher and higher and higher is exactly what you want for a short squeeze. So, yeah.
Hey, Rex, would you say, because we've both seen it, Monkey Man in some ways is better than John Wick?
Is it because it's got more, like,
Ooh.
thought process going through? Because, I mean, when somebody said Fight Club in there, it makes me kind of think, like, it makes you think a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm guessing
Yeah,
that's got to be what it is.
bro.
I'm just giving it just a yes or no, but like don't give anything away because that's. I actually liked. There were some things about it that I liked better than John Wick. So I don't understand why it doesn't. It's not more popular. So
I mean, I don't mean to be offensive to Keanu Reeves because I mean he's the man, but there's not really ever. Matrix is probably one of the few movies that makes you really think hard, and for a Keanu Reeves type movie, and it's not because of his character. You're not really sitting there going like, it's really about the story around the character that really kind of makes you think, right? Keanu Reeves in general is not the kind of person where you go like, oh yeah, that's a thinker. So, I mean, he's action. He's all action, and so if Monkey Man is kind of like a mixture of thinking and mixed into the idea of a fighting type person like Keanu Reeves, then that really does sound like a interesting movie. Good morning, by the way, Tech.
I think you'll like it.
yeah, good morning. Yeah, I think actually now that I think about it, I think it's kind of like being suppressed because it has some things in it that like mass media doesn't like to talk about. Yeah. So it's getting some like negative press that's not fair.
Dynamite says Keanu Reeves' favorite line is "Whoa." It's so true. I mean, it's like I don't really ever. Whoa! Somebody's got a hot mic there. I don't ever really expect huge like thinking lines coming from Keanu Reeves. Just don't.
You know what? I said the same thing, but as I look back at movies he's done, the only movie I don't like of his was the one with the bus that had the bomb on it.
Speed.
Every movie I think of him, I go, man, I like that movie. And you go, well, he's not a deep actor, but the dude's ready. I mean, he's an action guy, like you said.
Right? Yeah. I'm not trying to discredit his acting. I'm just saying he never leaves you pondering. It's the script writing that leaves you pondering more than it is. But he fills in the character very well. Like his acting's great. There's nothing wrong with his acting. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying he doesn't have lines that make you go. It doesn't make you go whoa.
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 Another action guy. Okay, Tom Cruise. I'm not a fan of Tom Cruise. But if those two guys were on the plane, I would go up to Keanu Reeves and go, "Dude, love your stuff,"
Right?
in a non-gay way.
Right, yeah.
But not the Tom
Probably
Cruise.
Tom Cruise fanboy.
Yeah, the guy just seems like a cool guy that does cool stuff. He just happens to act.
Is that bus movie? Is that a recent movie?
No, Speed? No, that's really
Or
old. Speed is super old. You haven't seen Speed before?
Probably not.
Oh, you're missing out.
Another movie that
Start with
there's
Speed.
another movie that I watched
Good.
recently where there was a bomb on a bus and they had to. Can't remember when I saw that, but
Yeah, that's
and they couldn't stop.
yeah, that's Speed.
That's it.
That's it. That's the one.
Okay, they couldn't stop for 40 miles an hour or something.
So, yeah, I don't remember what the
Yeah.
speed limit was, but there's some
Yeah,
speed
under
that they had
bullet
to
in it.
keep and maintain. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. You got it.
I like that one. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what though?
I don't know why, but I wasn't a fan.
You can stop at Speed. You don't need to go to Speed 2, Speed 3. You can skip all those. No need. In fact,
When did
I
they?
don't know why I thought that was
When
a
was that
new
movie
movie.
made?
I don't even think Keanu Reeves is in any of the other Speed movies, is he? I think they pulled in other actors. they needed more content acting.
In fact, I feel like Speed came out right after Matrix 1.
Let's see. I don't know. I can't remember. Hold on a second. Let me pull that up and see.
Because I think I kind of feel like Matrix came out and I was like, oh man, Keanu Reeves. And then Speed came out and I went, oh, Keanu Reeves.
Okay, Matrix released in the end of March 1999, and Speed released. Oops, I can't spell today.
94.
June of 1994. So Speed was well.
Nothing big
Speed
for
was
98.
well. Speed. You know, I think you.
For 94.
I think I know what you may be thinking of. I know you're thinking of the surfing movie with Keanu Reeves, and Speed probably
Yeah.
came out right after
Yeah.
that. Yeah. I can't.
Point Break.
Point Break. Thank you. Yes. Let's check that one
I
out.
love
Let's see.
that movie.
Yeah. So
With the
June
suede.
June of '94 was Speed. So I'll bet you Point Break was right before that. Let's
With
see
the
here.
suede.
Yep, 91. 91, so July and 91, Point Break came out. Then 3 years later, you had Speed. And then, let's see, 5 years after that, you had Matrix. And the progression on that, quite honestly, for me, I'm actually more of a fan of Point Break than I am Speed. So I feel like he kind of went downhill with Speed. Like it wasn't nearly as good as
That's how I felt.
Point Break, and I was just kind of like a little disappointed by that. But when I went to go see The Matrix, I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I was like, "What is?" I had no idea, and I walked out of that movie with my mouth just hanging. I remember I walked to the food court afterwards and sat there and grabbed a bite to eat, and I just sat there in silence, contemplating life as I was eating my food. I was sitting there thinking, like, what did I just see? I don't understand. There's so many questions.
Well, the Matrix profound like Minority Report.
Yeah.
No, you don't like that one?
So far,
My Minority Report was
so
good.
far ahead of its time.
Okay.
Dynamite says, no one did Casey. I was like, whoa, afterwards. But it wasn't,
I've never seen Point Break.
you didn't say whoa because of Keanu Reeves acting in it. You said whoa because the concept of what was happening was what really kind of like probably made you just, it was mind altering.
Yeah, Vice City was released in '86, and the whole premise of Speed was stolen from a video game.
Speed was stolen from a video game? Which one? There was no video games in 1994
Vice
that were that
City.
good. Vice City.
'86.
Really?
Grand Theft Auto Vice City. There's a mission in the game where you have to drive Love Fist around, and if you go below 40 miles an hour, the car blows up.
Huh.
So you're driving this band around in town, and if you like turn a quarter too soft, everything pops.
I did not know this.
Hilarious.
Huh.
And Phil Collins was in the game.
No kidding.
They have a whole concert. Dude, that's probably one of the best video games out there, too.
I
Ray Liotta, hands down. Rest in peace, man.
I did not know.
Was that like the second Grand Theft Auto?
I think it's like technically the fourth. They had like 1, 2, and 3. Vice City, Liberty City Stories, San Andreas.
I don't remember which was the first one that I ever
quite a few.
played. I think it was the second one. And all I know is that I didn't play any mission. I went around the city. I went around the city just doing whatever the F I wanted to do, and it was so much fun. I could care less about the missions. I wanted to just shoot, drive like a madman, and vandalize as much as I could. Yeah, those were my younger years. It was very. It was. I guess the open world platform was so new to gaming that just who cared about stories? You made your own story as you went. Jay, thank you very much. Jay saying break time. He's beating my my light over here on my plants. Twisty saying anyone, the movie with 2 girls messing with the old dude. Are we talking about
Keanu.
I'm trying to think of what that guy's name is. When I was younger, I had a couple different people who used to say,
Knock Knock.
No, that's not Knock Knock. That's not it, is it? No.
That's a Keanu movie where the 2 girls mess with him.
Huh. I had not seen that movie before. Man, that looks... What year did that come out, Knock Knock? 2015?
2015.
You know what it reminds me of? I mean, just seeing some of the pictures, holy crap. Is this a ripoff? Now I got to think of the name.
Right?
This looks like a ripoff of another movie I was thinking of when he said that. It's what was the name? What was the name of the actor that played in? He was the detective in Something About Mary. Hold on, I gotta. I'm looking up my own stuff here. Yeah, Patrick Healy. Patrick Healy starred in a movie where he was a teacher, and there was 2 girls in that one. It might have actually been 3 girls. I can't remember if it was 2 or 3. 2 or 3 girls in that one that were messing around with him too, and I can't remember the name of the movie. What's it called? Let's see here. It was called... That's not it. Maybe I have the wrong actor. It's not the right actor. It was somebody else that looks like him. Additional crew. Actor. I have the wrong actor. They must look alike. All I remember about the movie was that there was Wild Things. That's it. Living in 3D said it. So did Tom Shanner. Wild Things. Yeah, that's this Knock Knock movie looks like a ripoff of Wild Things. Which was a crazy movie. Let me see if I can find an image. I'm gonna snap these images side by side. Let's see if I can find it. Images. Washing Jeep. Here we go. This is. I gotta put these side by side. Hold on a second. 1 second. Move this. Where's my knock knock? Put that there. Goodbye, A10 Warthog. Hello, ripoff. It's literally a ripoff of Wild Things.
Just crack the codes.
I haven't even seen. I have not seen the movie Knock Knock. I have seen Wild Things, but I have not seen Knock Knock. But as soon as I saw the image and the description that was being given of an old dude and two younger women, that's the first thing I thought of was Wild Things. I was like, oh, that's the plot line for that. Matt Dillon, thank you. Why did I guess did Matt Dillon and Patrick Healy look the same? Is it just me? Oh, Patrick Healy was the okay. Maybe I was looking up wrong. It is the same guy then, right? Let's see. Hold on a second here. Did Matt Dillon play in What About Mary? Yeah, he did. Okay, so it was Matt Dillon. Thank you. This looks like a knockoff ripoff of that movie. I mean, the scene is it's the blonde and the brunette wet shirt scene. It's the same exact thing.
Matt Dillon's brother that was in Entourage.
I don't know. All right, break time.
Yep, Kevin Dillon.
I didn't even know he had a brother.
Yeah, his brother Kevin Dillon is hilarious.
A lot of people thought Matt Dillon was funny. I never really thought he was all that funny. I thought he was more creepy than he was funny. But for some reason, a lot of people seem to think he was pretty downright hilarious. Let me. What am I doing? I'm putting the message up on the screen. I'm going to break. My light came on. Jay told me it was time. Alrighty, I will be back at 8:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. And I will see you guys in a bit.
Hey everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the grit and grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AC ticker keeps on rolling, stock shots and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm always stride. Hard ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight.
Alrighty, guys. Here's what I'm looking at right now. I pulled it out to a 30-minute time interval. We've had some pretty steady price movement that's been very, very close to where we've been trending. I mean, some days are closing a little bit lower, some days a little bit higher than where the average price is. And so if I had to take a gander, a big guess as to where we're closed, it's probably going to be very, very somewhere close to where this line intersects for the end of the today, which is going to be around $2.99. $2.99 for the day today, which happens to be right now, right where we're at in the pre-market this morning. So I think I'm going to go ahead and just go with a $2.99 close. We'll probably see something in the range of 294 to 290 or 303. Let me see here. Kind of makes me want to go 298 for a close. If we get some dilution in for the day today, I could see a retest of something like 293, which we had back here. Yeah, I'm going to go with the 299 close. So 269 to 329. That's going to be my range for the day today. Let me check and see what the guys have here. Let's see. Apex is not in yet this morning. Oh, there he is. He just posted. I just saw it come through. He's going 273 to 333. He's down 2 cents from his prediction yesterday. Twisty is going with 277 to 327. And TB, let me send him a message real quick here. $270 to $330. He's up 5 cents from his prediction from yesterday. So he's going straight for the $3 close. We have a very narrow range. We have a 8-cent spread between the four of us. I've got the low end of the totem pole with 269 to 329. Twisty has the top end with 277 to 327. Apex and TB are in the middle. TB with 270 to 330. And Apex with 273 to 333. And I have a thunderstorm that is rolling through my area that shouldn't last more than a half hour. But if I suddenly get shut down for any reason whatsoever, just know that it more than likely is lightning striking something as I save my numbers. Hold on a second here while I save everything real fast. Save. There we go. We're good. All right, so if everything shuts down, I'll be fine. Wait. Apex is saying 6 cents. Did I get it wrong? Hold on a second here. What did I get wrong? How did I get that wrong? 69 to 77. That's 8 cents. 8 cents, Apex. Unless I did my numbers wrong. 299, 277. There's an 8-cent spread. One of your numbers is off there. Because Twisty has 277 to 327. So you should have 307 down for his target. That's why you're off. Twisty had a 277 to 327, not 303. Let's see here. I did 297. Did I write numbers wrong? Okay, the numbers that I see. Let me go back and review this again here. Hold on a second. You did have 297. 277. Yes, you wrote the numbers wrong. It should be 260. If that's the case, I was looking at your actual numbers that you wrote in here. You put 277 to 327. So if you're targeting 297, then we should be going 267 to 327. Then that would make more sense. Let me change it. Which means Twisty's got the bottom end. And there is only a 3-cent spread or a 6-cent spread like Apex said. Yep. So it is 6 cents. I entered in numbers that he had written down instead of actually looking at his average. I told you the average probably, and then wrote down what he had written down, which was 277. So I was looking at the spread on my page. This is what I see right here. Oops. That's what I see when I'm looking at my spreads, and I just look at the bottom numbers in here like this, and I was seeing a spread that was higher because I had Twisty in for 277 to 327, and that would have given us an 8-cent spread. Dang it. Alrighty, I will see you guys on the other side of market open. Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
China from all the cheapest parts. I ain't one for driving them imported foreign cars. I'm more like American muscle from 1966. Yeah, I ain't made in China. I'm American as it gets. Pennies on the dollar. I'm made in the USA. It says so on my collar. Tried and true, red, white, and blue. My roots run way too thick. Yeah, I ain't made in China, 'cause I'm American as it gets. Grapes over the caskets of the ones who don't come back. I'm a gun-toting and locked and loaded, God-fearing son of a bitch. Lord knows I ain't made in China. I'm American as it gets, red-blooded as they come. I'll die for being free. I'm proud of where I'm from. Foreign made or city raised, I'm proud to say I'm neither. And I ain't selling them any of mine, I ain't buying theirs either. If you got something to say about that, I couldn't give two shits. 'Cause I ain't made in China, I'm American as it gets. And I'm head over heart doing my part to love the flag that drapes over the caskets of the ones who don't come back. I'm a gun-toting, locked and loaded, God-fearing son of a bitch. Lord knows I ain't made in China. I'm American as it gets. Lord knows I ain't made in China. 'Cause I'm American as it gets.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is Antara freezing illiquid assets. I pulled up an article. It was originally reported by Bloomberg yesterday, and in fact, somebody in the chat came in and mentioned it right at the end of the day as it was closing out, so I didn't have a chance to really look into it. But I'm reading this article from inshorts.com. It says Blackstone-backed hedge fund Antara Capital has frozen liquid or hard-to-sell assets from redemptions after piling on losses, Bloomberg reported. The $1.3 billion hedge fund has posted a second straight year of slumping returns and, through the move, aims to avoid a fire sale of the illiquid investments which drag the firm's profits. Over 80% of Antara's investors consented to the move. Here's the difference, and I actually just watched this scene on YouTube just a second ago. The Big Short movie that came out, if you remember, Michael Burry had just went out and bought a bunch of... Man, I literally just watched the scene. What did he buy? He went around to a bunch of different banks and tried to buy product. He made a new product, essentially. He made a new product where it was betting against the housing market. And by doing so, he was investing a lot of money that his investment firm into this. It was like at one point something $1 billion, right? And when he started talking to all of his investors and they started finding out what it was that he was doing with the money, he's like, sorry, but I have full control over this. This is what I'm doing. And at some point in the movie, I remember he ends up locking or freezing it so that nobody can get out of their positions. And everybody goes nuts, like just absolutely nuts. They freak out. They're like, what the hell are you doing? This is crazy. They even actually started doing it right in the very beginning of the movie. This is a little bit of a different situation here, but what are some of the reasons why potentially a hedge fund would freeze their assets? And I just kind of did like a quick query on it. And there's 5 different good reasons. Redemption requests, market turmoil, risk management, regulatory compliance, and fund strategies are all possibilities as to why maybe a hedge fund would do such a thing. None of those are all that great. I mean, fund strategy is probably the best one out of the group there. But it's not looking very good. I mean, it's usually one of those situations where investors are not going to like the performance in the future, and the investment firms trying to protect them, like basically like buy and hold. That's what they're saying. They're saying like, look, we bought this, and we think that if you want to get your money back, the best way to get it back is to hold. That's what they're getting down to. Either you're going to have to hold to your guns, or you're going to lose. And that's what we feel is correct thing to do. And now, fortunately, their investors agree with them. At least 80% of them, according to the article, and voted to go ahead and freeze their illiquid assets. So we'll have to see what ends up happening. R. Yale says, I do not buy that 80% agree. Well, we're just running with what the article says. I'm not here to argue whether that's the case, and I know you're not trying to argue with me either. I'm just telling you, I'm just reporting to you what's being reported to us. So I probably tend to agree with you that may not necessarily be the case, but who knows? I find more often than not, I find that any news article that you pull up has some kind of error in it, and there's not a whole lot of information in that one little section right there of an article to get wrong. So if there is anything wrong there, maybe that's the number. Maybe it's 80% of them don't agree. That could be the possibility. Frank Lehman says 80% of the 10% that responded back, right? That's a good point. Actually, that's a very good point, Frank. They could have asked their investors to whether or not maybe they even had a vote. They could have had a vote on it, and maybe only 10% of the people got back, and 80% of that 10% said yes. So yeah, great point, amazing point. Well, good morning to you. Let me head on over to the back of the Big Tramp. Chi-Town Turtle, good morning. Let's see here. Right off the bat, I can see that I'm going to have to play something real quick here. I already said good morning to Rex, but hold on a second here. I got to play this real quick here. That's a pepperoni. Good morning, pepperoni. Pirate, good morning to you as well.
Good morning, sir.
Whale's asking if Antara is still holding AMC. I am not positive about that. My thought process was that they had sold their positions back when they were invested in Ape. But I don't know. I haven't checked into it. It should be pretty quick. I mean, we should be able to check this out really fast here. Let me pull it up and see. Sometimes there's two different ways to search for this. And, of course, Fintel is going to give us basically anything that was reported at the end of the year. We're not going to get we're not going to get first quarter numbers here. But let's see. No records found for Antara under AMC and institutional investors. So I see nothing there. Another way to look at this is to go to Antara and check out and see if they have anything listed underneath them. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that as easily. Let me just check and see. Antara Capital. Maybe I can. Hold on a second. Portfolio holdings. And let's search AMC. Two ways to go about doing this. It does say that they do have... Okay. As of... This is the filing date. 8/31/2023. Usually the filing dates come at the end of the quarter, meaning that their last known held position was sometime in that quarter. So sometime in the second quarter, it looks like they had about 64,528,300 shares of AMC/Ape. It literally says right here, Ape. And that their current shares are 0. So it does not look like they do. Will says, yeah, I thought Antara sold everything during the Ape share days. Based off of what Fintel is reporting right now, that is correct, but we don't have fourth quarter numbers, or first quarter 2024 numbers in just yet. So we'll have to wait and see. Frank says, shouldn't Pepperoni be getting ready to teach his English class? Yeah, what's up with that, Pepperoni? Don't you got some English this morning? You're teaching English class, but you can't even say hi. John, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Now, I'm going to turn on the camera, and you can see what type of school I'm doing.
Schooling of the dough. Dough schooling.
He's fixing the menu.
There it is. Menu. Nice. That does not look like a pizza. That does not look like a pizza place.
No, it's a tattoo.
It's a what?
How do I speak?
Tattoo place. It's like a tattoo, no?
Yes. Oh, tattoo parlor. Are you getting one?
Let me show you. No, I'm in school here.
No kidding. You're in school to do tattoos? Holy crap. Ding.
It's the salon, okay? So.
Oh, he cut out. We lost him.
No, he lost the Wi-Fi.
He stepped out of the building and lost completely lost internet connection as soon as he stepped out of the building. It was like, you suck. You're outside now. Oh, look, he's walking back in. Now we can see him again. You're apparently connected to the Wi-Fi, and you lost the Wi-Fi connection as soon as you stepped outside of the building.
Yeah. But now, can you see it?
I can. It says something sideways. AMC Studio.
AMC Studio.
Yeah, I see it. AMC Studio. You're being taught at a studio called AMC. That's really weird. What's the AMC stand for? You should ask them.
That's for AMC.
Good morning, Frank. Good to see you. Whale says Antara is a Cayman Island shell company. Is it? Is it really? Ariel says in the next several weeks we could see 300 billion of liquidity leaving the system. ZH today. ZH. I feel like that's something I should really know. But I just
quoting Zero Hedge.
Oh, Zero Hedge. Okay. Yeah. See, I do know Zero Hedge, and I just don't. There's so many acronyms in this world around.
I'm guessing. I should say that's my guess. I don't know that. I didn't see. I don't follow Zero Hedge, but when I saw ZH.
Yeah.
That's what I came up with.
You nailed it, Pirate.
I'm not very good with Zero Hedge, or not with acronyms. I mean, I'm terrible with them. In fact, that's why I hate with a passion crossword puzzles, because like just a few letters in certain locations like make me dizzy and nauseated, and I feel like it could be like anything, and like the clues never help. I don't like another one that I don't like is Wheel of Fortune. Can't stand that game. I will play Jeopardy any day of the week. Please don't make me play Wheel of Fortune.
We all know you watched it for Vanna White. Come on.
I'm trying to think if the only time I ever watched Wheel of Fortune might have been when my mom was watching when I was growing up. I would have never turned on Wheel of Fortune willingly.
And
Not-
all the hookers down there loved him. He had these beautiful golden curls.
Well, we're sitting at right around $3 right now for AMC. Market cap right now for AMC is sitting at 792 million. The market cap's going to be a little bit off though, because I mean we all know that there's been some dilution that's occurred since the what was the date? 27th, the 28th. What was the date? I can't remember. Let's see. Let's go back here. Since the 28th. So obviously the market is not aware due to any filings that have occurred yet, but we know that there's more shares in existence than there is. So the market cap's going to be a little bit larger than what we're seeing right now, right? Like 793 is only being based off of reported amount of shares in existence at 263.6 million shares. So for example, if I pull out a quick little calculator right here, let's just say that AMC sold 40 million shares so far, right? So let's just make it an even 300 million shares in existence. So we'll put 300 in here, 300 million, and then we'll multiply that by the 301 that we're at right now. And instead of having a market cap of 793 million, it would be 903 million. So hopefully that kind of like gives you an idea as to, you know, why the market's moving the price down the way that they are. It's to try and match market cap very close to what it was prior to the dilution with the new outstanding amount of shares. What about The Price is Right? Love The Price is Right. I mean, it's numbers, man. I love The Price is Right. That's a beautiful game. I love that final showcase. I love like trying to add up like each one of the individual prizes and like trying to come up with a number that's not more than, but somewhere underneath the final value. Did I ever tell you guys that my uncle made it to the final showdown? He screwed up. He won it. He did win. He screwed up.
He shit the bed, huh?
Yeah, he shit the bed on that. I was screaming. I was like, no, pick this. I was like screaming.
The TV.
I was screaming the number out. I was like, say this, and he picked a number that was like way too high.
With you?
And he was not playing the game the right way. Like he did not. Obviously, he had not prepared for this. He did not expect to go on the show. And but he did win himself, like the first prize that he won was a one of those Mini Coopers. So he ended up winning the Mini Cooper, and he did collect on it and took a Mini Cooper home. But when it came down to the final showcase, he ended up, dude, he horribly biffed it, and I was like, no. I mean, it was one of those things where I feel like. I can't remember if he went first or second. I don't remember if he went first or second or if he passed on it or whatever. The strategy that he used was terrible. It was just like, oh no, you never do that. And but he did, and I was like, no. but it was cool to see him on there though. What about Press Your Luck? I'm trying to remember which one was that. The one where they were always screaming no whammies. What's Press Your Luck? I can't remember that one. I didn't really watch it too much. Yeah, somebody says no. Frank's saying no whammies. I've seen it on occasions. I watched the little documentary on the guy who rigged the system and like won a crap ton of money on there by figuring out when to press the button right at the exact time. Pretty cool, but it was never really a great game for me. You know, another one I did like though was the one where they would run through the shopping market and trying to pick up the different food items. That would, I don't even remember what the name of that one was either. I always thought that was kind of cool. And as a kid, I remember there used to be some, I can't remember if it was like some kind of Christmas thing, or I don't remember what it was exactly, but I do remember that there was some kind of event for Toys R Us that you could sign up for and maybe possibly win a chance to get into it or something, where they would let you run through the store for like a minute or something. I don't remember how long it was, 5 minutes or something, and you could load up a grocery cart with whatever you wanted out of the Toys R Us, and whatever you had in the grocery cart was what you got to keep. And I was like, I knew exactly what I was running for. I was like, I'm going to load that cart with like Teddy Ruxpins. I'm going to sell those Teddy Ruxpins for so much money. And man, I was like, I would have probably gone in for, on the bottom of the cart, if they had one, I would have probably slid the Nimitz aircraft carrier from G.I. Joe on the bottom of my cart. I probably would have put that down there. And I would have kept that thing too. I would have built it. I would have kept that G.I. Joe aircraft carrier. Oh man, I wanted that so bad as a kid. That thing, and I had a friend that had one. Oh man, I was so I was like, that's crazy.
I was just getting ready to say I can tell you one at one, because this is no less than the third time that you've mentioned it.
Has it?
Over the course of the year, so it must be. Yeah, it must be. I think.
Dude, it was massive.
If you get finished with this, and you have some discretionary funds, you need to just go find one of those things and put this to rest. You need to buy it, bring it home, and put it in the closet, and put this to.
The problem with that,
this is an injustice. This injustice from your childhood should be correct.
The problem with that is that once you get something like that, it's never like, it's always best to have it as something you wish you had, and then just never get it.
Exactly.
Right. Like it's just it's better that way.
It's never gonna.
It won't live up to it.
The reality of owning it will never live up to the dream of having it.
Right. This is why you don't meet your idols in life. Musical Companion says, "Let it go, Casey. Get a new guitar instead." I have a dream guitar I want to get too. Renaissance from Rick Turner. I want to pick up one of those Renaissance. That I will be getting, by the way. I will not be passing that up. That Rick Turner Renaissance guitar will be mine. I'm gonna get an RS6. I already got it planned out.
Casey, is the G.I. Joe box from the 80s?
Yes, it was an aircraft carrier from the 80s that they sold. Let me see if I can find one real quick on the internet. Let's see here. So this is a picture of two kids playing on this thing, right? Like nowadays you'd look at it and you'd be like, "Oh, that's stupid and lame." My brother had the SR-71. I'm going to show you a picture here. My brother got all the cool stuff, man. I tell you what. My mom's probably going to sit here and be like, "He didn't. You got good stuff too." And I'm like, "Yeah."
Well,
okay.
They loved him.
Yeah, they did. Look at this carrier. Number 99. I don't know if that's the Nimitz or not. It might be the Reagan. I'm not sure. But anyways, my brother had this. My brother had this. I had this. But none of us had this.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, none of us had. Well, my friend did. My friend Ari had that, but. And by the way, the SR-71 looking thing that they got right here, I don't know if you can see it or not, but there's a little ship right here that's down on the deck of the aircraft carrier. That thing actually attached to I think it was to the top of the SR-71 as like a secondary vehicle. It was freaking cool. It was a lot of fun. I spent a lot of time. I think my brother probably didn't like the fact that I wanted to play with that as much as I did.
Yeah, that's a Harrier jump jet, and then there's a Jolly Green Giant H-53 helicopter.
That aircraft carrier was freaking awesome. Yeah, and it opened up, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
I can see why that filled your dreams.
Yep. That was the dream toy.
Frank says there's one on eBay. They want $6,000 for it.
6,000? I feel like that's really not that much more than what it was originally. I think that thing probably cost about $1,000 way back in the 80s. Here's another picture of it.
My brother is a kind of a wannabe toy collector, and some of those toys are crazy. I mean, it's just like baseball cards or anything else, guns. You get some of these rare items, and they can command quite a premium.
Can you imagine like having this? There's like 5 kids on just one side of this aircraft carrier. Can you imagine that whoever bought this for these kids? They had a blue floor like it's in the ocean. This is freaking on. Who did this? Who does this? That's crazy. Yep, that's what I wanted.
Frank's printing a retraction. He said it's not the same one. It's a newer, upgraded model. So he's retracting his statement about the $6,000.
Okay.
So maybe hope you.
Casey, did you like?
I saw somebody the other day. I don't know if it was true or not, but it was looked like a trade show for people who collect sports memorabilia, and looked like specifically gym shoes. But it showed 2 guys negotiating over a $40,000 or $50,000 pair of Nike gym shoes. Crazy. I just can't imagine dropping 50 G's on a pair of gym shoes. Not me.
And here I am this whole time complaining about how I didn't have the aircraft carrier, but we literally owned, like in that picture that I showed you, we owned every vehicle that was used for the aircraft carrier between me and my brotber. Poor kids. Poor kids. Yeah. I'm reading what Apex. I'm reading what
charity. Might contact the local church and see if they can't drop off some gifts for them on Christmas Eve so they don't go without.
We were spoiled. We were spoiled for sure. Like there's no way. Yeah.
Christmas morning,
hey,
shit stacked from the fucking floor all the way to the chandeliers.
You know,
it took you guys 4 hours to open the presents up.
My mom, she was teaching me early on in life that there were finer things in life than toys.
And all the hookers down there loved him. He had these beautiful golden curls.
Just teasing. I'm just teasing. Mom, if you're listening, I love you. And I appreciate everything. I got to tell her a story. I got to tell a story. Did I tell you guys this story? Maybe I told you the story already. She sent me to her closet to pick something up out of the closet one time. I don't remember. It had to be probably like a month or 2 before Christmas. She was usually really early about getting some Christmas presents. So she sent me to her. She told me to go to her closet and get something out of the closet. And I walk into the closet and I see a bunch of our Christmas toys in there. And I lollygagged around a little bit at looking for whatever it was that I was supposed to get for her. I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was a pair of shoes. I don't remember what it was. But I lollygagged around a little bit, just kind of like looking at some of the... I didn't touch anything, but I was just looking at it with my eyes. And my mom came into her room, and she was like, "What are you doing?" And I think she had forgotten that she had all those Christmas presents sitting there. And then she threatened me. She was like, "That's it. I'm not giving you those Christmas presents. Those are your Christmas presents, and now you're not getting them because you found them." I was devastated. I was absolutely devastated because there was some really good stuff in there, and I was like, "Oh man!" And I felt so disappointed in the fact that I wasn't going to be getting some of this really cool stuff that was in the closet. She's like, "I'm going to give that to somebody else now. I'm going to just give it away." I was devastated. And then Christmas came around and we got it all. Everything that was in that closet was there. I was like, "Oh, thank God." I felt so much better. I was like, thank you.
Case, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I just checked my account. Yesterday's low was 294.
Let's see here. Let's go back. I see 294 in the aftermarket hours. Yeah.
In the in the market.
During
296.
296 during market hours.
Okay, so I made a mistake. Okay, because I had the buy limit 295, and I checked, and I said 294, and I went to see my account, and it never fulfilled. So
I don't know who your broker is, but some brokers do allow you to put in. Maybe I think. Well, actually, I might be wrong on this. I feel like some brokers allow you. No, that's not true. I think you actually have to
No,
put
no,
in.
my broker, no.
Yeah, I think you have to put in an order in the aftermarket hours to buy at that
Yes, no,
price.
no.
Yeah.
I checked. I checked in the Yahoo Finance, and I didn't check very precise, and I saw 294.7, but that was after hours.
Yeah.
I thought it was within trading hours. Okay.
No.
So okay.
For some reason,
Thank
a part of me feels like I've seen at least one broker where you could market for any time, including aftermarket hours as well. But the more I think about that, the more I don't think that's the case. But there might be one broker out there that does allow you to put in a certain amount and it will buy it no matter what time of the day.
Or you need the special options, right? Or you have to pay a premium or something. I
Yeah,
guess.
there is usually a premium attached to orders that are made in the aftermarket hours. So yeah, I think that's the reason why they usually force you to put in a second, because they want to make sure that you see. This is where it gets kind of weird. If the broker that I'm talking about, because I'm not going to just go out there and name any specific broker, but the broker I'm talking about, I think there was a way for you to be able to go in and change the options in your account by signing a waiver that essentially gave you access to an additional feature that allowed you to buy it anytime, no matter whether it was. So it was basically you saying, like, I approve any transactions that I put in here, regardless, so that they didn't force you to put in an aftermarket hour order because of the extra fees that were incurred during that period of time. But I may be wrong, but I feel like that was something that I remember from the past. And maybe not everybody knows about that. Somebody asked me about the Kung Fu grip. I think it might have been Frank. Frank, you're in the back of the Big Tramp, or at least you were in the back of the Big Tramp, and you could have said that. I actually didn't play with the life size, or not life size, but the larger size G.I. Joes. I don't remember there being a Kung Fu grip on the small little action figures. Those were the ones I played with. I never once owned a old style G.I. Joe. The ones that were like dolls. Never.
8-inch, the ones that were 8-inch tall, 10
yeah.
inches.
Yeah, I never had an 8-inch.
Yep.
That's right. I never had one of those. Tom says you missed out then. All right. Well, speaking of missing out,
because those were the ones that had all the good accessories. I mean, they had, they were just far superior as opposed to your little, tiny little Lego shaped sized action figures. The bigger ones had so many more things that you could add, interchange.
Apex is like, I got a G.I. Joe from a yard sale once. Come on, Apex. You're killing me, man. You're killing me. All right, let me take you guys over the other screen because it is time to take a look at the numbers. This is... All right, fine. I'll stop talking about it. All right, remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. I do not know. Yes, I do. I know exactly why things are not showing up on the page here. Give me 1 second while I go through everything and cause it to pop back up and populate. That should do it. There we go. Price prediction tally points. You'll notice that TB has an extra point in there, and that's because he directly nailed the price prediction yesterday correctly at $2.95 for the close. So congratulations to TB for starting off the week with a nice extra bonus point there yesterday. And then for today, this is not meant as financial advice. Here are the price predictions from the group. With the low end of the totem pole this morning, Twisty's got 267 to 327. I've got 269 to 329. TB has 270 to 330, and Apex has 273 to 333. There is a 6-penny spread between four people who are predicting price for the day today. Short exempt volume. I was entirely shocked. I think we had like 9.5 million, if I remember correctly off the top of my head. Let me go back and verify. Yep, 9.5 million shares traded yesterday. And we ended up having short exempt volume being a very high number for that quantity of volume. We had 199,800 shares in short exempt volume. Utilization did drive up some more to 91.75%. The day-over-day price change yesterday was down 1.99%. Max pain did not change for this week at all. It stayed at 350. It did change in the future weeks ahead. 1 week to as low as $3 in the future. And then the very week after that, I think it's the 17th of May, shows a $4 max pain. It's the first time that it goes back up to $4. Taking a look at off-exchange numbers, by this time of the day, I would expect there to be about 44% going through off-exchange and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. We've been seeing EDGX at very low numbers lately, and I think a lot of that volume going through off exchanges as an end result instead of going through that exchange, because those numbers are much, much higher. We have 56.03% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 5.01. The combined total 61.04%, or about 7.04% higher than what I would expect normally. More than likely, part of the reason why we're not seeing more price improvement for the day-to-day as of right now would be due to that. Taking a look at CHX volume for AMC, it's at 1,200 shares, nothing unusually large. GME's CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at about 500 shares. According to IBKR, so far this morning, there's been a lot of shares returned. This is what we want to see have happen, as that likely means somebody's closing out put positions, which is bullish. Let's see here. Looks like they borrow, according to IBKR, there's been about 50,000 share borrow so far this morning, and then mainly returned shares. So let me write that down in my notes. Yesterday we had about 1.05, actually about 1.5 million shares. No, 1.1 million shares borrowed yesterday. We're about 0.05 or 50,000 so far. IBKR is showing fees up to 2.92% right now. This is just for IBKR. Institutional ownership this morning was still at 76.41%, or 76.41 million shares. It's still the same value. It has not changed. Let's take a look at options. Maybe. As of yesterday, the highest amount of call volume was at a $3.50 strike. Wow, what is going on this morning? It is dead. Our highest amount of volume coming in at a $3.50 strike. There's 729 contracts. A runner-up is $3. We have a dead options market. On puts, highest amount of puts coming in at a $3 strike. There was 3.1 thousand contracts yesterday in total. Right now there's 281 contracts at 3. Guys, this has to be probably one of the lowest amounts of volume that I've ever seen by this time of the morning, ever. Like, it is just dead. Market at this point in time is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $3 and $3.50 by the end of the day today. Take you guys over to the other page here. It's very shocking how dead that is. We did get one of our old charts that we used to look at, which was where the buying and selling pressure was being reported at according to Fidelity. We got that page back up again, and which is kind of cool because we can kind of cover that information and take a look at it. I think it is important to kind of identify what's happening throughout the day. So I'm glad that it's back up and running. But let's start off with Ortex here. This should be interesting to see what's going on here. So far for the day-to-day, 1.12 million shares having been borrowed. That's going to drive the estimated short share interest of the free float up to 20.29%. Cost to borrow ends at 0.39, average is 4.42, and max is 8.93. We're continuing to see those numbers drive up more and more, and we will the higher the utilization gets. Now, I want to show you guys some interesting stuff. I think we may have had a exchange reported short interest report this morning. We did. Let's take a look at what this looks like here. So this means that tomorrow, depending on, we got the new reported amount of exchange reported short interest. And if we pull up the estimated amount that they were estimating, you can see that the new reporting amount, you know what? This is not update yet. This is not new. Is this new? This isn't new. Hold on a second here. March 15th. I don't feel like that's new. That's what I'm waiting for the data that's coming through on March 27th. Never mind. I thought we had newly reported information. It could be that maybe we won't see the information until tomorrow morning. I was seeing online earlier that it looked like the new reported amount had come in and it was much, much higher than what was anticipated. So we may see a big adjustment tomorrow on the estimated short share interest of the free float. If we see it spiking tomorrow, you'll know why. It's because Ortex will have reported the actual numbers going into tomorrow. And that should give us data up to about the 28th of March. Anyways, moving on. Utilization day over day increasing from 90.48% to 91.75%. On loan amount increased day over day from 83.98 million shares to 86.69, a new all-time high record, and an increase day over day by it looks like I wrote 2 point. Man, I can't read my own writing. Why does my handwriting suck? What the hell? Hold on a second. Yeah, 2.71 million new shares on loan. So check this out. This is crazy. Well, actually, before I do that, estimated short share interest of the free float's going to rise as a result. It went from 19.71% to 20.12%. And here's the part that's crazy. Yesterday, we only had like 1.2 something million shares in newly loaned shares. And one would think, okay, well, when you got 100 and, nearly 100, you have like almost 90 million shares on loan. 1 million shares is not going to be enough to drop your on loan average age per day. And we were right. That's the correct thinking because yesterday the on loan average age per day did go up. Today, when I saw 2.71 million new shares on loan, I thought to myself, surely this must be enough shares to at least cause it to flatline. That's a lot of shares. And it didn't. On loan average age per day still rising. And in fact, not only is it rising, it jumped from 29.81 average days to 31.52. It jumped up a bit. This means that they're going to have to start loaning, on average, probably somewhere close to 3 million shares a day or more just to get that number to not continuously increase exponentially. And one of the things that I've mentioned to you guys in the past is that whenever we've seen a downtrend in this number and we've seen at least 2 days of upwards momentum on this, that means that you're in for within 15 trading days, you should see a spike in price because somebody's going to try and buy shares to reduce the amount of shares that are on loan. So somebody's going to have to start buying here within the next 15 trading days. Do remember, pulling up the calendar right here, 15 trading days from the 4th. Remember, we'll go back to the date where we saw a bottom on this, and it's going to show April 4th. We had the 5th off, so we're going to count 15 trading days is the 25th, but we have to add a day because we didn't have a trading day on the 5th. And so we're looking at like somewhere between now and the 26th of this month. One last metric to look at. Security lending volume. Increased day over day from 3.32 million to 4.48. MMRI was at 286.05 this morning and is now dropped down to 282.41. That's a pretty decent drop. The spread between the 2-year, 10-year... Oh, you know what? I didn't look at these numbers this morning. Otherwise, I would have had something else written down on the board. Yesterday, the spread when we ended the day between the 2-year, 10-year bond rates was 0.364. As of right now, it's currently at, and I'm going to take this number down as the beginning of the day number, 0.369. So that 286 MMRI to 282 is overnight numbers. I wonder if I skipped over that this morning. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's take a look and see where we're at here on this. See if AMC or GME is on the top 30 most heavily traded stocks based off of orders according to Fidelity. I'm so glad this page is back up because I really want to see what we're doing in regards to that. And I don't necessarily expect us to be on this list, especially with our low quantities of volume. But if we are on here, that's even better. But AMC and GME are not on this list. It might also give you guys some insights as to some other things that are happening in the marketplace. Taking a look at SSR trigger price for the day, 266. Shares out of the money this morning. 64.6 thousand contracts are out of the money in the calls versus 11.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 14.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 12.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. See, 64, 74, 78, 79. 79,000 contracts are out of the money. This morning, earlier, it was 81,000 contracts out of the money. So that's actually a little bit more down. We started off the week with 69,000 nice contracts out of the money. So it's only 10,000 more right now than where we started the week. NASDAQ is up 0.38, Dow Jones is down 0.04, and the S&P 500 is up 0.09. We have 3,296 advancers to 1,932 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining and cooking with bacon grease at this point in time. It's because it's looking hot and tasty. Let's check things out and see where things are headed. We only have two down sectors. The worst sectors for this morning are financials and industrials. The top performing sectors for the day-to-day are real estate, followed by consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, 5 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions, one of the worst performing sectors for this morning. Anything that's changed more than 2.5% in price since yesterday will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 2.65%. And is the only one I'm shouting out. Gold is up 1.02% and trending up pretty good. Silver is up 1.67% and trending up pretty good. Ethereum Classic is down 2.31 and trending down. The US dollar is down 0.21, trending down, and has dropped below 104. This is the period of time where I expected to see we're getting a crush on the dollar. This is the period of time where I thought we might see a retest of 106. Oil is up, or down rather, I should say, 1.71 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.36 to 0.4 and gapped up, but are starting to trend up just barely. SPY is up 0.07 and consolidating after a trend down. VIX is up 1.71 at 1545. The futures for the VIX, what are they showing? VIX showing 1528 for the futures, so the VIX should be coming down, but currently trending up. VTI is up 0.09 and trending, consolidating after a trend down. VB is up 0.23. Gapped up at market open, kind of trended down for a little bit and is now starting to trend back up, breaking that, getting a reversal in from that trend down. Tesla is up 3.24 and trending up. Amazon is up 0.78, trending up. Cinemark is up 0.44, trending up. Doge is down 2.99 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.37, trending down. GME is up 1.2 and trending up. HYMC is up 0.29 and trending down. Looks like it's trying to break that trend currently. NCMI is down 0.29, trending down. Hood is down 0.62, and slightly trending up after a downtrend at the beginning of market open. And AMC is up 1.69% and consolidating after trend up at market open. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately $600,000 more outflow than inflow. 2.59 million shares traded. After 55 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 18.36 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million, and I also suggested that we would see just about the same amount of volume today, maybe fractionally higher than the 9.5 we had yesterday. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.56, which is it's below average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.46, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.5, which is just slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.24, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto, I do believe that there was some dilution that occurred yesterday at the end of the market. If you were watching the order book, a crap ton of 20,000, 30,000, 10,000 orders showed up on both the bid and the ask side of the order book. And oftentimes I feel like when you just see it absolutely loaded with that many shares, that there was some kind of dilution that probably occurred during that period of time. So some of our charts are going to be jacked up again, right? Like, remember, every time there's dilution, it's going to mess with your indicators. So, but as it stands for the day today, the indicator is saying that lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. To get above the cloud for a buy signal, we would need to see price hitting somewhere above 305 for the day today. So 305 is the number I got marked down for the 1-hour chart. On the 4-hour chart, this one's going to be jacked up as well too, but a buy signal would show for this indicator on anything priced above 325. I actually marked 330 down, and I'm going to stick to that 330 number. And the reason I say that is that moving up to 330 would cause we need to get the conversion to cross the base, the lagging line to cross price line. At 335, I think that would occur. And we would be outside of a cloud. We would be on the bottom side of a cloud. This would be one of those kind of situations where price would have a chance to run from somewhere around 335 all the way up to, before it even hits the cloud, to somewhere around 360 before the end of the day is over. There's like a good 25-cent range in there where price could have some buying pressure and help to boost it through a thin portion of the cloud. Now remember, this whole cloud here is really jacked up due to the dilution and should actually be a lot lower. But the actual buy signal, based off of this indicator right now, is saying 330. Right down here. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. What's the goal for the day today? Reduce volatility. That's going to be the goal for the day today by institutions. They do not want volatility. How do you reduce volatility? Simple. Trade the price sideways. Reduce interest. Let's see here. Short interest now is sitting at 20.29%. Mac Nedby says these shills really need to update their strategy. They literally coming in here with face paint on. Day of Reckoning says, "What's the highest short interest for Amy, and how can that scale up and down?" First off, I'm just kind of curious. Like, why do people have? I mean, if you're going to write 3 letters, why don't you just write AMC? Like I've always kind of been curious about that. Like, I mean, I understand I understand why you would put, maybe in like a Twitter tweet because you don't want, people aren't going to get it. But if you wanted an answer on here, like, why would you type? You got to type 3 letters anyways. Why not just put AMC in there? Like, I've never understood that. I just don't get it. But anyway, I'm not trying to dog on you or anything.
It's an attempt to show affection.
Is that what it is?
To show affection or affinity.
I've just never understood like the idea behind like why you would.
It's quite common.
I understand. Acronyms make sense to me because you're trying to reduce what you're putting in. MacNedB says no, it's Amy. It's Amy. All right. Well, all right. Term of endearment. I guess I just don't get that. And you know why I don't get it?
You're devoid of love. It's just that simple.
Yeah. I'm the asshole. I don't get it. All right. Let's see. Let's take a look and see here. Let's pull up the chart because I do like looking at that kind of stuff. So let's see. And this is actually an interesting topic point that's being brought up here because I had made an incorrect statement over the weekend, and censored content actually caught me on it and corrected me. And I appreciated the fact that what he was saying brings up like a really, really, really interesting point here. And I'll show you why it brings up an interesting point. We're going to put the chart back all the way back to as far as I can, which goes all the way back to April 15th of 2019. And I'm going to throw up the short interest on the page here, the estimated short interest based off of the free float at the time. And one of the highest points that we had ever seen was around 69.68%. Nice. But one of the things that I want to show you here is what's really, this is kind of one of the interesting things here. Some people might suggest that, shorts are closing out their positions if that's the case. Well, I guarantee you there was some closing out of positions back in January, back in June of 2021. But what I want you to remember is that one of the key factors that's included in days to cover, DTC, is all of the shares that are on loan. Why? Why is it that they count all of the shares that are on loan? Why don't they just count the short interest as part of what's needed to cover? And I'll tell you, because not everything that's short interest that's not everything that needs to be covered. In a situation where somebody is actually margin called, they got to cover everything, which is why they count all the shares on loan. And when I pull up on loan shares, in contrast to what we've seen from the past, we're by far at one of the most highest levels we have ever seen. That is, you need to take that into account. Yes,
that's often overlooked.
Very overlooked. This is by far one of the highest amounts of it's high. It's really, really super high.
Yeah, it's always a stark difference. There's always a stark difference. Yeah.
So make sure you understand that, right? Like when people are talking about is short interest at one of the highest rates that it has ever been at? No, it's not. But we have by far one of the highest amounts of on loan amount of shares that are out there, and those are also shares that have to be covered. They are, absolutely. They can't just sit there and continue to borrow in a margin call. There are limitations. So take that into account when you're looking at what's out there, right? Like, and one of the other numbers I can put on the screen here and take off the estimated short share interest, the free float, is the exchange reported short interest, right? Look at that. It's the amount of shares, not the percentage of the free float, but the amount of shares that actually are out on loan for short interest. Highest number ever. It's not a low number. So do not let people try and steer you down this path of, the exchange reported short interest isn't very high. We've had much, much higher numbers from the past, because I guarantee you that's the argument that people are trying to make. Understand what the numbers are really telling you. The numbers are really telling you that this is the shittiest of shittiest storms that hedge funds have ever been in. Right now. It's never been worse. Right now is the worst. If you're hedging on against AMC as a winner, it's looking bad. Really, really, really bad for you right now. Because it is not getting better. Just throwing that out there. You need to know the numbers. We're getting reports of SPY dumping. Let's go take a look at it.
Ken Griffin needs to finish his the mansion build that he's currently involved in with Miami. Sooner he gets that done, he needs to get that done because
we're going to come over
that's
there.
What he's kicking the can for. When everything implodes and falls, that's all he's going to be left with. So he knows he's finished. He's just got to finish that house and get the final inspection and the CO, which stands for Certificate of Occupancy. He needs to close on all that, and then once that's finished, he can let the rest of it burn down, so he'll have that remaining. So maybe that'll be our catalyst the day he finishes the build out.
Tom says, but they're lending out shares that they do not own, correct? You mean rehypothecating? I would change that statement to rehypothecating, yes. I do believe that to be the case. Let me take you back to that screen because somebody's asking what was it specifically in the time where we were squeezing in May of 2021. Let's see. Let's go back here, and I'll make sure and put up the actual estimated short share interest of the free float because I know that's really kind of what you're looking for to be more specific. And we'll zoom in on just that time frame so you can see it. We'll put big, nice and big on the screen for you here. So these are the numbers leading into one of the highest points that we got to just prior to the May run-up. It was about 23.61% short share interest of the free float with a on-loan amount of about 17.33 million shares and a very close to that time exchange reported short interest was about 10.72 million shares. Contrast to now, we'll just go based off of these numbers back here with the last exchange reported short interest. We'll be getting a number here sooner in just about a week or less. The exchange reported short interest is 36.33 million shares. The estimated short share interest of the free float's at 13.05 during this period of time that I'm looking at. And the, where's the other number? Oh, on loan amounts 45.35 million. Here's what I would suggest. If there's anybody out there who's trying to convince you that our estimated short share interest of the free float's nowhere near what it needs to be to have any kind of a squeeze type situation, that person is not on your side. They're not on your side at all because they're discounting what's happening right here. And when they discount this information and they're only trying to provide you this information right here, they say, look at this one point right here. Look at this one data point. It can't possibly be in a squeeze situation because look what happened back here. When they say that, they're not on your side. I don't know who it is that's saying it, but I guarantee you they're not on your side. And they're trying to convince you that this is not the way that we're losing. Guaranteed. You need to look at the overall picture of what's happening. It is much, much bigger than what they're trying to portray. And I personally block those people out of my life. Why? Because I know they're only here to push a narrative that I'm going to be the loser. And I know better. I know way better. And I'm not going to let that person or those people discourage me. Block. Easy blocks. Block, block, block all day long. So easy to do. I'll never see them again. They got to go create, or at least they'll have to do the work to go create a new account. And at the very least, it makes me happy to know that they have to do that work. Right? If you want to be shilling, go do some ass work. On me.
and imagine dedicating your time to that. You get however many waking hours in a day, and you dedicate a block of time
Yep.
to that sort of activity. It's the most telling thing from the beginning. I've always said this is like, I've never been a part of something where complete strangers are so obsessed with my money.
And sometimes it's not
The
even complete
strange
strangers.
phenomenon. I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
And I've been a horse trader for farm equipment, cattle, land. I've been in real estate. I have never once in any of those businesses encountered complete strangers so utterly obsessed with what I buy and how much I pay for it. Crazy.
Mm-hmm. It is.
It's not just other traders or regular people. It's media too.
Yeah. You know, if there's any one more encouraging thing is the fact that even though we're supposedly no longer a play, we're still in their mouth. They can't stop talking about us even though we're no longer a play.
Right.
How encouraging should that be? That should be very, very encouraging to anybody who's choosing to continue to maintain or invest in AMC. We're still a news topic.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Charles Gasparino gets on X on the weekends and even holidays because his family hates hanging out with him too, and the only thing he has to do is get on X and fucking argue with complete strangers. It's like, dude, tell me you don't like us without telling us you don't like us.
Yeah. This last weekend there was a bunch of people who were blocking him that I guess hadn't blocked him before. I don't know if I have him blocked or not, but I'm not going to go type in his name to go see. I never see any of his posts, so I'm assuming that maybe I blocked him at some point or another. But I'm not going to go. The one thing I'm not going to do is go advertise by clicking on somebody's account that's going to help me to advertise somebody who's against my investment. I'm not going to do it. Why in the world would I want to give that person any kind of notoriety whatsoever?
Yeah. Roadrunner called it. He just wants to be relevant, so he just needs the engagement. Even if it's bad, it keeps him in the.
Yep.
It keeps the spotlight on him.
And that's why I'm not going to give it to him.
The worst thing you can do is what they call it neutral engagement.
The minute
Either
I see one of
attacking or supporting.
Yep.
Yeah.
The minute that I see one of his
Neutral
posts
engagement.
though, if that comes through and I see a post of him and he's saying something negative about AMC, blocked. Instantly.
Right.
I'm not even going to think. I'm not even going to waste a breath.
That'd be the last time you ever. That's the last time you ever engage with him.
Yep.
Yep.
Engagement is critical. Apex says who? He lives off of it. He needs us. In fact, I'm kind of convinced that guy probably wouldn't have a job right now working for. Who's he working for? Fox? I think he's working for Fox. I don't think he would even have a job right now with Fox if it hadn't been for Apes supporting his career because of the negativity. I really and honestly think that somebody else would be filling his shoes. We're the only reason he gets any kind of advertisement whatsoever. Hello, Joel says VIX is spiking. Let's take a look at the futures. Futures on VIX are showing 1588. It's at 1604, so it's spiking a little bit more than it should, but it is definitely up. Let's take a look at it. 16. Oh, wait. What? Wow. Alrighty. Maybe we see 19 sooner than later. We are at the end of a cycle. Now, this should get interesting. Charles Payne was brought up as well. Some people were mentioning him, and somebody asked him if he was still holding AMC, and he said yes. But he has been kind of quiet on the AMC front for sure. Amazing Bluetooth says CPI tomorrow. I believe that is correct. On Wednesday it is. We have CPI numbers coming through. What do I have here? Hold on a second. Today we were supposed to get the NFIB optimum index. So let's see what we got here. We had previously it was 89.4. Median forecast was supposed to be up to 89.7. It came in at 88.5. Let me look up the article on this real quickly. Where would I do that? Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Today, what is today's date? April 9th. Let me try a different search here. Five hours ago. Here we go. U.S. small business gloomiest in a decade on inflation, job blues. Here we go. This is posted at 5:14 this morning. U.S. and small business owners are the most pessimistic they have been for more than a decade as tight job market and stubborn cost increases bite. The National Federation of Independent Business said Tuesday that it is small business optimism index dropped to 88.5 in March, confounding economists' expectations for a slight improvement from the 89.4 level in February, according to the poll conducted by the Wall Street Journal. It marks the worst outlook for small businesses since December 2012 amid numerous economic headwinds. NFIB chief economist Bill Dunkelberg said, a reading of 98 represents the survey's long-term average, below which optimism has now trailed for more than 2 years. Cost increases remain the primary concern for small businesses, with a quarter registering inflation as their single most important problem. Meanwhile, some 37% said that they were struggling to fill job openings. Increasingly, few owners expect real sales to grow in the months ahead. This is a quote here from Dunkelberg saying, inflation has once again been reported as the top business problem on Main Street, and the labor market has only eased slightly. You just wait until you see gas prices. Wait until you see when gas prices start blowing up what they start saying. Consumer price inflation came in hotter than expected in February and is expected to have picked up pace again in March, fueling fears that the Federal Reserve will struggle to bring annual price rises down to a 2% target. This in turn has cast a cloud over hopes of repeated interest rate cuts beginning in the summer, with some traders now betting that the Fed won't cut rates at all this year. Nearly a third of small businesses raised selling prices last month, according to the survey. The jobs market has similarly proved more dynamic than forecast, with more than 300,000 jobs added last month. Rising flows of migrant workers have added to the labor pool, but the market remains tight nonetheless, leaving employers with little choice but to keep raising wages. Labor costs remain the most important problem for around 10% of businesses, it said. Gloomer views among business owners match faltering consumer confidence, which slipped again last month as consumers painted a bleaker picture of the economic and political backdrop, according to a survey published by research group The Conference Board. So things are not as hunky-dory as thought. And we do have CPI data coming out tomorrow. Let me just check here. Expectations. The previous core CPI year over year was 3.8. I'm sorry, 3.2. And they're expecting a median forecast of 3.4, so an increase of 0.2 on the CPI year over year. I do find that oftentimes the market likes to price that in beforehand, so that the market
dynamics.
so the market can raise prices when everybody thinks that they should be. Like if they drop it today too much, they can raise the prices of everything tomorrow as everybody's thinking the prices are going to go down and collect money off of that. So expect maybe an overshoot.
CC. Yeah, I like the little echo there.
Yeah,
that's nice.
Let's see here. It looks like they're pushing HYMC down. I would imagine everything's getting pushed down right now.
Oh, Billy.
Good morning, love.
Good morning, censored content.
That is my new all-time favorite.
Good morning.
Nothing else even comes close to that. The giggle factor.
I believe I heard my name spoken earlier, so I had to come.
Oh yeah, that's right. I know you did. One of these days, Billy's gonna have to pop back up in here when he hears his name being called.
He was here this morning.
Was he?
Here, believe me, I'm so obsessed with it. Every time I see Bill A87, I'm like, come on, Censor, do it. Please, Censor, please do it. Come on, throw a dog a bone. But I know Censor content sometimes isn't here first thing in the morning. So, yeah, but Bill A was here about 45 minutes ago.
Classic.
Yeah, what's that say about me? That says a whole lot about me. That's what I'm focused on. That's the big focus of my morning, is looking to see if Billy's going to show up, and then I can expect to see that beautiful soundbite.
Marwood Studio says, "You are the best. We working in my wood shop listening to you." Well, if I can provide a little bit of a smile on your face throughout the day, then great. That's the whole thing. We're dealing with a massive psychological warfare right now, and smiling and laughing and come on, censored content, hit it. And a little bit of crashing of dishes. And crashing of dishes gets us through the day. You know? I had to throw in the at the end.
You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done.
Yeah. I swear I'm not a huge Rocky fan. I feel like I need to force myself to go back and watch those. I honestly don't think I've ever seen more than 2 of them all the way through. And I'm sure it was the first one, and I don't even know which one was the other one. Which one had the Russian in it? The blonde guy with all the
I got arrested at that one.
Was that number 2? Was that number 2? Which one was? Which one was that one?
That's 4.
4? I can't remember. I don't know. I don't know which ones I've seen now. Which one's the one where he beats up his kid? Not his kid. Who does he beat up? He beats up somebody in the alleyway. They go outside and they do a street fight at the end of the movie, I think. Which one was that one? What? Like, everybody's silent. None of you...
I'm screaming on the inside.
I get them all mixed up, but I think the first one was that Mr. T in the very first one?
Evan Drago was the second one.
I know.
5. 5 was Tommy Gunn.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've seen bits and pieces of a couple different ones, but I've never been able to finish them.
Me neither.
The last one, I think the last one is they're in production right now. It's the one where he's drunk and has been. He's turned into a crackhead and he beats Adrian every Friday night. I think that's the one they're working on now. He's lost his job. They've been
Get out of here. That's
falling
not
on hard times.
Robert says, just do what Casey
Clever
does.
Line was number 3.
Robert, by the way, is just real or awesome. Why do you switch between so many
Twisty
accounts?
said this great. Apollo Creed was the first 2. Yeah. Thanks, Twisty.
Wait, he was the first 2?
Yeah.
But did Rocky lose in the first one? And then he beat him up in the second one?
Was Apollo Creed, and then the second one they brought him back to reprise his role. And then after that, they started swapping him out. Thanks, Twisty.
I can't remember. Which one was Mr. T? 3?
3.
So Apollo helped him beat Mr. T, though, right?
Right.
Okay. And then 4 was the Russian, and 5 was some street kid that I think was part of the boxing club that Rocky was like training or something like that, and then he ends up, the trainer has to beat up the kid kind of thing, right? I think that's what it comes down to. Okay, well, I'm glad we ironed that out. Is there only 5? How many are there? Wait, hold on a second. I can look this one up myself.
Yeah, they kind of did the spinoff thing now where they're doing. They did Creed.
What the hell?
The spinoff was Apollo. It's supposed to be Apollo Creed's son, and I think that's a whole new.
Well, what's Rocky Balboa in 2006? What's that? Is that like 6, but they didn't want to call it 6? They called it Rocky Balboa, or what is that?
Got me on that one.
Donald saying Rocky Balboa was a damn good movie. I definitely did not see that one. I don't think. I understand why you would watch a boxing movie about as much as I understand why people don't like it when I am all happy and giddy about a baseball movie. They're both incredibly, like, I don't know, I feel like they're both really, some of y'all are going to hate that I say this. They're both boring sports. Sometimes there's just not,
Yeah,
I mean.
See, the thing is, Casey, that the movies aren't central to the sport. It's really about
the story around it,
about the characters.
Yeah. No, I get that. I totally agree. It's not about the sport at all. It's about the storyline. I get that. I totally do. Which is why I like some of those baseball movies. They've got amazing stories. But
the first Rocky movie was pure genius because what it tapped into was every man's belief somewhere deep down inside him that he could have been a contender.
Mm-hmm.
If I had dedicated myself to it, if I had chose that path, I could have done that. And that was why he didn't have to win. He didn't need to win the fight at the end. The fact that he made it in the ring, and like somebody just said earlier, he went the distance, was that was his victory. And then people, they see themselves in that moment. And, sucks them in.
I need more culture. I can't believe it. Here I am saying I need more culture.
GI Joe aircraft carrier, maybe.
Yeah, or that's right. I'm saying I need more culture by appreciating boxing movies instead of saying something like I need to go see some musicals. Because that's going to help round me out as a person. All right, it's time for numbers. Let's take a look.
Market dynamics.
That's right, market dynamics.
What's that?
Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with me moving some screens around. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 57.46% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 4.52. The combined total 61.98%, or 1.98% higher than I would expect. CHX volume for the day today is 1,200 shares. Nothing unusual about that. GME CHX volume for the day coming in at 570 shares. Also nothing unusual. IBKR is currently showing 950,000 shares available to borrow with fees at 2.92%. Taking a look at the amount of shares having been borrowed according to Ortex, it was 1.12 million shares as of an hour ago and has been reduced to about 714,000 shares having been borrowed. That might slightly drop the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 20.22%. Cost borrow mins at 0.39, average is 4.42, max 8.93. Shares on loan for the day today is an 86.69 million shares. That's a new all-time high record, with an increase of 2.71 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 1.08 million of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago, coming in at a $3.50 strike. There was 700 contracts for the day. It's now a $3 strike, and we're starting to see some more volume now. There's 2.5 thousand contracts in volume at 3. Puts are still really low in volume at a $3 strike. We went from 200 contracts-ish to 500. So the market is extremely bare in volume in the derivatives right now. Where am I going next here? The market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $275 and $325 based off of the current option movement. Taking a look at the other screen here, let's give a quick look at to see the most heavily traded stocks based off of orders according to Fidelity. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list, but I would encourage you to take a look at the list as I scroll through it for any maybe useful information that you're seeing. Neither of which are on there, by the way. MMRI as of an hour ago was at 282.41. It's now 282.65, slight increase. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield an hour ago when I checked it was approximately 0.369 and is currently at 0.37. Not much of a change. NASDAQ is down 0.45, Dow Jones is down 0.7, and the S&P 500 is down 0.6. We have 2,726 decliners to 2,672 advancers. The market is a lot more declining this hour than it was an hour ago. Definitely showing in the market overall, the swing. Because we were cooking with bacon grease as of an hour ago. Sectors. We only had 2 red sectors an hour ago. We only have 2 green sectors now. Utilities and real estate are the only 2 green sectors. The worst performing sector at this point is going to be financials, followed by industrials. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that are have changed more than 2.5% in price since yesterday are going to get a shout out. Coinbase is down 5.17%. NYCB is down 2.58. Lots and lots of red. Nothing yet else to read off. This one's pretty close. American Express is down 2.45. There might be some news there. I'm kind of curious if they're going to start talking about Wall Street securities analysts revised their ratings and price targets on several U.S. listed companies, including CME Group, Danimer Scientific, and Intercontinental Exchange on Tuesday. What does that have to do with American Express? I'm just kind of wondering if there's defaults that are occurring right now. Gold is currently up 0.53, but starting to trend down. Silver is up 0.41, also starting to trend down. Ethereum Classic is down 5.61 and trending down. The US dollar is down 0.03 and is currently trending down, but gapping up. And just as I said that, it gaps up above 104. Oh, I got it on a 1 hour time interval. My bad. Hold on a second. I didn't realize that. It is driving up and above 104 at this point in time. WTI or oil is down 1.52 and consolidating after a downtrend. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.38 to 0.42 and consolidating. SPY is down 0.63 and starting to consolidate a little bit after a downtrend. VIX is up 8.23% and trending up at 16.44, and the futures are suggesting 15.73, so it has moved up quite a bit more than what the futures are suggesting it should be at. VTI is down 0.59 and consolidating after a downtrend. VB is down 0.33 and starting to break the downtrend into a little bit of an uptrend. Tesla is up 1.54 trending down. Amazon is up 0.25 trending down. Cinemark is up, or down rather, 0.42 trending down. Doge is down 5.03 trending down. Bitcoin is down 3.01 trending down. GME is up 2.08 and trending up. HYMC is down 3.82 trending down. NCMI is down 0.96 trending down. HOOD is down 2.1 trending down, and AMC is up 0.51 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately almost $100,000 more outflow than inflow. 4.06 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 97 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 16.32 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25 million, and felt that there's a very good chance that we see very similar volume to what we had yesterday, around 9.5 million to maybe slightly more.
Should be a great second half.
And it's starting to look that way. The VIX has overshot itself, which means that the VIX is probably going to correct itself, and the SPY should start having a better second half than it did first. On a 4 hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.21, which is below average. On a 1 hour time interval, we have a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.35, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.99, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.75, which is below average. We did print a TD9 here on the way down, which usually means that there's going to be a reversal kicking in. We did hit the Bollinger Bands on the way down on this last downwards attempt, so we should see the price coming back and correcting itself to the simple moving average and retesting that before potential either move beyond it upwards or a retest of some newer lows. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp. Thank you, thank you. Either that or Yucca's here. Nope, Yucca's not here. Whoa, Tom. Whoa. Who does such a thing? I'll tell you who should. Did you guys see the pair of balls for the Eclipse video? That's who needs to use a razor.
I can't believe they put that. they put that on a news network. I cannot believe that.
They put it on the news network? No way. They did not. Did they really?
They
No.
put it on the Spanish news network.
Okay, the Spanish news network. I was gonna say there's no way they put that on the U.S. network. Just no way.
Well, nobody looks at the end of the video.
Chi-Town
They don't
Turtle
just
says.
skip to the end.
Chi-Town Turtle says, "Yeah, it was nuts." Yeah. We need a topic matter for a joke for Danny for the day today. Does anybody? Are you okay with an eclipse? I mean, we didn't.
Market dynamics.
No, we're not going to do market dynamics. What about? Is eclipse okay?
It's National Unicorn Day.
National Unicorn Day. Ooh, that might actually be pretty good. We can try that. Let me see here. Let me throw in a unicorn joke for ChatGPT. Give me just a second. I got to pull it up here.
There's not a lot going on today. But, National Former Prisoner of War Recognition Day and National Library Workers Day. So it's really not much.
Okay. I'm gonna send this. It's gonna be on unicorns. I'm sending it to Danny right now. Hopefully, Danny. He may have started school back up. It's not the same. I think he had spring break last week. My guess is, I had something really weird happen over here in Texas. Apparently, there was 2 different cities here in Austin. There's Round Rock and I think Austin. Said that they quote unquote forgot to give kids a holiday on Good Friday. And so they let them have yesterday off instead. You don't forget. And so I'm starting to wonder, did they just plan to move the holidays to Monday so that kids could have that eclipse off? And they just wanted to act like they forgot to give them Good Friday? Or I feel like that's too planned. Feels very planned to me. My kids aren't in that school district, so it doesn't really matter. They went to school yesterday and saw it from school, but I thought that was just kind of weird that they would plan that. Sue says, let's talk about P. Diddy's parties. Why, have you been to one? I wouldn't know the first thing about them. I hear Justin Bieber does. I don't know anything about those parties, though. I feel like schools like they usually do their planned vacation days like the summer before. Like and they're usually always based right around normal federal holidays. So why in the world they would forget Good Friday? I have no idea. Let's talk about Ellen's parties. Man, we don't go to any of those parties. I'm not staying in. I'm not following any of that junk. I'm just not. I ain't got time for that. We'll let the law figure it out. I don't know. I ain't got time for that stuff. I want to find out what Pepperoni's learning about being an artist, a tat artist. That's pretty cool.
I wonder if he's given pizza tattoos.
Expertise in pizza tattoos. Yeah.
I'd get a slice.
I mean, pizza's that one staple that I would never give up. I could care less if the doctors tell me I'm about ready to, like, if I put one more anything in my mouth that's greasy is going to kill me, or salty or greasy is going to kill me. I'd be like, well, guess I'm dying soon because I'm not stopping pizza.
What kind of pizza do you like, Doc?
Right? Let's order one. We'll get it started. That would actually be really funny to do. Like as soon as you like going to what is it called? Is it called cardiologist? What is it?
Heart doctor?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it's cardiologist. I got it. I was pretty close.
You got it.
Yeah, cardiologist. So let's say you have a cardiologist appointment, and you're like, oh, let's go to the cardiologist, and then you walk in there, and you'd like just take in like the personal Pizza Hut pan pizza with you, and like he's like talking to you, you're just like eating the pizza. You're like, yeah, okay. What else about my arteries? Okay.
You know what? You made me remember something. I'm gonna DM you this. You're gonna laugh your ass off.
Sam says it's hard to watch Home Alone these days and hear the price of the 20 pizzas they bought now. I remember that, Sam. I saw that this last Christmas, and they said the price of the pizzas in the beginning. And I was like, I remember choking on that as well. Like, damn, that was cheap. I think I get 2 large pizzas for the kids and 1 large pizza for me and my wife, or 1 medium pizza for me and my wife to share. Actually, scratch that. It's a large pan toss, but
Ham, pepperoni, and ham sausage.
it ends up looking like a medium-sized pizza because it's definitely smaller when it's pan. But anyways, I get 3 pizzas, maybe some bread sticks or something to go with it, bread knots or whatever. I think the total bill runs me like close to $50. Pretty sure. I think it is. I think it's really close to 50 after the coupons and everything are all good. ABC Pediatrics of Florida says, what does it mean that Antara had to freeze its assets? It means that they didn't make the money that everybody thought. There's a lot of people who are shilling against AMC and suggesting that Antara, was getting let off the hook. In the fact that they were doing a deal with AMC. And this proves the point. It simply proves the point that the statements that were being made about them getting let off the hook is not the case, because now I can't think of anything closer to shutting your doors down than freezing your liquid assets. I mean, that's basically the next step, right? Like the next step after freezing your liquid assets is basically saying like we're shutting our doors. We're selling off everything that we have.
The only way that works out in a good way for them is if it's like you said with Michael Burry earlier, as if in the end he ends up making them a shit ton of money
on the frozen assets.
Forgive him,
right?
But on the frozen assets. But if this thing goes sideways, if I hand you my money, KC, and then I come to you and say I don't want to play anymore, and you say sorry, pirate, I can't. You're
locked
give it back
in.
To you.
Yep, you're locked in.
There's only one outcome for you. It's hero or zero, because when it's all said and done, you're done as a family office. Every word will spread really fast that you didn't let people take their money out when they wanted it, and then on top of that, you lost all of it.
No, it's not a self-imposed margin call. It's basically buy and hold. That's what they're doing. They made a purchase. They set a position, and now they're forcing their customers to hold that position in anticipation that they're going to be winners. And if they don't, they lose it all. That's what it is. It's not a margin call. There were a couple different key points as to I kind of covered very briefly just the kind of different five different topics as to why potentially somebody would freeze their liquid assets, specifically a hedge fund. Redemption requests, like the people who are invested with a company are basically saying like they want their assets. Like if you had a lot of that, now there's
I'm done. I want out. Give me
yeah,
my money.
I went out. I'm giving them money, and so they're like, nope, frozen. Can't take your money out. Sorry, you're locked in.
Yeah. Read the fine print. Read the fine print.
Market turmoil, and there's definitely that going on right now. So that could be part of the reason why they're locked. I mean, there could be more than one reason, right? It doesn't just have to be one. It could be many. Market turmoil would be another. Risk management. Sometimes any of the positions that they may have open may end up being high risk, and if that's the case, they need to hold. It's really what it comes down to. They just need to hold, and they believe that they'll be successful the longer they hold for. This is the one that we probably would have no idea on, but regulatory compliance. We all know that they operate.
Ordered.
Right?
If it's a court ordered, it could be a court ordered freeze.
Yeah. Well, in this particular case, at least we think we know that based off the news, court order is not.
Yeah, I didn't mean to apply this with Antara, but I mean that's just another way that.
Sure. Yeah.
It's another example of how somebody could be involved in some sort of legal action where the court step in and freeze everything until they can unsort the fuckery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unwind.
In regards to the regulatory compliance, we all know that the hedge funds operate with limitations to, or they have restrictions on their liquidity that they have. And if their funds were to be removed, they could potentially have a margin call. And that would be the regulatory compliance, right? Like if they have anything else removed from their company, if there's any more funds that are taken out or anything that harms the positions that they're holding, they could get margin called. And so that's why they may be freezing their assets, right? Their illiquid assets. Fund strategy is the last section here. Let me read through this real quick because I'm not sure. I feel like that kind of covers. I feel like fund strategy, like the way that they may be choosing to invest the money, is kind of almost like covered in all those other four topics, right? Like other than the regulatory compliance and maybe the market turmoil, risk management and redemption requests. It's all about how they invest their funds, right? Like in funds, if their funds are set up in a particular strategy that is going to be risky or ultra risky, then they can't afford to have anybody, again, pulling out any kind of money or moving any assets around, because then it would harm the positions ultimately of all of their investors.
It's similar to having a run on the banks. It's like if word gets out that a bank's having trouble, and they might not necessarily be in real bad trouble, but the mere mention of it makes people want to go draw their money out. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah. Do you think they are net long or net short? If I had, I mean, they're a hedge fund. I would have to say short. Manjit, good morning to you. I saw somebody, man, I should have retweeted this. Sometimes I want to retweet stuff, and then other times I'm just kind of like, don't do it because you don't know how it's going to play out or if it's even real. And yesterday, as I was going through, and I hadn't done the research yet on whether or not that was a real article, I stumbled upon something that somebody had said in the community on Twitter that was absolutely spot on. And I wanted to retweet it, but I had not done the looking into it yet because I try to avoid that until I've looked into things a little bit more. And let me see if I can find this, because what she said was just absolutely spot on. Oh, man, I wish I could remember what her name is. If she's listening right now, I apologize, but I will give you a shout out if I find your quote in here. I'm going to hate myself. I just know it. Actually, I know where to find it. Hold on a second here. I just remembered. She made a comment not too long ago that I responded to. Casey needs better filing system. I need a way to be able to like save. That's what I need. I need to open up like a side note page somewhere and just like copy and paste things down and be like, this. Remember this. Like this is something you need to remember. Here it is. Okay, I just found.
I can barely navigate all of the options that we have now. They have options to pin something and start a thread. They show a little icon of a spool of thread, sewing thread. I'm like, I don't know what any of that shit means, much less how to use it.
Mm-hmm. It over time you get better, right? I mean, the more you work with it, the better you get at it.
Well, you have to admit, I've shown you some. Of course, when I first met you, I couldn't even get into Discord. You had to give me step-by-step instructions. So I've come a long way since you started tutoring, and I'm grateful.
I was impressed. What was it yesterday when we threw you in the hot mic section? You came back really fast.
Have you got back out?
Yeah, I was really impressed how quickly you managed to find your way out of there. It was fast.
I was unaware I was even put in the penalty box. So that shows you. I don't know what happened.
How in the world
just thought it was some
did you get
anomaly.
back then? Oh, you didn't even realize? You were just you just probably exited out and then went back in.
I went to hot mic jail yesterday and didn't even know it. No
yeah.
Yeah, you didn't even write in the wall, man.
Really? What was I going on? What was I going off about?
You're talking to the missus about something. I forget what it was.
Oh, okay.
But I tried to move you. I moved you pretty quick. I was like, I'm not gonna.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, it could. It
here
could
it is.
Been any number of
it.
things. Yeah.
I finally found this. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna destroy her name. I apologize in advance. Cruelachos. I don't know. On Twitter, she was responding to the article about Antara freezing liquid assets, and she said the evidence these hedge funds did not, in fact, use debt to equity offerings to close their short positions isn't going to change the minds of people convinced that Adam Aaron is in a conspiracy against the squeeze with them, but it should. I cannot even begin to tell you guys, like, I wanted to retweet that so bad, and my biggest fear at that point in time was maybe this isn't really, I don't necessarily, whenever I see something, I always want to double check it first before I really get into it, but by the time I actually had time to go look into it after I'd seen her post, I had already lost the post and had not gone back to go retweet it out. But I mean, it's worthy of it now. Because for crying out loud, I mean, that is beautiful. And you can see I liked it. I did like it. Look, see, the like was down here already. I just don't know I don't know if there's a way or not for me to go back and see what things I've liked. Read it again slowly. I know, right? Who said that? Texas Aggie? Did Texas Aggie say that?
Yale.
Yeah.
Or Yale.
That's what I'm saying, right? I did the same thing too. The first time I read through it, I was like, wait, what? No. The evidence that hedge funds did not, in fact, use debt to equity offerings to close their short positions isn't going to change the minds of people convinced that Adam Aaron is in a conspiracy against the squeeze with them, but it should. Adam Aaron he's not conspiring with institutions to try and let institutions out of a short squeeze. That's not what's going on here. He has to make deals with the devil, guys. You don't understand. this market is his financing comes from companies that we don't like, but he has to do
Yeah,
it.
don't get censored content started. He could go for about 4 hours about
Right.
how Adam Aaron has no choice but to deal with these big banks. To think otherwise shows that you don't understand big business.
Yeah.
You cannot operate in the modern business world without having not just relationships, but intimate relationships with big banking.
Yeah. You can't assume that's him being a bad guy.
To some extent, he has to be a fence sitter. Exactly. Yeah.
That doesn't make him a bad guy. It makes him a business person. That's what we want. We want somebody who wants to do business.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
No, but your voice did. Holy shit. Good morning, Yucca.
Good morning.
What happened to the back of your throat?
No, nothing. Hey, guess what?
That was the
like
most
half of the
incredible,
population
sexy
has-
morning voice I've ever heard from a rough night.
Yeah, man, I can smell it from here. Jeez.
half of the population has teleported. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Half the population's
The roads are
teleported.
empty. The roads are empty. There's a bunch of people that are not here. A lot of businesses haven't opened.
Really? Interesting.
I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. I'm like, what the hell?
You didn't get the notice?
I dropped off.
It's day after eclipse.
happened?
It's day after eclipse eye blindness day.
Oh.
I've heard so many people talking about how their eyes are burning overnight. It's like, well, guess what? That's what happens when you look at the sun.
They said there was a giant spike in Google search inquiring as to burning eyes and eye damage. So the numbers went off the charts yesterday.
No, wait, hold on. Let's check it out.
Yeah,
Let's check it out.
It wasn't necessarily a heat map. It was more of a chart like what we use, but it tracked the Google searches about burning eyes or
Google Trends. Google Trends.
Yeah.
Burning eyes.
Wait till you see the chart. It's funny as shit, man.
I can't wait. Hold on a second here. When did the eclipse occur?
How's that for data?
Anybody want to guess when the eclipse occurred?
What conclusion can you draw from this chart?
Oh, that's hilarious. Wait, hold on. This is just in the past day here. When did the eclipse occur? I wonder. Let's see here. Let's go back. I love these kind of numbers.
Draw the chart out till it shows like the last 6 months or something.
We'll go out.
Flat.
We'll go out a week. Oh, that's messed up. That is messed up. There's some really dumb people out there. There's a lot of dumb people out there. We told you. You've been told. You got warned, and now look at you paying.
Oh, that's even better. Look at that.
That looks like morning wood right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Bam! Out of nowhere, you wake up and it's just spiked. Something unusual must have happened during that period of time. There's no way you could guess what it is. There's no way you could guess what it was that might have happened for people to start searching for burning eyes.
Yeah. All you people who love to decode, all you geniuses out there who like to read into tell us what does this mean?
What do you mean it doesn't make sense? People literally looked at the sun, had burning eyes, and started searching for burning eyes.
But they're researching if the sun would burn their eyes if they would look up. So
no, the search that I typed in was burning eyes. People went to the internet and started typing in burning eyes. They had no clue why their eyes were suddenly burning. And somewhere between 11 o'clock a.m. to 4 o'clock p.m., there was a massive spike in people who started searching for burning eyes.
If it was today, it would make sense.
Burning eyes something must have happened between 11 a.m. yesterday to 4 o'clock p.m. that had massive amounts of people searching for burning eyes.
Oh, man.
What could the catalyst? I wonder what could the catalyst have been.
I did not put burning eyes ? Or what happens when you look at the sun for too long. I typed in people who put in burning eyes as a search. That's what I typed.
No.
Hold on, let's go out. Let's go out 30 days. Let's go.
That's people looking up for memes, right? They all want to post on Twitter something smart, and they want a picture of somebody with burning eyes. It's not. It has nothing to do with people with actual burning eyes.
No, you don't know.
I keep seeing
We
this
don't know.
guy. Who is
I
this
do know.
Bigums guy? Who is this Bigums guy?
Oh, Bigums is here. Welcome, Bigums.
Welcome,
Good to see you.
Biggums.
Maybe he has some sweet topic this morning. How about that Antara?
Market dynamics.
Ariel says this is Darwin in action.
That's exactly what it is, yo. Good.
Hey, at least they could
Hey,
still see their
Danny.
phones to type it in. Or actually, I guess they could have done text to speech. Whatever.
Really, Casey? Unicorns? I gotta do unicorns today. Oh man.
What's up,
Danny, welcome. Good to see you, Danny. Danny just
Hey, Danny.
Danny's here to talk about the topic of jokes that he has to say for the end of the day today, and it's unicorns is the topic. What's wrong, Danny? You don't know any
Must be
unicorn
Trevor's-
jokes?
Must be Trevor's birthday.
I find that hard to believe you don't have any unicorn jokes up your sleeve.
They're all corny.
Not at all, Novocaine. I don't do those searches.
Hmm.
All right, we'll figure it out.
I think Danny had issues with his eyes after he saw that video.
Oh, the cum trails. Don't look up at the cum trails. What were you doing? Stargazing again, Yucca?
Like I think that one video that Brandon posted, I think that came out on the news.
Yeah, we were talking about that just a little bit earlier. Just missed it. Seems like somebody might
Yeah, I
need
think
a little bit
that's
of a
real.
haircut.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, somebody need a
If
little
that's
bit of a
real,
trim.
but that always happens in Mexico.
Mhm.
Like in those countries, they'll sneak one in there.
Mm-hmm.
Like the streaker.
Yeah, like that, or they'll combine words that mean other things. I love that. Lumfao. I think Bigums had Lumfao over at his channel like a week ago.
Mac and Bees has said, "What if My Little Pony was a unicorn?" Mac, I can tell you that the brief time I worked in a maximum security pod as a corrections officer, one of the worst, most vicious fist fights I've ever seen was because a guy turned off My Little Pony. They were watching My Little Pony, and he got up and turned the TV channel, and it was whew. But that's one of my favorite stories to tell about inmates.
Yucca, we missed you this morning with the song of the day.
What was it?
We're waiting for you to make fun of me.
看齐，墙上写着“秦香莲的32岁了，装个当朝驸马郎的齐君王啊，满皇上的回2岁了，装个当。”
What the hell was that?
Oh, you didn't let the beat drop, CC.
Oh, great! Now I'm gonna get some kind of
That was the Beijing version of "Welcome to the Jungle."
I'm gonna get some YouTube content violation for a song that's got funny characters that I've never seen before.
Danny, do you know? Are you
Sorry,
related
said that
to
was
Peter
Welcome to
Hahn?
the Jungle. That's funny. Huh? What? Who?
Are you related to Peter Hahn?
No.
All right, just checking.
I want to know. We've got to ask Bigums a question. Bigums, I got a question for you. When you came up with Billy, and you just threw out a random name, I'm sure you just threw out a random name, but you said Billy. Were you thinking about anything in particular? Q, censor content, go. Was there anything?
Oh, Billy.
Come on, baby. You gotta come to the back of the truck, bro.
We gotta know. I gotta know because I had completely forgotten that was in Cable Guy, and so now I'm starting to wonder.
Nice setup. You get points for setting that up, Casey. You did well.
I just want to know. I've got to know because I always wonder for a long time, like, where did he get Billy? Like, was this just the first thing that popped into his head was Billy, or was it like?
He had to. I'm certain he had to find a generic name that everyone could immediately
I
recognize.
thought it was Willie.
He couldn't call him Patient One or something like that.
No, I know, but sometimes these are the questions that go through my head because I am such a
What keeps you awake. It's what keeps
I'm a
you awake at
degenerate.
night.
I'm a
You're
total degenerate.
The whole AMC Bigums spiel about the metaphor for the guy on the emergency room table that's under critical condition. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight until I can figure out how he named him Billy.
Holy crap! Hunter just walked in the door. Hunter's here.
Hey,
Hunter just.
He telegraphed his punch yesterday. He said he was in there.
He heard unicorns and Billy, and he walked right to the door.
Yeah.
I played the Seinfeld thing.
He.
That's a surprise.
Yeah. He's playing. What is it? Say it one more time so they can hear you.
Nah,
I say he walked in and first, he's playing his intro, which is the Seinfeld bass line. What the heck is that?
Yeah,
that's the
best.
Did he walk in like Kramer?
He's got Kramer hair. How did you know?
I'm Kramer.
The door busts open and he slides in.
Jerry.
Yeah. Now he just handed me a mold of his teeth. Why do you still have small teeth? His teeth are small.
Well,
is this from when you were younger? This had to be from when you were younger.
It was like weeks ago.
Weeks ago?
Looks like
I
Bigums.
think it's because
Bigums must have bailed on us. Bigums must have just said it, come in and said hi, and then
like encompassing my entire teeth.
Huh.
So they're not like full. It's not like a full mold.
Oh, I see. I was looking at the bottoms. So there we go. I see it now. Very interesting. They're nice and straight.
You want to show the stream?
Oh, Hunter's saying, do you want to show the stream? I'm showing off. It's show and tell time. We are showing off. Can you turn the light on here for me, Hunter? Well, I guess maybe they don't need it. We got Hunter's teeth. That's not the right side. Here we go. Here's Hunter's teeth. He's sharing his teeth with us today. He's got a mold of his teeth. What was this from? Was this just from the braces that you had a while back?
No, I never had braces. I grind in my sleep.
Oh, you grind? So you got your mouth guard? Okay.
Whoa, your grinder?
Gotcha.
Oh yeah.
The store.
You got that on Grinder?
he got himself a mouthpiece now.
They're asking
Like
if you got
boxers-
this on
like
Grinder.
boxers use and football players.
Do you have a chipped tooth or is that just the mold?
That's just the mold.
Yeah. That's pretty cool, man.
I think they might have dropped it.
Nice. So now you got
Morning,
yourself
KC.
a mouth guard.
They
Sweet.
said they were gonna throw the mold away, so
These-
and they asked if I wanted to keep it. So
Yeah.
These kids have
cool.
prom coming up. They say there's no grinding on the dance floor.
Well, he's out of high school now, but they said that if prom's coming up, there's no grinding allowed in high school. So, good morning. What you got? What is that backpack? Did you bring the ukulele?
What?
It's a bass.
What's that? Is that a bowl?
Hold on a second. Hunter's bringing in instruments in here. He's bringing in some instruments. Hold on.
I've shown you this
Oh, I
before.
thought it was a board and arrow.
It's a tiny bass. You showed this to me?
Yeah, it's a uke bass.
It's a uke bass. I
Yeah,
had no idea
they're
that even
blasting
existed.
again.
I feel like you didn't show this to
I've
me.
brought this over before.
Oh snap! Look at this. Hold on a second. More show and tell. Look at that. He's got a uke bass. Oh,
Hook it up to the, it's got. Yeah.
Oh, you got an amp?
Oh,
Hold on a
yucca
second.
bass?
We got.
Show it to us.
Hold on.
Ooh,
They
nice.
want to see it. Put it up on the screen there.
Oh, that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah,
What is
It's
that?
got,
Is
it's got
that
its
a
own tuner
violin?
too.
There you go.
No,
He's
that's
gonna
awesome.
plug in. He's gonna plug in.
Well, you might want to.
Those of you on the Discord will not hear anything.
It's gonna sound real bad. Mute it for a second.
Which
That's
one
a
is it?
nice
This one?
violin.
No. Just mute yourself in the stream.
Okay, well,
Don't you need like the
Hey,
other
stock
part?
whiz. You get a hot mic,
Look at
stock whiz. Turn your mic on mute till we get.
So-
Yeah, it's a beautiful violin.
Hunter, you're missing.
they said
you're
it's
missing
a
the
beautiful
layer around your
violin.
neck.
Come on, you
The
can't
light.
find the hole. You can't find the hole.
Okay, it's not coming through.
No, hold on. It's because I'm tuning it. The tuner doesn't make it go through on.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to play out of
Nice
tune.
violin.
He's tuning and he says it bypasses the pickup on tuning.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I
go
thought it was
through.
Bluetooth.
You should be able to hear it now.
Oh yeah.
I haven't played anything in a while. Oh wait, sorry.
For those of you who are watching the live stream, you're getting it just fine. But for those of you who are in the back of the Big Tramp, you probably can't hear it all that well. Sweet, dude. Does this mean we could play Buy and Hold with a bass line?
Oh.
Buzz Friday.
Somebody wants you to play It's All About the Bass.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know that song. Does that even have like a bass guitar in it, or is it just like an 808?
Yeah, I think it has. I think it does.
You know, it's perfect day, man. Happy Hump Day.
Happy Hump Day.
It's Tuesday.
John's saying play some Motorhead. Do you know what about Muse? Do you know any Muse?
Happy Unicorn Day.
I do.
Oh, he knows some Muse. Hold on a second. He knows Muse.
Oh. Is it this? That's it.
That's all he knows.
Time is running
You know,
out.
that's how it is for some musicians. They're like, yeah, I know a little piece of that.
I used to know a lot more Muse because that's what I kind of started learning because that's what we did back in 2020.
Yeah.
When I picked it up.
Put some coins to the jukebox. Put some coins to the jukebox. Play more.
Play more.
Pretty cool.
Someone got smoke on water. Number one. No, but that's not the number one most hated song. It might be number 2 or maybe number 3.
Pretty
but number
cool.
1 is Stairway to Heaven because of the movie.
Yeah. Number 1.
You got to be able to do the riff from Seven Nation Army, the White Stripes. Surely he knows how to bang that little ditty out, doesn't he?
Seven Nation Army.
Yeah. Dun 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 dun
Wow.
dun.
Yeah,
dun,
man. Come on,
dun,
let's have it. Come on, let's have it.
No. That's not right.
Nice.
Is that good?
Dun 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 dun.
He figured it out in like 10 seconds.
Yeah. That's easy. That's good. That's easy stuff.
Yeah.
That's probably like one of the first songs that most kids probably learn how to rock out to.
No, but this is what I would here if you want to mute the stream real quick.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
If when I was on the Discord call one time when I was playing you a bass through my mic,
Mhm.
it was this.
Oh, okay. I just figured it was your bass you had at home.
No, actually, the strings on that bass that I got are rusting. So if
Really?
I play
Rusting
it,
strings?
It will.
I mean,
cut
that
my
happens on
finger.
guitars too, but it's like way slower than.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. It might be because we moved.
Okay.
But I tried playing on it a while back, and I like almost cut my finger. Like it hurt.
Definitely take those off as soon as possible because your pickups will start rusting.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll transfer.
Queen, can you play Under Pressure?
He can play a Queen. I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
I used
Oh
to
wait,
play.
he's got something here.
The Vanilla Ice one? Is that the one?
Yeah, that's one. That's one he's playing right now. Yeah.
Yeah. I can play it in the mic.
Ooh. That's it. You're getting all the chicks.
Nope.
Dun. There you go.
I prefer to call that Under Pressure by David Bowie. The real song is Under
Yeah, the
Pressure.
real one is.
It's a lot harder. So this bass, if you guys can see in the little tiny
Fuck
camera,
Vanilla
right?
Ice.
Yeah, you can change it. So it's
What are you
different
talking
because,
about? He's a
like,
successful
the frets are a
man
different
now.
size.
I
than a
get it,
regular
man,
bass.
but don't be
So
stealing.
when you
Don't
get
steal
really
the
high
thunder
up, it
from
starts
from
getting
David
kinda
I
Bowie.
don't think it was him.
it's
His
way
producer
small.
did it.
Yeah, whatever.
They're talking over you.
What's his name? Suge
Yeah, I
Knight?
can hear you.
Sorry.
It's
Can
cool
you repeat
though.
everything
I
you
like
said
it.
from the beginning since
They
you
s-
entered the door?
They said, "Can you repeat everything you just said?" Because I don't think they heard any of it.
So the frets, if you're looking in the camera of the stream, it's like a uke almost, right? So this is my finger on the very first fret, which on a bass guitar wouldn't be able to be like covering almost fully. It would be a lot bigger. And if I go with my pinky, I can almost reach like 6 frets. Now that's not reliable, and that's not like I'm not gonna really hit that note, but like on a bass guitar, you wouldn't get that far. That's almost like 7 frets. But when you get up high, it starts to become really tight, and so like I could play like. Like I can play that, but it's really kind of tough. Like that where that song is played, the person's playing on a real bass, and it's a lot smoother for him to play that really high up. But like hitting that note up here is really tough because it's a lot smaller. So yeah.
I wasn't paying attention. Can you repeat all that again?
Hey, you can watch the stream back.
You can go back.
It's been recorded. You know it's up on the internet for who knows how long.
It's documented for history from here on forward.
Got to timestamp that.
Yep.
For yourself.
Timestamp it.
Oh, but
if you want to change bass strings and never have to change them ever again, buy flat wounds.
Flat lines?
Flat wounds for
flat wounds.
Flat wound
They're saying
guitar strings.
buy flat wound. Wait, you mean bass strings, right?
Well, they make them for guitars too, but
Yeah.
I have them on my bass, and it's
Flat
like playing a
wounds.
toy guitar. Like
Does it make it easier to like press
they don't
on?
rust.
They don't rust as easily, apparently.
Oh.
They probably that means
they
they're
don't-
that means
I've
they're.
had mine on my guitar for 8 years.
He said 8 years on his
they
guitar.
haven't rusted.
Are they? That means they're usually coated. Are they coated strings?
That I can't tell you.
Yeah. So there's oftentimes they have a coating on some strings have coatings on them out there, and some musicians like that, some don't. It all kind of depends on the preference. Sometimes the coating can actually help reduce in like squeaking sounds that occur from fingers dragging across strings or whatever. But sometimes I guess it really depends on each musician. You got to play the string first before you know if it's what you want.
I kind of like the strings that I
Yeah,
had
there's no
before. I
grooves
think
on the
only
strings.
problem-
Sorry, say that again.
It's just a smooth. No,
Yeah.
there's no grooves on the strings. I don't know if you've ever played flat wound before, but it's kind of like playing. If you feel like you're playing a toy or something, it's kind of weird. Like it's a lot easier, I think, on the fingers, or at least mine. And if you're, I think they tend to use them more in like jazz because when you put them on, they kind of have like a duller, darker sound. But if for bass, I don't really care to have like a high EQ'd, higher frequency EQ'd bass. I usually focus on the lower end anyway, so it's makes sense for me. But yeah, I bought one pair and I haven't never had to change them.
What were you gonna
8
say?
years.
If I had a lot of different bass guitars, I would probably have one with it. I only really have one bass guitar at the moment. I think the only reason why it really rusted after a very short time was the fact that we moved and it was in storage for a bit. That was probably not the best for conditions for the strings, but
So probably not a humidity. Yeah, probably not a humidity controlled storage room, and probably got. Was it air conditioned? You know, if the storage room was air conditioned. Oh, he said it was not air conditioned storage. So yeah, he that's not good.
Yeah,
that happened to me.
Yeah.
I got a pair of G strings, and they're rusted.
Well, that's what happens when you put your G string in water.
I don't think it's rusty. That might be poop.
Oh no.
Hmm.
I'm almost certain it's poop, dude.
They're saying.
Smell it.
They're saying. Do you want to pull up a chair?
Yeah,
Lick it.
You made me request another Muse song. I hate you.
Oh, it's okay.
Uh-oh. Was it poop? There it is.
Oh, the will of the people.
Ooh, yeah.
That sounds like the Beautiful People group. Who played that? I can't think of who that group
the
is.
will of the people.
The will of the people.
Yeah.
It goes like this.
Let's push the emperors into the ocean.
Yeah.
Don't need a gun to fight with devotion.
Dude, that's a total ripoff of Beautiful People. I didn't even know it was, and it is.
From Marilyn Manson, yeah.
I never heard that before my entire life till just now, and it literally is a ripoff. That's funny.
Tell me about it.
Yep.
You sure that Manson didn't sample it from him?
Yeah, Manson had that out way back in the 90s. I think it was 90s. Pretty sure it was 90s. Maybe I'm wrong. Now I'm starting to
Before or
doubt.
after he had his rib taken out?
I don't know.
Manson.
Nickelback.
We got about 6 more minutes here before we go over the numbers. Hunter, what was the favorite Christmas present that you never got?
I don't know.
A unicorn.
No, the reason I'm asking, you see this up here? I was talking about earlier this morning an aircraft carrier that I didn't get when I was growing up that I really, really wanted. And there it is again. I have the live stream playing from. I don't hit live throughout the day, so I see all the old stuff showing up on the screen. I just saw it, and so that made me wonder, like, what was the one gift he never got that he really, really wanted?
You wanted a aircraft carrier?
It was an aircraft carrier for G.I. Joe, and it was monstrous.
Hunter, he's dropping hints, man. He's dropping hints. You guys want to rock his world for Father's Day. That's what you guys
I
need.
said the G.I. Joe makes
You really
sense.
want to do something
That's
right.
very much your thing.
If you guys can bring that in for
Just
Father's
a random
Day.
aircraft carrier is kind of strange behavior for you.
No, not
It's
random. It
from
has to be the G.I. Joe. Yeah, specifically the G.I. Joe aircraft carrier.
Is that a real pick?
Yeah, it's a felt pick.
I have never seen one of these before.
Hey, what?
Look at this.
Pegging?
Pick. Hold on.
Oh.
He just laid down this pick, and I don't know if you guys can see this or not. This is actually really, really thick in contrast. I actually have another pick right here sitting down on the table, but let's see if I can show you guys the edge of a pick.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So in my right hand, which to you is going to look like my left hand,
Damn.
in what's showing up on my left hand in the screen here, it is a very thin, regular sized pick. Over here is a really, really thick, and it's made out of felt. It's a felt. I don't know if you guys can see the fuzzies on that or not, but I've never seen a felt pick before.
I thought he just used a poker chip. He would just use a poker chip, and it's just wore down.
Yeah, that's like 1/8.
It's very thick, and it's made of felt.
It's made for.
I would assume it's made for that.
Just base.
It came with when we bought this, and so it kind of helps get like the bass sound out. That's because if I use, where's your pick that you just picked up? If I were to use, you guys probably might not be able to hear it, but it just sounds super twangy. Versus the felt pick.
Yeah, big difference.
Way big difference.
So it helps keep like a more bass kind of sound, so it's not just like like it's not super harsh tone.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't recommend using this on like a big bass. I would say finger playing is probably the best. I mean, some cases like pick is good, but for this, since it's so small, it's kind of easy to just like use a pick and be different than a normal bass.
Did anybody ever tell you look like Tyler Childers before he got famous?
You look like
your father.
I joined the call.
Oh, you joined it? Okay. Yeah. I don't even know who that is. Hold on, let's look him up. Yeah, Hunter probably doesn't know either. Let's look him up. Child, what was it?
Tyler. Childers.
Okay, sorry. Tyler.
Yeah.
You look like your father when he was younger.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
He goes, yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know. I don't see it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that either. I don't see the.
Is it the
resemblance.
face?
You got to see it when he was younger.
Yeah,
you're a little more. He's a little skinnier, scrawnier than you are. But yeah, if you check out Tyler Childers before he really embraced the beard and all that, he cut his hair almost exactly like yours.
Well,
it's a compliment. It's a compliment, man.
Maybe that picture of him might be kind
maybe.
of young. I mean, maybe.
His
I
hair's
did just get a haircut yesterday night, and I've been up since about 7.
When he lets it grow out, it's like very, very super curly. And when it's funny because when he came walking in the door, he said something about being Kramer, and it's funny because his hair is just like Kramer's hair when he lets it grow out.
I mean, I've been trying to get the top out for a while. I just like the sides to be cut down, but
yeah, it's interesting. His hair is very interesting. It's super soft. It's like it feels like paintbrush soft.
Like a poodle.
Like like poodle hair.
He looks like a labradoodle, man. That's labradoodle.
Yeah.
So is it? Are you?
He's hypoallergenic.
He's hypoallergenic. That's funny.
What?
There's some animals out there that don't shed their hair like normal animals do typically, and so like people who are allergic to animal hair can have those.
Yeah.
And
I don't know if you suffer from the same revulsion to country music that your dad. I don't know if that's genetically passed down from generation to generation. But if not, if you don't go into like an epileptic fit or anaphylactic shock, you need to check out some of Tyler Childers' songs. The guy is incredible with the guitar and songwriting.
You see,
I promise you won't be disappointed.
I might check him out. I might not. I don't get into an epileptic shock, but I don't seek it out and listen to it on a regular basis.
Yeah.
I would be fine if someone put on
if you
country.
can look past the fact that it's not your genre, and just approach it from discovering somebody who's clearly special, and his songwriting abilities, the word craft, and his guitar playing, I think you'll appreciate it if you can approach it from that. You may not become a lifelong fan, but I think you'll find it that he's definitely different than your average run-of-the-mill emerging star.
He's just trying to brainwash you.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I see the hypnotic. I see like the hypnotic, like the screen where it's just like.
Yeah, he sees psychedelic images going on right now, so he's trying to brainwash him.
The little stopwatch, like going from side to side.
Yeah, the Manchurian Candidate. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, so the problem is I'm recommended so many different artists by a lot of different people, and I might check them out, but if I do, it's gonna be a bit. It's gonna be a while. There is so much music to be listened to. There's so much music to listen to that it's insane. It's so hard to find all of the good talent out there because there is just so much talent.
He is very eclectic.
For me, I have a problem with I want to find somebody who's original. I don't want to hear somebody when I hear like, oh, he sounds like Hank Williams, or he sounds like Iggy Pop, or he sounds like, just pick. I don't want that. I want somebody who I've never heard anything like that before. Mm-hmm. And I don't give a damn if they're singing Christian hymns in the form of rap. If you can get my attention by being unique, then I want to hear what you have to. I want to hear you play.
Yeah, well, then you guys dissed me on talking about breakcore the other night.
Breakcore?
Yeah.
We dissed you?
We were talking about the genres, and then you're like, breakcore, what is that? And
I didn't diss you on breakcore, did I?
I'm just over-exaggerating.
Oh, you're over-exaggerating, okay.
But, I mean...
You sound like you're scarred.
He is.
Yeah,
He's
you guys hurt me. You guys hurt me. No,
he's scarred for
show
life.
Show us where the chat touched you.
I don't know if it was on stream or not. I don't think it was on stream. Maybe it was. It probably was actually.
Word.
No, it was.
He's saying it was on stream.
I don't know.
We scarred him for life. What is the genre called?
Breakcore.
Breakcore. And this is where we went down that road of listening to it, and then we were like, oh, it's like a cross between this and this.
Probably.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of vaguely recall this. Breakcore. This was back, Pirate, when we were having those conversations about like different genres of music.
Yeah, when we said...
And like how many new genres are being created.
Hunter, when somebody says breakcore, it's when I do the brakes on Mrs. Pirate's car, and I go get the new ones. I have to turn in the old parts as a core. That's my idea of a breakcore.
Yeah. See, look, they're dissing me about it.
I know, it's like they're like right back into the whole like, discrediting of the genre.
No, but
is that something you listen to when you're in the Marine Corps?
No, it's not. No.
Don't worry, he just throws comments out like that yeah. I gotta. He knows you too well already. Okay.
Breakdancing.
It's not like breakdancing.
No, it's just a very experimental, wide range of sounds that are just trying to be really fast and have very insane drum loops that are supposed to be very sporadic and essentially break the mind in trying to figure out what's actually happening.
Okay. Censor. But before you do, Yucca, this is like mind-altering stuff. Hunter said so. This is shroom music. Go ahead.
It's not really.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's breakcore.
That's breakbeat.
So those drum breaks, they're called. I don't know if it's either amen or amen. Amen
That's like-
breaks. It's just like really fast,
You know-
like drum stuff.
That's like drum and bass.
Yes, it's a derivative of
Drum
that.
and bass.
It reminds me
Yeah,
of like
jungle,
really old
drum and bass.
video game,
Drum bass.
really
Yes,
old video
like
game.
PS1.
Casey, we're right there.
PS2.
Yeah,
I was thinking
Casey,
Sonic the
man.
Hedgehog.
yeah, Sonic
Get
the
it
Hedgehog.
together.
Yeah,
You know about this
Reminds
drum and
me
bass?
reminds me of like a middle school music class tuning up all their instruments before the teacher shows up.
that's
See,
messed
this
up.
is what I'm talking
See,
about.
this
See?
Hunter's like, see, yep,
Pirates,
you're scarring him
you're like,
again.
You're like, well, I like it when these people become, unique and stuff, and it's not really. And then he just like doesn't want.
And then
to
he
see the
stomps all
new,
over it.
unique
Yeah,
genre. It's,
I like that. I like that new unique country music.
Even if it was Christian with like a hint of rap, like I would still like
Well,
it.
am I alone? Am I alone in that it
going
just
to
sounds like a
church, but
random
then they just-
mismatch?
Somebody hit the wrong button on the synthesizer when they were playing the church music, and they got
Hey, you're
Mom
either
and number five
you're either
background
open to new things or you're not, and that's all it comes down to.
Hunter.
Yeah.
To be fair, Hunter, I'm not a lover of abstract art either. The whole concept of somebody just slamming paint up against a canvas on a wall. I mean, I never bought into that bullshit either. So,
Man,
That's like, well,
when I
that's,
said dissing, this is
like-
what I meant.
We're
listen, it
reliving the
doesn't mean
moment.
that- Look, and Pollock, the guy, the painter Pollock, become incredibly famous and incredibly. He's a respected artist, and it just to me it looks like he just spilled paint on canvases on accident. So I'm not discounting the fact that it can become very popular. It's just a matter of taste, and for me,
I don't know about that. I
For
see
that
it as
reason,
leaving it
I'm
to
out.
God.
Shark Tank.
Oh man.
Well, it's a good thing it's numbers time, because I can take you guys
Hey, Hunter,
over to the other
I'm
page.
so glad you came on, buddy. Hunter, we learned a lot.
Rocket Dynamics.
Yeah, Danny was saying he was really happy to see you. I don't know if you heard. Oh, you are hearing everything. Never mind. Sorry.
I'm hearing them.
Yeah, that was
Glad-
awesome.
glad to be on.
I learned a lot with the.
You learned a lot, Danny?
Yeah, as a teacher, I learned things too.
All right, go.
That was
go
awesome.
And teach, go and teach what you've learned here today.
Go forth.
I will. I'm gonna get a fuzzy pick.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Fuzzy pickle.
don't forget to lick your student's eyeball.
Just don't play fuzzy pickleball.
That's what Casey did as a hobby. He went around licking eyeballs.
Yeah.
That music, it's like they got a whole bunch of guys together who had Tourette's. It's like musical Tourette's.
We've already
That's it.
gone past it, Pirate. You don't have to
We're
diss
gonna
it even more.
Pirate's just going in.
He
We're
can't
gonna
stop.
lose him, Pirate.
He can't
He's
stop.
never gonna come back.
He takes one step
What?
forward and 30 steps back.
I'm just trying to engage in Hunter in thoughtful, engaging philosophies about music, and I just see it
Banter.
as musical Tourette's. And
Man, if you're not
everybody
something
laugh.
nice
You
to
guys
say,
you all
don't say
can
it
kick
at
Pirate
all.
in the balls, but every single one of you guys laugh. When I said musical Tourette's, even Casey smiled. He's like Mrs. Pirate, where she says that's not funny, but she's grinning from ear to ear the whole time. Whatever. You can hate if you want, but
No, but that is kind of the point of it, though. Like, no jokes aside, it is pretty much musical Tourette's, and that's the point of it.
see, people. Thank you, Hunter. Thank you. You're my
But you're
boy.
saying it with
Thank
like
you,
a
sir.
negative tone.
My man.
It's supposed to be.
No,
positive.
absolutely not. See, that's where you're wrong. It could be I think it's a wonderful thing. Musical Tourette's. I'm going to print T-shirts up, man. It does not have to be negative.
It sounds.
Is that even a
sarcastic.
category? Is that
It
a
is now.
category?
It is now. Yeah.
It's a piratism. We just made that up today. It is now.
Pirate, when Hunter plays poker against you, he's showing no mercy next time.
Yep.
No mercy.
Well, what,
No
what
mercy.
makes you think he does anyhow?
Yeah, I was beating
Fair
you
enough.
up yesterday morning, I think.
All right, let's do this.
Oh.
No, it sounds like you were getting a beating in the morning. All right, let's take a look and see what we got going on with these numbers here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see what we got going on. By this time of the day, we normally expect to see about 60 2% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got 57.49% going through off exchange, EDGX at 5.05 for a combined total 62.54%, or 0.54% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume 2,300 shares. Nothing unusual with that. CHX volume for GME is coming in at 970. Also nothing unusual. According to IBKR, nothing has changed in regards to how many shares are available in the last hour or the V amounts. So numbers are still sitting the same. Ortex is confirming that there's been a little bit of a change. There are 714,000 shares borrowed for the day. An hour ago, it's now 524,000, which means some shares have been returned. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 20.2%. The cost to borrow mins at 0.39. Average is 4.42. Max 8.93. Shares on loan for the day today is at 86.69 million shares. That's 2.71 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimated that about 1.08 million of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is was coming in at a $3 strike an hour ago with 2.5 thousand contracts. It's now back up to 3.5 with 3.5 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volumes coming in at a $3 strike. An hour ago there was 500 contracts. It's now 700 contracts. Market is now suggesting a closing price somewhere between $3 and $3.50. Taking you over to the other page here. Orders by Fidelity customers. We're going to scroll through this real slow. Check and see if AMC or GME are on the top 30 list for most heavily traded stocks. And as it stands right now, that is not the case. MMRI. An hour ago was 282.65. It's now 282.62. Really not a whole lot of change. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield. An hour ago was at 0.37 and is now currently at 0.37, so no change. NASDAQ is down 0.1, Dow Jones is down 0.34, and the S&P 500 is down 0.27. We have 3,009 advancers to 2,532 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining this hour than it was an hour ago, and actually quite a bit more. So it looks like that quick burst down that we had earlier is kind of correcting itself a little bit. Sectors that are best performing sectors for the day-to-day, we've got real estate in the top here, and then it's kind of a tie between consumer discretionary and communications. The worst performing sectors are going to be financials and industrials. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 4.28%. That may end up being the only thing I end up reading off. Yep. Gold is currently up 0.24 but trending down. Silver is down 0.22, trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 5.4, trending down. The US dollar is down 0.01 but trending up. Oil is down 0.57, also trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.4 to 0.41 and appear to be... Well, BlackRock's is consolidating. Vanguard's looks to be breaking into a downtrend. SPY is down 0.21 and trending up. VIX is up 4.21 and trending down after a spike above 16. Let's take a look at the futures. The futures are suggesting somewhere around 15.28 for the future, so the VIX should continue to fall, which means the market should head up. VTI is down 0.18 and trending up. VB is up 0.03, trending up. Tesla is up 1.5 and trending up. Amazon is up 0.3, trending up. Cinemark is up 0.37 and trending down. Doge is down 4.93, trending down. Bitcoin is down 3.19, and It looks to me like it's trying to break the downtrend. It hasn't yet. So still kind of moving into a downtrend right now. But more currently, there's some consolidation going on. GME is up 2.63% and trending up. HYMC is down 4.79, trending down. NCMI is down 1.16, trending down. Hood is down 1.1 and trending up, and AMC is up 1.69 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 5.28 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 164 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace right now for about 12.55 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In the pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million and said that we would have somewhere very close to what we had in volume yesterday at 9.5 million or just slightly higher. And that's looking to pan out so far. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.56, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.93, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI at 53.47, which is slightly above average. Actually just changed to 52.5, so average. On a 5-minute interval, looks like the equal amounts of buying and selling pressure actually just changed. So more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 59.6, which is above average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp. Danny's saying, Hunter and Pirate got into a fight. Hunter swept Pirate's peg leg from under him, and the fight was over before it started. Pirate says,
ChatGPT. I could tell.
Peg leg up in the air like a tree stump or a busted fence post.
Oh, snap. Did you see the picture that Living in 3D posted in general?
Hold on a second.
I think it's huge.
Oh, that sounds dangerous.
Wait, I don't know
Hold
if I
on.
want to.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I want to go look. Oh, it's just a gator.
It's not bad.
It's just a gator.
Florida, am I right?
Like, why would you start it off with like saying it's freaking huge and then not even just say the fact that it's an animal?
Because that was a test. The people that started snickering and laughing, those are the people that got the dirty minds.
Yeah, well,
Danny.
it's true. Me too. Don't just
That's
throw
who's
Danny under
teaching
the
our
bus.
children? Danny.
Yeah. Yeah, Danny.
Yeah, pal.
I just want to state that these things move way faster than you would think for short distances. I doubt this lady's ready to move.
Yeah.
I'm just pretty certain that she's probably stares at the sun as well.
She has a walking cane.
Yeah, that she is not ready to move the way that she needs to. And quite frankly, if you're going to be on, if you're going to be standing up on an animal like this, you need to. There's like a zone that you should be behind. Like you should draw like this, what is that? That's not 90 degrees. It's less than. I don't know what degree this is. 45-degree angle. Like anywhere behind the back legs like this, anywhere back here is okay. Like this little ice cream cone of safety.
He's drawn it like stocks.
I'm drawing it like stocks. Anywhere behind this is fine, but you stand over here to the side like she is right here, and that's just a quick twist away from an ankle biter.
Well, I mean, kind of, because they're not very like actionable hunters. They're only really gonna go after you if you're like
actionable.
That's not the right term, but
what does that mean?
I went through a lot of like nature tours, and then like at Disney, and then also other ones in Florida, and they're reactive predators, so they're not really gonna go after much unless it's really convenient for them.
Yeah, well, that's getting pretty close to convenient, it looks like.
Yeah, she is getting awfully close.
Yeah,
but I think you can be a little bit generous with that stock drop.
The only saving grace that she's got going on here is that her pokey stick that she's got leaning down over here. might stop him. Like he might bite on that. Hitting that first would probably clench on that before getting to a leg. But she does not look like she's ready to drop the camera and run.
I saw a video like last night. And it was this guy feeding a bunch of whatever alligators or crocodiles. I don't know. I couldn't tell. And one of them starts like it's like kind of down a little bit of like a ditch almost. And one of them starts to like go up towards him, and he just whacks the thing in the head with a shovel. And it's just like, dunk!
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I've seen that one. That's funny.
Yeah. And it's just
it was a panhandle, right? Like or a pan. He just had like a metal pan. He just whacks it, doesn't he?
Well, if it's a metal pan.
Oh, maybe it was.
On, like,
you said a shovel.
Stick.
I'm thinking of another video then because he had a metal pan.
No, he had like.
And he just like whacks it in the head, and the thing's like, okay, never mind.
The video ended as soon as he like. It was just like, boom, and the video ended for me. But like he had like a bucket or something, and he just like threw it out, and they were eating. And the other one just like slowly crawls up, and he's just like, boom. Right on his face. It was crazy.
Anyone who's a gator expert, how far north do gators go? Because I've heard in like South Carolina they have gators, and I know Louisiana obviously. I wonder how far north you got to go to.
I have a friend who's a retired Army colonel. And, he bought 300 acres in northern Alabama. And he has a lake on it, and it's a lake. This lake is big enough, literally, to water ski on. But they took a 10-foot gator out of it about 3 years ago.
Wow!
Are these
pulling
the
it
same
up.
guys that the gator they go gazing?
That they're not necessarily prolific that far north, but generally when you get down below frost-proof Florida. You'll find, Gator Alley and all that. They're much more populated, much more prolific. But it's not uncommon to see them all across the Panhandle. Obviously from Louisiana.
I just pulled it up on the USGS website, and
all right, guys, how do you spell Mississippi?
Alligator Mississippianus.
Penis.
Yeah, penises. Non-native HUC 8 level record, non-native non-specific state record, and native HUC. So there you go. There's your
guys. Sorry, it took me a few minutes.
The reason they go so far north, on over there above Louisiana is obviously because of the Mississippi River and the tributaries.
What about crocodiles though?
Yeah, there's no crocodiles, and to my knowledge, we don't have crocodiles in this part of Florida.
A few, I think, actually, down just south of you.
Wait, who is this?
Like in the Keys area, I think there are crocs. There's American crocs. But gators here are much more prevalent.
Living in 3D, not only are you a movie expert, but you're now a gator expert too? What's going on here? Tell me.
No, I just walk past enough, and I stand with enough old people looking at the things that they impart all their wisdom.
Are you Steven Spielberg or Steve Irwin? Which one are you?
As long as I don't go out like Irwin.
Tell your wife that was well written.
That's great.
I've been West Palm Beach. There's a reclamation area, and out back there's a whole bunch of gators, and that's kind of where I first started seeing them. But up here in Central Florida, they're everywhere, and apparently that lake is just filled with them. On some days, all you see are the heads floating, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but the area I live in is considered the water ski capital of the world, and I don't know who gave them that designation. But
yeah, gators aren't really, aggressive. They're night and day compared to crocodiles. Crocodile is an evil bastard now.
Absolutely. These guys, most of the time, you just see them laying around. And when they get up and move, you just kind of walk away. The only time I've actually been really worried is when I heard a pregnant one in the reeds, ahead of me, and it sounds like a Jurassic Park, like a raptor screaming. It is the most blood-curdling, bass-sounding sound. You might have to look it up on YouTube, but that is nothing you want to mess with. I ended up turning around, walking back another 2 miles to get away from that thing. I wasn't going to complete the loop. It was insane. But yeah, that guy actually, when we got closer to it, saw that you could tell that half his tail was missing and one of his legs. So I think I could outrun a 3-legged gator.
Danger zone.
You guys all saw the video where they throw the food and the gator goes and to get the food and he bites the other gator's leg and he does the death roll and he rips it right off. And the gator that gets his leg bitten off is just sitting there like nothing happened. Yeah.
A lot of gay.
Gator.
Yeah.
We have.
I just posted a video.
Number 10?
A 15-second video.
It looks like, according to this map right here, that most of the population is alligator in the southern portion of the United States, but there is a little bit of a tip in there where it's got the American crocodile on the southern portion of it. But it does,
like he said, it's almost in Key West. It's 3D, living in 3D. That's what he was getting to. Is that you got to be almost at the southernmost tip of the United States.
That's pretty much primarily the look. So it doesn't look like Texas has any. That's good to know. But I don't really know if it's the crocodile that I'm not sure it's necessarily the alligator that I'm afraid of. It's more the crocodile that I'm afraid of. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not afraid of an alligator. I'm just saying that it's less risky. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is.
Have you ever seen an iguana? Full-size iguana coming at you? That's terrifying too.
I mean, people freak out with birds, so I mean, it's just I've never quite understood that.
I see a lizard in the water or anywhere near me, I'm leaving. It doesn't even matter. The thing could be a foot long. I'm out. You know.
Enough said.
Like,
Right?
those things, they survive longer than we have.
Yeah.
I think the Komodo dragons are by far more vicious. Those things are nasty. From what I understand, they bite their prey, and their saliva is it's like full of so much bacteria that you almost immediately begin to it has some sort of rotting. It's like instant gangrene. And what they do is they follow their prey until the prey actually succumbs to the infection, and then they eat them. So, that's pretty nasty.
I like the.
I'm
just playing bass in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
Yeah,
man.
It lends a jazz feel.
Yeah, it's got a nice little jazzy feel.
Nice. That's funny because that's Muse. I'm playing Muse.
Oh, he's playing Muse right now.
It's another song that I kind of know more because it's a bit more simple. But I don't know if anyone knows "Psycho" by Muse from their Drones album.
That one?
No.
That kind of has a.
No, here I can play it for you a bit more clear if you plug it.
Go for it.
Hold on a second. Let me play. He's gonna plug in again. Hold on a second.
I had to.
Have you guys ate iguana eggs?
I want to hear what it sounds like in the.
Does it pop in your mouth?
No, they're good, man. Iguana eggs.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Okay, yeah. So that's the drop D tune. But yeah,
Give it to us.
The main bass line, the main chorus, is like this. Oh wait, sorry.
Give it to us. Yeah. Ooh, that's dope.
And it goes with the guitar.
I like that.
Yeah. And then the kind of walk down into the verse is this. Oh, wait, sorry.
Give it to us.
That's like the walk down.
Very nice.
But then the verse is pretty simple. It's just like. And then it kind of loops that for a bit.
Yeah.
Until it goes back to the.
Oh, that's nice.
Casey, have you ever heard the song Amos Moses?
Hunter.
Did you write that yourself, Hunter?
No. That's Muse. That's Psycho by Muse. I know he's. I'm using this as a moment to point out who it is for those who didn't hear me the first time. But I know you're just joking around, Yucca.
Damn it.
Jerry Reed played the truck driver in Smokey and the Bandit. It was he reached a little bit of fame as a musician, but he wrote a song called Amos Moses, and it was about a guy in the Everglades who used his son as gator bait. They were gator trappers, and he used his kid as bait. Pretty good song. If you've never heard it before, if you can get past the disgust of the country music genre, it's called Amos Moses. It's kind of a little bit like a Mississippi blues. I guess it's not really. I don't think you'd even consider it country. I think it'd be more like Delta blues. Amos Moses.
Right. They're gazers.
Sorry, I'm tuning.
It's break time. It is break time.
I can play the music for you.
Wait, what?
He can't wait. He can't wait to go listen to Jerry Reed's Amos Moses song.
That's exactly what I'm going to go straight to doing. Hunter's going to play something real quick before I go.
No, I'm saying I can play your break music.
Oh, you're going to play break music while I'm gone?
Yeah, I can play your break music.
Oh, okay.
What is it? What are you going to do?
I guess I'm leaving the big tramp open, and then
yeah,
he can just
outstanding.
Well, here's what I can do is actually
I just need to go eat some food. So if you want to if you want to sit down and run this show, you're more than welcome. And then Preacher's here. Good morning. Good morning, Preacher.
So very exciting.
And Living 3D. Good morning to you, by the way. Hold on a second.
Hey, Hunter.
I'll step aside.
Yo.
We're gonna put an end to this whole break business before it's all over with. Come hell or high water, this break shit's gonna come to an end.
Enjoy the
break dancing.
That's fun.
Or the break beat.
Hunter, do you know any good unicorn jokes?
Unicorn jokes.
He's
not a strong gamer, man. What's wrong with you?
Damn.
I don't think I know any. I don't think I know any unicorn jokes here.
Oh man.
Hey, Hunter. Do you sun gay?
Do I? Sorry, say again.
Don't answer that, Hunter.
Do you sun gay?
I like the Ryan Reynolds character in Deadpool when he's always fooling around with that little stuffed. He's got a little thing, not stuffed, but he did a comedy bit about the unicorn. I think it was cartoon and an animated unicorn, and the Deadpool was quite funny.
I don't know anything about that.
Hey, Hunter, your pops lets us take turns in the big tramp sitting in his chair. Can I go after you?
I don't know. You're gonna have to take it up with the big boss.
Good, man. Thanks. I fill up the tank with gas. I make sure the tires are rotated. We do our due diligence around here. You know this.
All right.
I wouldn't lie to you.
Okay. Oh.
I just want to sit where he sat. That's all it is.
So what you gotta do?
Is it spam?
It's spam. Yeah.
Sounds
Guys, I'm doing my job here. Okay. I don't know what to play. I can play what I was playing earlier, kind of. But it's not that
That's
good.
Nice. Yeah.
I can play it if I can. I'm only gonna do a little bit of it, cause just the intro of it.
You don't want to get.
I don't want to get super into the song, so I don't like go crazy here. But
all right, you gonna sing?
I mean,
Hey, listen,
I know
now
it,
that now your old man's gone, you can tell us the truth. We won't tell nobody. He beat you with a belt if you wouldn't play the guitar, didn't he? You were one of those guys where he put a guitar in your hand and made you practice like 10 hours a day, and if you couldn't practice, then he'd like beat you with a belt.
I'm not really a guitar guy. Is the thing? Well, not okay. General guitar, I am. I like the string. I know you are, but
Wait a minute.
I like bass way more than I like regular guitar because I'm not very good at chords. I have a lot of trouble getting my fingers to be able to hold the chords for a long time, and so bass for me is really a lot easier for me to pick up just because of the fact that it's less chords. Now, there's definitely bass players out there who utilize chords. I think there's I don't know if anyone here knows about the Strokes, but I think they I don't know off the top of my head. I bet you do, Yucca. I bet you do,
You're
Yucca.
saying you're more of a you're more of a
Yeah.
Paul McCartney than a George Harrison.
He strokes while he sun gazes.
You got to go older for the kids here.
Yeah. No, but there's a song by them where the bass kind of, it's not like crazy chords, but I just pulled it up here. They use 2 strings, which is more than many other bass players use at one time, but it's really kind of interesting. It's
Is it Last Night?
no. I think that's it. Maybe. But it's called Selfless. It's on their newest album, and that was back in like 2020. The new Abnormal. But so yeah, some bass players definitely utilize more chord than like other bass players do, where they would just like kind of go crazy on it and just do a lot of singular fast notes or something like that, or slap. But I mean, if you slap is actually interesting because you have the pole. I don't know if that's too loud. Sorry if it is.
No, sound fine.
But like they slap and then they pull, so that's utilizing a lot of course stuff. And so I'm not very good at that yet. But what?
Hey Hunter, can the old man hear us right now, or are we in private mode?
I think he might be able to hear you. So be careful what you guys say.
I'll hook up with you later, man.
Okay.
Hunter, are you familiar with Jack Johnson?
I am. I checked him out, or a lot of his discography, not fully, but a lot of his earlier stuff recently.
His early stuff with G Spoon, I think.
No, I don't know. What was the name? Say it again.
I think G Spoon or Spoon Love. Oh, God, what was it? He did a few collaborative stuff early in his career, but his first like maybe 2 or 3 albums, a lot of that slap work in there.
Yes, yeah. No, he's a great guitar player. I could never imagine to be as good as he is at his guitar playing. One of his earlier albums, I really love the song "Inaudible Melodies." Very good song.
Yeah, great too.
And then also,
Toes, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Banana Pancakes is also my other favorite from his. Great song. Could never ever imagine to be as good as he is at the guitar. I actually had a engineering teacher who plays guitar, and that was one of his inspirations was Jack Johnson, and he was showing us one time in class. He was a very cool teacher. Loved having him. I actually got to have him for 2 years, my junior and my senior year. So that was very
lucky enough. Any teacher that has a passion that they can extend out,
Yeah.
Especially with music. Jack Johnson did a great children's movie soundtrack too.
Right,
Curious
for
George.
Yes.
A lot of the things on there are pretty good.
Yeah. What's the song called? Upside Down. Very good. That one got very popular. All the my generation, I think, picked up on
the
it.
White Stripes.
Yes.
The White Stripes covered it too.
Yeah. What's it called? Oh, I know this song.
Susie, I can't remember the place.
We're going to be friends. We're going to be friends.
Yes. I can tell that we're going to be friends.
Yeah. I thought for a second, because I had found that off of White Stripes first. Love this song. Good song.
Yeah.
But then when I heard Jack Johnson, I was like, wait, who actually wrote the song? I was confused. I was like, wait, is this a cover or did Jack White cover it in the White Stripes? And Jack White wrote it, of course. He's a wonderful writer. I still need to get a lot of his solo work stuff. I've listened to quite a bit of the White Stripes, but I definitely need to check out more Jack
Heavily
White
influenced
stuff.
by early blues folk, I think.
Yeah.
Jack White.
Yes.
A lot of his stuff comes from like deep history stuff.
Yes.
Oh gosh, I want to say the Southern style, like Memphis and like this. I mean, some great stuff on his solo stuff.
Oh, there's chat. I didn't have chat pulled up.
Oh, there you go. You have a great future ahead of you. You look good in the tramp.
Thank
He
you.
says you need you need a booster seat.
I need a booster
I told her
seat.
get you a.
He'll grow
Yeah.
into it.
There we go.
He'll grow into it. He'll get a little taller.
Hey, guys.
The next 20 to 30 years, we'll be holding.
I just need the camera to. Sorry, I like slump into the chair, and so. Actually, it's kind of mostly because I'm hugging the uke base right now, so I'm kind of slumped over the uke base. So that's kind of the main problem. I have a great gag for Casey. We need Hunter to pretend to be a new fan of country and tell Casey he has discovered a new passion. Really sell it.
Jesus Christ, Hunter, you're not supposed to read it out loud. Jesus, dude. I just asked you if you could hear us. Well, it's done now then. I tried to put it in chat. I put it in chat because I figured if he's making a sandwich, he can hear us, but he can't read.
He's right
You just threw
behind.
me completely under the bus, man. Completely under
He's
the bus. Man,
He's
we
right
got-
behind.
But he's reading. I think he's reading his phone. He's watching the stream on his phone. Pirate, come on.
No,
Alright,
he's
that's-
listening, but he's not reading.
That's worse than trying to sneak your kid, when they're under 3 to Disney World, and you're like, hey, you're they're under 5.
The lady
Hey,
at the
you're 2
ticket
years
desk.
old.
The lady at the ticket desk says, "How old
Yeah.
is he?" And then you say under 5. He's like, Dad, I'm 7. I'm 7.
That's worse.
Man, it was so perfect, Casey. I mean, I had this whole thing laid out. I spent the last 20 minutes building this in my brain, and I had the perfect gag. We were gonna do so much with this, and now it's just I can just throw the whole thing, crumble the paper up, and throw it in the trash.
Look, I'm sorry, man.
I get it, man. It's your first day. I get it, man.
It's
All
my
right.
first day on the
Back to-
job.
All right.
Hunter, is your dad listening? No, he's gone. Huh?
He's right behind me. He wasn't
Oh,
for
damn
like
it.
a second.
All right,
but
yeah,
he's
it's,
right
it's
behind
ruined,
me.
man. It's spilt milk. It's spilt milk. There's nothing we can do about it now. Moving forward, man. Press
He's
on.
he's still in the tramp, guys. I mean, like he's right here.
You have to admit, Hunter. You have to admit that idea did have merit, though. You couldn't do it today because it would be too obvious a feint.
He'll forget
But
anyways.
if you
It
give
really
it
doesn't
some
matter.
time, maybe a week or so, and then you could come to him with some newly discovered musician that you just can't get over how popular you find his style, and that how there's just so much we could have done with this, and it could have yielded.
It doesn't.
I gotta get over it. It's done. I gotta get over it. It's done.
Isn't
It's
like
done.
Beyonce coming out with a country album or something, or was it Beyonce or was it Madonna?
Sure.
Beyonce.
Yeah, she put on a cowboy hat.
Beyonce.
She put on a
Beyonce.
cowboy hat and boots and sang a country song. And
So can that be? We can use her. She can be the. Even though I don't
That kind of
listen to
wasn't what I had in
Beyonce, even though I don't listen to Beyonce at all.
I can only imagine it would be like. Well, I was going to draw a metaphor about a son coming to his father and revealing something else, but it could be offensive, so I'm not going to. But let's just say I had it built up in my mind that your father could find nothing more repulsive than if you came to him as a brand new fan of Hank Williams Jr. and you just couldn't get enough of it.
He already kind of doesn't like some of my music tastes, so it's all right. It's already happens.
Well, yeah.
Just say it was Beyonce. Say it was All the Pretty Ladies.
It's
was
Beyonce,
the song
All
that
the
you
Pretty
loved,
Ladies.
and then she
I love
transitioned to
that song.
country, and now you're a country.
And she transformed into country, and that's I love country now. There, he knows. He's sold.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Great for you.
David Allen Coe. I don't know who that is.
Just tell everybody
That's always
He wrote a song that's generally it was they made fun of him. That's he was a songwriter, and the general idea was that they told him that he didn't write the perfect country music song because he didn't include a list of things that are considered stereotypes: trains, broke down trucks, divorces, going to jail. So he literally wrote a song and incorporated all of those items in there, tongue in cheek, and lo and behold, it became a hit. Made millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah. I feel like
something along the lines of it has a line in it something along the line of, I was drunk the day my mom got out of prison. I went to pick her up in my pickup truck in the rain. You know, it was done tongue in cheek. Yeah. Brian Carpenter knows.
Hunter, Pirate was giving you crap about the breakcore, but what if you do country breakcore?
Oh, okay.
Right, that's unique.
That would be very unique. That would appeal to the Midwestern emo country girls.
There you go.
The alternative Midwestern emo country girls out there. Yeah, there was this big I don't know what's called topic, big news, whatever, big viral person. She's basically like a farm girl, but she's like real like into emo. So she's like on this tractor with like the like, you know, decked out boots and like goth like outfit.
But to be honest,
and she
like when I listen to emo music, I feel like it's modern day.
Emo, help me out here, Hunter.
Emo is like the you know, they dress in black and they got
the song practically writes itself when you make her fall in love with a scarecrow.
It's just not what I'm used to.
Is it like the new
life
goth?
could be the same as the
Is emo
actually
like a modern goth? What we used to call goth?
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah,
It is.
pretty much.
Okay.
Similar things.
It's dark. It's dark and it's brooding. And
Emo for emotional. Or
There's
like
actually-
emotional, is that what it is?
There's actually an alternative rock song already out there called "Hymn for a Scarecrow" by Tally Hall, and it's literally just like thinking about how a scarecrow would think. That's it. It's a really good song. Okay, I don't know if you guys know Tally Hall. 2000s band. They got popular recently. They're pretty good if you guys like some kind of alt rock kind of shtick. They have a lot of different types of sounds. Some you might not like, but some that are very easy to listen to and just pretty good in general. So I would check them out if you guys don't know.
Hunter, can we take a moment here and do a little company business? Would that be okay with you?
What is? Do I have to do numbers?
I'd like to make a motion that we have KC change the name of the stream to AMC with KC and Son, as similar to the Sanford and Son.
Yeah.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second motion?
Second. See if you can make the change right now.
I have a second. All in favor.
I don't think I can
say aye.
change the logo right now.
All opposed, say nay.
I could change it.
The ayes have it. When KC returns, we're gonna.
Here's what we can do. We can do that, but like it's like real small at the very bottom of the current logo.
No. I'm talking about permanent. Listen, this is serious business here. I'm not joking. This is serious business.
Look, you're right. I'm in here now.
Wholesale change. New business cards, new signs in front of the corporate headquarters.
New coffee mug. New coffee.
AMC with KC and Son, just like the Sanford and Son.
New coffee mug.
Till Thursday at least. When you leave on Thursday, till Thursday.
Yeah. Do it right now. AMC with KC, Shaw, KC, and
no, just KC and Son. Like KC, Sanford and Son.
KC and Son. That's it.
Yeah, and Son. Son spelled with a capital S.
Well, you could just do like a little plus sign to keep the logo still pretty short and sweet, because.
Yeah. Or the and. They have the and. Don't you have like the A? With
yeah. Well, yeah. The and
it's
symbol
like a
that works
that
too.
just says and Son.
You like that, Tech? That's what I do here, Tech. I bring professionalism. That's my role, Tech. I'm bringing professionalism while you guys are jacking around. I'm handling the company's business.
Let me.
You're our secretary.
What do they call it? The Apple phones that it's like the same model, but they just upgrade a little bit.
Like
name.
The SE or something like that.
Operating systems.
Yeah, SE. Yeah, the SE. So, yeah, you're the KC.
KCSE. Yeah. That's me.
Well, I like it because it has an air of dynasty about it. Like we were saying earlier, like one sick monkey doesn't stop a circus. KC gets hit by a bolt of lightning tomorrow. This train goes on, man. This train never stops. This train stops for nobody.
Well, but
One
then
sick monkey.
I'm not going to be
It has an air of dynasty around it.
One sick monkey doesn't stop the circus. That's a good one.
Yeah, I posted it in the back of the bubble, like that. Is that what you meant?
How about a sick donkey? Would a sick donkey stop the circus? Brian?
That's Brian.
No.
Oh, did you?
Nothing stops this train.
You put that in the you inspected. Yeah, I see.
No, oh yeah, you know that.
But
I just did that.
I think we're trying to get that logo changed indefinitely. Is what?
Oh, let me get that logo.
I don't know where that
too,
is. Huh? I couldn't help you out with that.
I love it. It's good, Yucca.
What do you want me to put here? A unicorn?
Sure.
Maybe we can get
maybe we can
get censored content. Can do the clip from the song from Sanford and Sons.
Maybe we can put the eclipse.
Yeah, the eclipse.
The sun is eclipsing the father. You are eclipsing your dad right now.
Yeah,
because
he's right there. Yeah,
nice.
Look,
I
guys,
see what you did there, Yucca.
Totality right now.
Totality. Yeah.
Hey, Hunter. Boomstick in the comments. He goes, "You don't get to choose, Hunter. AMC chooses you."
Yeah. That's right.
You're born into it. Well, not really. You're already born.
Yeah, you're already born.
You're growing.
Your rebirth.
Yeah.
Your rebirth.
Yeah, you can have your own show. You should have your own show.
Well, I don't know if
you're too busy.
Well, no, not just that, but I mean, not that me streaming would technically be AMC related because I think I would just play games. But
no, definitely not.
If
We're fed up with that.
I can't stream really at the current state of where my computer's at because the internet is just not stable enough. Hogwash. You stream numbers.
Well, then you be just like your dad's.
FPS with bitrate of 2000. Sorry. I'm just saying he's like hogwash because this internet over here sucks as well. But I mean, the state of his live stream is super slow frame rate that it doesn't matter as much.
Yeah.
Whereas
your dad's like that guy that has a race car that he drives and all the tires are bald and ready to blow at any time.
Oh yeah.
He's fast as hell and he's leading the pack, but he's running on like bald tires.
But the only
what do you play, Hunter?
Well, I play a lot of different things. Mostly with other. I actually play a fighting game recently. It's called Guilty Gear Strive.
Street Fighter?
It's actually no, it's not Street Fighter. Although I do own Street Fighter 6, the latest one, but I haven't gotten into it yet. But it's funny because there's a clip of Bill Clinton. Let me see if I can pull this up. There's a clip of Bill Clinton, one of the earlier Guilty. No. He's talking about it. This was during the time. You don't mind if I search things up? Okay. This was during the time when
Hunter, first rule of piracy, you never ask for permission. It's easier to ask for.
No. It's not piracy. It's he doesn't like sometimes to have his search engine to be like cluttered with stuff that I would search up.
Well, that's too bad. That's too bad for him, isn't it? Yeah. We all feel sorry for him.
So for context on the video, this was back during the time when games were considered to be super violent and not good for kids, and Mortal Kombat, that's too much for kids. So this was kind of his response to that in a way. Oh, why is that?
I'm going to
hold
put
on,
myself on mute so I can listen to it, Hunter. I'll be
Yeah,
back
me
as soon
too.
as you get through playing
being
this.
covered up.
Yeah, just put it in. There you go.
Right there. Okay.
And if you look at some of these ads, it's hard to argue with a straight face that the games were made for adults in the first place. Like the one Arthur mentioned.
What?
Advertisements have a particular role here. They have the power to egg children on and lure them in. Every parent knows what response a commercial for sugar cereal or the latest Star Wars toy will get from their children. People advertise because it works. They want that product in one way or the other. They're determined to get it. So we ought to think twice about the impact of ads for so-called first-person shooter video games.
I made you a He-Man birthday
Like the recent
cake.
ad for a game that invites players to, and I quote, get in touch with your gun-toting, cold-blooded murdering side.
This isn't Guilty Gear yet, but
I was given today, Arthur brought me the magazine with the ad that he mentioned, and he was kind enough to mark it for me. There really is a gun here. It says, more fun than shooting your neighbor's cat. I was given another ad that says, what kind of psycho drives a school bus into a war zone? And here's a school bus heavily armed. This came out right after the incident in Springfield, Oregon. Here's an ad that turns the argument I just made on its head. Psychiatrists say it's important to feel something when you kill. And then it goes on to say, you ought to get this technology because it bumps and you feel it.
vibrating.
It says, every sensation, every vibration, every mutilation, 9 programmable weapons buttons, customizable feedback software, push the stick that pushes back and feel your pain. And here's one that the most unbelievable of all, it says, kill your friends guilt-free.
Okay,
Now,
that's the little thing right there. Is the kill your friends, guilt-free. It's this poster right here. Kill your friends, guilt-free. This was the ad that he showed up for the game.
That's so funny. That's the first time I've seen that, man. That is so funny.
It's just funny. It's funnier now just because of how far video games have gone.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And it's way worse, but I mean it's not really causing any damage. At least like this kind of stuff. But it was funny to think about back then that like these horrible graphics compared to nowadays were being scrutinized just because of what was going on. So anyways, that's like the oldest. That's the very first game in the series. But they came out with one back in I think it was either 21 or 22. And so I've had friends that play it, and so I got into it. But that's a little like niche piece of that community that has that knows about that little clip from Bill Clinton saying "kill your friends, guilt free."
Yeah.
So.
Hey, I gotta run, guys. I hate to run, but I'll see you later. Hunter, this is awesome. People are gonna come on in a bit and think that you're KC and he shaved his beard.
Yeah, we made it, guys. We made it.
If you keep an eye out, if you keep an eye out, Hunter, you'll see when Danny leaves, we get a big bump in our numbers. So he's so repulsive that
Damn you, pirate! All right, I'll go so the numbers go up.
See you, Danny.
With my unicorn joke later. See you, Hunter. See you, pirate.
My unicorn joke. We'll see you, man.
Deuce out.
I don't really. I mean, okay, so I hear my voice differently, as most people hear their own voice differently, but I don't hear it. I hear the subtle similarities between our voices, but is it like I don't know? I've never really.
It's not really a function of your voices sounding the same. It's the syntax and your sentence structure, your grammar, the way you. It's just obvious you're a chip off the old block. For me, it was when you said, "Let me pull this up." It was But
Here,
it's kind of cool.
let me pull this up
It's
real
compliment.
quick.
It's a compliment, man. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
I really could replace him then, huh? He's gone.
Oh, I'm quite convinced of it. Yeah.
Well, the only thing I can't replace him on is his guitar playing skills. I can only play this bass here. His guitar playing skills, I have not and probably will not beat him within his lifetime. Because he's very talented in that and has worked very hard to get that down. So that I cannot replicate.
You're fortunate. I have a cousin who my uncle could play anything with strings. Well, no, a guitar, banjo, a mandolin, all the above, and he was really good, just really talented. And I was amazed that his son had no interest in learning whatsoever. And I thought to myself, to have an in-house instructor, I don't see how a guy couldn't at least find an interest in it. But I guess if the flames aren't there for somebody to fan them, to begin with, I can understand it. But nope, you're fortunate your dad can provide you with some instruction on something that many people would like to have.
Well, I think so. My mom's taught piano, and she tried teaching both me and my brother. And my brother, he didn't stick with it, but he did better learning from her than I did. I feel like this isn't for all people, but I think a lot of people either agree with me or there's different sides. It's either like one way or the other. But for me, I think it's kind of hard to learn from relatives, or at least close relatives, because it just feels different. You're being given a different kind of command than like the kind of commands that you would respect as, let's say, a child to a parent, and it just feels different
That's
to me.
interesting.
And I couldn't like get past the fact that they're my parent, like I couldn't separate the parent from the teacher. And so it was kind of hard for me. Like I can play piano pretty well, but it's not to a technical level. It's not to like classical training level, because I kind of just picked it up on my own and didn't want to do it the way my mom wanted me to do it. Which she was fine with. It was, she let that go. She tried and she let it go because she understood that couldn't become like a thing that I would be doing, at least through her, unless I showed more interest in it. But like I've learned a couple of little pieces. I've played the Bohemian Rhapsody. It's like the most known song that I know on the piano. I could probably, I don't have a piano here. Dad, you need to get a piano. Well, it's kind of fun though. It's a neat party trick is knowing Bohemian Rhapsody, because everyone knows that song by like the piano part. Like
Scaramouche. Do you do the fandango?
I can do the fandango. But yeah, it's weird for me. It's just like a weird, different kind of thought process to like wrap my head around. I had trouble even with like, I had school assignments where it was like, have your sibling, or they might have said sibling and or parent or anything like that, like a relative, help you with like spelling practice back in like, like early elementary school stuff. And I had my brother do it, and it just felt like it was less of a learning moment and more of a just like, you suck moment. Like it was always like a comparison instead of just like I guess it's like one of those things where it's like within a wolf pack, like if the wolves were like looking down on another wolf just because he had to learn something, it would just feel different.
I guess
right?
to some extent it's probably logical, because I could see how you'd feel like your parents would be far more critical. Whereas a teacher is coming at
Yeah.
it analytically. They're just here to teach, and they expect certain mistakes. And there may be, I can see how there's a possibility that having a parent as an instructor could put an extra level of anxiety on it, because you'd feel like in some measure or another, like you're revealing to your parents that your progress is less than they expected. So that could, like I said, that could add some anxiety to it. Whereas you don't give two shits, rather than a regular old piano teacher.
Yeah, because like I'm
was
not
more
gonna
or
be
less
seeing
judging you,
them
so.
like every day of my
Right.
life, so
Right. Yeah.
it's like, you know, I don't have to like look at them and be like,
Yeah, and it could be something about expectations, like that you might feel that their expectations for you to do well or to progress. It may add an extra level. Whereas your teacher, I'm sure teachers are anxious to see students move forward, but not with the same desires that, say, a parent would. So I could see how that maybe that could be a problem.
yeah, that I think that's very spot on. Yeah, I think that's enough said about that. It's pretty cut and dry, right there. I see Robert Moore has put in here. Do I wash my coffee mug? Well, I don't necessarily have, at least right now, a specific coffee mug that is my coffee mug, if that's specific to this question. But yes, I would wash a coffee mug after drinking out of it, if that helps. I don't know what that. I don't know if that question has any like deeper meaning to it. Like if you
Well, it's
don't.
become apparent. Your father. We've discovered that your father is somewhat of a Neanderthal, in that he hasn't washed his coffee cup, and it looks like a science experiment. But we're convinced it's just because he's just we don't know why he does it. He's going with the whole thing, and that it's a Navy tradition, and I just think that that's a easy justification for him.
I think he's just being a silly
if
little child about it and wants to have a little fun.
I agree. Well, that's what I was trying to say, but I didn't want to throw shade on your father. So
I mean, let him eat cake. You know.
That's what they want to know. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So they want to know. Well, it's good to see that you take your hygiene and your the cleanliness of your eating utensils far more serious than he does.
He washes all his other coffee mugs, guys. I mean, this is the only, if you're talking about like this cup, I can switch it to interview mode here real quick. Do a little streamer thing here. Press the button. This one is not how all the other coffee mugs look. They're all clean other than that one. So, what's the other? How do I switch back? Do I press interview again?
Hit the one directly underneath interview, and then the two to the farthest right of that. That's already actually.
I see. Oh, camera on. There we go.
Somehow hit the one right next to the camera on.
There we go. Yeah. There we go. I'm learning, guys. I'm learning.
Nice. Yeah.
Wait, Casey's behind him. WTDF? Question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point, 4. Yeah, guys, he's right here. A little horror movie. He's right behind me, isn't he?
Yeah, I know. It's because I got 3 minutes left. I'm just sitting here waiting.
Silly little child clipped. Robert Moore. I think Robert Moore is liking the new stream here with me in the chair. Seems like we're getting a lot of likes here. Maybe I can stay here all day, even though I've been up for a long time now.
You can stay there all day. I don't care. If everybody wants you to stay all day, that's up to you.
You guys are gonna work me until I'm dead for all the breaks that he's taken.
Well, it does present certain challenges for us, Hunter. I mean, if you have a steady diet of Vienna sausages, potted meat, and mustard sandwiches, and then somebody lets you have a T-bone steak, it's kind of hard to go back. And we'll probably find ourselves in a similar situation here. We've become quite accustomed.
You're gonna turn away the Vienna sausage once you get handed back.
Right. It's kind of.
It is numbers time, though.
It is numbers time, he says.
Yeah. Well, let's get started then, Hunter. Give us the rundown.
So I see a big green number here. It says 2.980. All right, numbers is done.
That's it. Finished. Numbers is finished. Yeah, absolutely.
Numbers is done.
Yeah.
And yeah. I mean, like, do we even need any of this? We don't need any of this.
Well, you have to be careful here. Now, this is where I can be of use to you. You got to be real careful because this is a pirate ship. There are many on this crew who are they're 100% numbers.
Okay, but
and
this
you can find yourself on. You can have a mutiny.
This
on
is
your
all we
hands
need.
very quickly. Yeah. Tread lightly here now, because look, I'm with you. I'm not a numbers guy. I'm a fart joke guy, but don't make no mistake about it. The crew is made up. There's a great deal of the numbers people in here.
Yes, guys, I'm just joking.
You don't want to run afoul of them. They're like it's like in Willy Wonka's. It's like in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. They're like the Lollipop Guild. We represent the Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild. Yeah, that's the numbers crowd.
Yeah. Just you see that button right there where it says buy? Just put 3 million and then buy.
True. Actually, I don't even know where that button is. Yeah, I don't even know where that button is.
Pay for all that, but
I'm looking everywhere.
I think you did it on purpose. Your dad disabled the
buy
sell button. Oh, what? He removed the buy button?
Yeah, the buy button's gone, guys. You heard it here first, folks.
Oh no. Blame Vlad.
They're stopping us.
There's a rock band called the Dread Crew of Oddwood. Have you ever heard of them, Byron?
No, I'm afraid not. What they do,
out, man.
they do like sea shanties or something, or
pirate metal.
Oh, okay.
Pirate metal.
Yeah, like Swashbuckle, Running Wild, Hailstorm.
They're definitely. I was looking up music genres, like the Wikipedia, and there was some kind of like sea shanty metal something. I want to find that. I'm on a journey here.
Where's Bob White?
Oh, there's sea punk.
Sick obsessions. Sea punk.
Yeah. But I don't think that's directly relating to. I think it's something else.
I like pirate metal.
I guess there wasn't any other. I just looked up sea and it only popped up with sea punk. Oh, well, and sea shanties, but there's not anything in between. Man. No, but that's kind of it's not even like every genre, to be honest. The Wikipedia for list of music genres and styles, there's still quite a bit of stuff you can go through. Yucca, I got some for you, if I can find it. Hold on. What was it called? Give me a second, Yucca. You're gonna love this, though. How do you look at the screen with this mic in your way?
Very carefully.
Hurdy-gurdy.
It's very hard to read here.
I'm taller than you, so
that is true. He's taller.
You gotta clean your glasses.
Yeah.
He does that morning ritual every morning.
He cleans. Where was this not?
Why are you gay?
Well, I'm not finding it now.
It's all right.
Guys,
It's
I
rigged.
failed.
That's what it is.
I failed.
It's been.
They took it off.
It's child.
They took it off because
really?
they knew
I
they.
went down this rabbit hole lately about they were like Irish and Scottish drinking, like pub songs, and some of it's a little difficult because they obviously have a real heavy accent, but they're all really upbeat and fast, and they're peppered with filthy language and all that. So that's been kind of like my recent.
I found it, Yoka.
Obsession.
It's called Jerkin.
Oh. That's right up my alley.
Yeah, there you go.
Is that a band?
Well, we can let's go. We can dive into this rabbit hole here. It's Jerkin or jerk is a street dance culture and hip hop subgenre originating in urban California. Groups New Boys and Audio Push.
Modern breakdancing. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
So, in other words, these guys are getting off.
Pretty much.
Yeah, they're jerking. They have random jerk offs.
Yep.
Where you battle. They try to see who can keep their hands up without a belt the longest.
I hope this
Pretty
is not
interesting.
going on in West Hollywood, but
It might be.
oh no!
This is why everybody loves.
I'm not interested in that.
And sometimes they do it in a circle. Yeah, it's pretty interesting, man. I'm telling you, it might be for you.
I feel like there's another one, but I don't know how fast it's gonna be to find. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find another one. But yeah, there's some really crazy genres.
That's pretty cool.
If you look up just like music genres and pull up the Wikipedia page, you'll find lots of unique stuff here. Numbers? Did I miss numbers?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna hop back on here.
And you don't want to do it?
I can't do this.
Yeah.
There you go.
You sure?
If your dad was to make you a checklist, it'd go a long ways. He could really quick bang you out just a little spreadsheet numbered from 1 to 50, and he could. I'm telling you, Hunter, he could give you every
He
single
can't hear
metric.
you. He can't hear you anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He left me a hot seat though. My goodness, Hunter, you run hot.
Yeah.
Woo! You farting this thing?
No,
You season it a little for me?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. All right.
Well, before you get into the work, KC, you should know that we had a board meeting, and we had a motion was made before the board and seconded, and the ayes have had it. They're asking for a corporate restructuring of the name to become AMC with KC and Son.
Nice.
Much in the tradition of the Sanford and Son TV show. So we're going to expect to see the changes going forward.
You should.
So you'll know.
You should make like a little logo. Like it's real easy to make.
AMC, KC, and
But,
Son.
you have the same one.
And Son,
like,
you don't have to. In an
on
effort to
there,
be brief, we're not going to go with the A and D Son. Just use the little A with the circle around it, and Son, or at, or whatever, or in
The and
Son.
sign.
But yeah, the important part is Son, and the word Son needs to be capitalized. So
It's just like a black sticker.
That'd be really easy to just
slap it on there.
Yeah, have like a separate image that
There we
can
go.
pop on there. Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be really simple to do.
It's mission critical. It's mission critical. So.
But I'm gonna head out right before he does numbers. See you guys.
Where are you heading to?
Just upstairs.
Oh, okay.
Just so I can take it. I've been up since like.
Hey, thanks for making it fun, Hunter. You're a trooper, man. It takes guts to sit down and stand up to 150 nut jobs. So thank you, man.
He said thank you. It takes a lot to stand up to 150 nut jobs and hold your own.
Yes, thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
It's been an honor.
He said it's been an honor. All right, let's do this. I'm going to step out of the back of the big tramp here just long enough to be able to do this numbers, and then I'll come right back. I'll be back in a second.
Done.
All right, numbers time, guys. You know what that means.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing.
All right, guys, let's do this. Taking a look at borrow fees and exchange traded volume for the day today. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got 56.63% going through off exchange, EDGX sitting at 5.14. Combined total 61.77%, or about what is going on with my numbers here? 61. Oh, I see what happened. 1.23% less than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 2,400 shares going through that exchange. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 975 shares. Nothing unusual about either of those two. Taking a look at borrow fees, it looks like another 400,000 shares have been borrowed according to IBKR. It was about 50,000 shares in total earlier, so that's now 450,000 shares in all that have been borrowed so far for this morning. Fees are at 2.92% according to IBKR. Ortex is suggesting that there's been about 522,000 shares having been borrowed, and that was 524 an hour ago. So it's not really much of a change. It's going to leave the estimated short share interest of the free float at 20.2%. The cost per mins at 0.39, averages 4.29, and max is 8.93. Shares on loan for the day today is at 86.69 million shares. That's 2.71 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 1.08 million of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today's an hour ago is at a $3.5 strike with 3.5 thousand contracts. That's still the case. It's about 3.7 thousand contracts now, though. Highest amount of puts an hour ago was at a $3 strike, and there was 700 contracts in volume for the day. We still have not broken 1,000, which is pretty kind of crazy. That's gone up to 900 contracts at a $3 strike so far for the day. Market is suggesting a closing price between $3 and $3.50 by the end of the day. Taking a look at MMR, actually, before we take a look at it, I've added back in the orders by Fidelity customers numbers, and because it's now being reported again. So according to Fidelity, these are some of the top 30 most heavily traded stocks based off of orders. And I'm just going to scroll through here to see if AMC or GME are on the list. I'm not expecting them to be due to our low quantity of volume that's being traded, and they are not. Taking a look at MMRI, It was 282.62 earlier this morning. It is now 282.63. It is this, like the last 2 hours, we have seen hardly anything happening on this. Almost as if the market's choosing to do nothing over anything for stability reasons. As it stands right now, the 2 years at 0.474, and you know what? There's been no change. This has been the same. It was 0.37 2 hours ago, the spread between the 2 year and 10 year, and it's starting to make me think that the data is not updating. Hold on 1 second here. I want to zoom in on this just a tad bit just to verify. 1320. No, that's right. There's been zero change. I mean, you can see there's been a change, but as it was 2 hours ago, there's been no change. Here's where it was 2 hours ago. Here's where it is now. 1 hour ago is right about here. For the most part, it's been a little bit up, a little bit down, and for the most part, just pretty much the same numbers for 2 hours in a row. I've not seen that very often. Let's see here. Taking a look at the different indexes, we've got NASDAQ down 0.06, Dow Jones is down 0.34, S&P 500 down 0.25. We have 3,159 advancers to 2,479 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining from an hour ago. 3159. Ugh, I miswrote that. The best performing sectors for the day today. Actually, let's start with worst. The worst performing sectors for the day today are financials and industrials. The best performing sectors, real estate, followed by utilities. Of the Mag 7, 3 are in the green. Financial institutions plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 4.44%. That may be the only one that I read off. Yep. Gold is up 0.23 and consolidating. Silver is up 0.12, consolidating after an uptrend. Ethereum Classic is down 5.9% and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.02 and trending up. Oil is down 1.33 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.34 to 0.39 and trending down. SPY is down 0.29 and consolidating after an uptrend. VIX is up 3.29 and currently trading at 15.69. The futures on the VIX are at 1533, suggesting that the VIX is going to drop a little bit more. It is in a decline since hitting a peak of about 1663 earlier. VTI is down 0.25 and is consolidating after an uptrend. VB is up 0.05 and trending up. Tesla is up 1.36 and breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. Amazon is down 0.1, trending down. Cinemark is up 0.26, trending down. Doge is down 5.73, trending down. Bitcoin is down 3.55, trending down. GME is up 2.38 and consolidating. HYMC is down 2.35 and consolidating. Looks like it may be trying to break yeah, it is. It's breaking out into an uptrend after having been in a reversal out of a downtrend. NCMI is down 1.93, trending down. Hood is down 0.73, trending up. And AMC is up 1.02 and consolidating pretty much since market open. Taking a look at what's next. Inflow versus outflow. $500,000 more inflow than outflow. 6.19 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 238 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 10.14 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested that we would see somewhere between 5 to 25 million shares traded, and very likely almost exactly the same amount of volume we had yesterday, which was 9.5 million, maybe slightly more. And we are definitely pacing for that as of right now. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.65, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.45, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.17, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 47.64, which is just slightly below average. And as it stands right now, price is kind of just maintaining, and may maintain like this for the rest of the day, like we did yesterday. Heading back over to the main page here so I can see what it is you guys are saying, and also head back over to the back of the Big Tramp, where we have Tech and Pirate. Tech and Pirate. It's like a new video game. Let's see here. Robert Moore saying, as the pub goes, so goes Ireland. They are effed. What's going on with Ireland? I have no idea. Is Casey filling out his Indeed Zip Recruiter account? I don't even know what that is. Tech's got his headphones turned off. Mike's off on Pirate. He's probably talking right now, but I can't hear him. Oh, they have a new prime minister? Interesting. Tomorrow we have CPI numbers. And then PPI on Thursday. Yucca, welcome back.
Oh, thank you. I was listening to this Justin Bieber song. He said he lost himself in a Diddy party.
Is that a real song?
Yeah.
It's a real song.
You heard
It's
it?
not just a parody.
It's a real song.
It's a real song.
Nah, man. It sounds real.
It sounds real. Does it? I heard it and it didn't sound real to me.
Really?
It sounded very AI
I
generated.
don't know, man. What's real these days?
I don't know. It's it's hard to tell anymore.
All right, let me look for the actual song. Maybe that's what I need.
Yeah, because to me it sounded like an AI generated knockoff version to be funny. And that's to my untrained ear, though. You know, I'm not really like, an expert or anything. But my untrained ear says maybe not really real.
Maybe not.
I would feel like you would probably be really good at picking up on that too. Also, don't you feel like you can tell the difference?
Maybe I
Like
lost myself.
when you hear like auto tune in a voice, like you hear it, right?
Yeah.
Like it's there. And whenever you hear AI singing something, it has that same kind of quality to it. like the vocals like snap too quickly to the right notes, but have like just enough wavering to make it just kind of like leave you questioning, was that real or is that fake? We're screwed when AI figures out how to mimic human flaws, right? Like we're always trying to teach AI how to make us more perfect. And so most of the time AI is always trying to be better than what we are. But really, I think what we want out of AI is for it to be more humanistic or to have human traits. And the closer it gets to those having those human traits, so where you can't tell the difference between a real person doing something versus AI doing it for you, is really where that's the once it can mimic that, we're screwed. It's kind of like
once it can say sorry.
The Terminator, like the Terminator, right? Like, I mean, over time, the iterations of the Terminator just got better and better and better until it was just like, well, it wasn't unbeatable, but it was very hard to recognize the difference between Arnold Schwarzenegger and a future T whatever 18 million.
Version 18,000.
Right, 18,000. Version
18,000. Right? Is it 18 or T800?
I don't know.
Right?
I'm just making shit up. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like an iteration way down the line, right? Like there's a big difference between. I remember back in the day when you and I were kids and we were watching Terminator 2, or actually it was Terminator, the very first Terminator, and we were sitting there going like, oh, we couldn't even tell which Terminators were the real ones and which ones were the fake ones. And so they had to have like animals, like check out people to find out if the animals were, if the animals could tell the difference, apparently.
Oh, yeah, the animals could.
Mm-hmm.
Sniff them.
I had to excuse myself abruptly. I hope I didn't miss too much.
No,
no, you didn't.
Yeah. We had some challenges here. It's not kind of boring and not particularly something I want to share with the entire world, but I'd like to talk to you about it later. But it's all good. It's all good.
Mrs. Pirate's asking you to do dishes.
Yeah, that's precisely.
You need to know which kind of soap to use. Don't use dishwasher soap.
Well, I need
whatever you do.
I just need a reference for a divorce lawyer.
No, you're not. You just need to know which kind of soap to use. You have two different choices underneath the sink, and you're not sure which one. I've been there.
Bubble bath. You trying to tell me bubble bath?
I did it before. I did it when I first got out on my own.
Elmo Wall Street bubble bath.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is fun to watch. You panic when you're living in an apartment because it's not your dishwasher. As you see bubbles start pouring out of the exhaust for the heated I don't know what to call it, exhaust, the heat exhaust.
Yeah,
that's always fun.
We had a small fountain in one of the neighborhoods that were close to where I grew up. It was within bicycling distance if you spent the day pedaling really hard. But one of the big pranks was people would always go squirt bubble bath in it.
Oh, nice.
Time to time. So it wasn't unusual to go through the little town and just see the just giant bubbles
everywhere. Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yep. Harmless prank.
I don't know if that's any good on the pump.
Nah, doesn't hurt. Doesn't do anything.
Doesn't get air in it. There's some pumps out there that can be destroyed if they wet pumps that if they get air in there, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, Well, they rely on the water as a lubricant, and if you run them dry, but just having air going through them, the only way you can really destroy one is if it's run dry, where there's literally no water going through it.
Okay, well, soap probably wouldn't do that then.
Nope.
I remember the pool guy that would come in oftentimes and clean my parents' pool growing up would use just regular dish soap on a scrubber for the edge of the tiles of where the water line's at, and he'd go through and he just it would leave a little bit of soap residue, but it was usually so minor that it just dissipated pretty quickly.
We did have some developments on that front as a topic of conversation. The pool guy that came out told Mrs. Pirate that snatching her pool out and putting a brand new one in is going to probably be a non-starter because, wait for it, the government, they have changed the local building codes now, and apparently you're not allowed to put an in-ground swimming pool that close to the beach. So we're grandfathered in. We can affect repairs towers. We can do repairs towers, but we can't. Demolishing the entire pool and then putting a new one in presents all kinds of challenging with permitting. They want engineering drawings. I'd have to submit engineering. We have a bulkhead wall, like a seawall, if you will, and they want me to submit stamped engineering drawings and all of that in an effort to put it. But there's already a pool there.
Can't you just do a liner?
Well, our particular pool is a fiberglass insert. When they built this house, they brought the pool in on a truck and they picked it up with a crane and dropped it into the hole, and then they plumb all the lines to it. It's not as robust as the gunite sprayed concrete, but the problem with sprayed concrete is that if you have any settling, any substantial settling, and the pool's not supported, it can crack, and then you really got a big problem. Whereas fiberglass is more flexible. It allows So for that reason alone, that's what they went with. But no, I thought that we're still exploring options that they may be able to pull the old fiberglass shell out and put a new one in and call it a quote unquote repair. But it's not the end of the world. I just thought you'd find it interesting as far as we like to piss and moan about our government. It's just one more example of how they change things.
I would still think you could put some kind of liner in on top of a fiberglass. I mean, is it cracked? Is that what the problem is, or?
No.
Okay. Well,
fiberglass. Fiberglass doesn't do well over the years with chlorine.
Okay.
Chlorine's incredibly, destructive. Most people know that. So what happens is you lose the gel coating on it becomes degraded after a while, and what happens is the fiberglass starts to protrude. So if you lean up against it or sit in a certain spot, you may feel a little itchy or something.
It's a salt water.
It was, yes.
Okay.
Saltwater pool that uses a catalytic converter to electrify the salt and release chlorine. We since quit using that system, and I just started putting chlorine tablets in it. That's another whole subject.
Okay, I was going to
say. But no, you're right, KC. They have companies who can come out and they drain the pool, which I've already drained it, and then they sand it much like you'd sand a boat hull or a yacht or a fiberglass Corvette, and they paint the entire. They got a real high-end epoxy, 2-part epoxy paint. They paint the entire pool, and then they seal it with clear coat, and then you can get another 10 to 20 years use out of it. This particular pool that we have is it's 18 years old, so it's not like it's not like a design flaw or anything. It's getting closer to the end of its useful life. We're just fortunate enough that because the storm damaged so much of it that some of this will be we had some issues with a little chipping here and there from being impacted by the storm. The issue we're wrestling with, Casey, is that she's getting ready to do a complete remodel of the entire area, and she didn't want to. It's kind of like you're going to do everything brand new and then leave the old pool in. She didn't want to do that. She felt like you'd be quitting right at the finish line, if you will. But no, Ariel's right. The gel coat can be redone. I mean, I've had some guys do work on some of the bigger boats I've had in the past, and it's one of the things. That's one of the pluses of fiberglass is that it lends itself very well to repair work and refurbishment. I just thought the interesting topic was the fact that the government is changing once again, the rules of the game, making it more difficult.
Wow, too many projects, pirates. How about your the door? I don't know. You gave
Yeah,
a date.
those are different contractors. You get a contractor for doors and windows, and a contractor for roofing repair. There's a different contractor for swimming pool. And then there's a different contractor for the patio. That'd be like 5 different companies involved.
Yale is saying.
Okay, but did you get another code for the door? Because last time I remember you.
It's a work in process. It's a work in process. She's got constant flow of people coming and going. Yeah, Mrs. Pirate's adamant about 3 bids. That's been a hard and fast business rule of ours for many years, is minimum of 3 bids. Doesn't necessarily mean we go with the cheapest, but 3 bids.
Ariel saying put a liner and switch to salt water. I was going to ask you, did you have water in the pool at the time when the hurricane rolled through?
Yeah, it was full.
What did the damage? Was it branches or something, or what?
I don't know if you remember the pictures I shared with you, but we had a screen enclosure, which was like a giant greenhouse that kept bugs and flies and all that out. And it's made out of an aluminum superstructure, and then it has screen panels, these huge screens. But the framework itself was aluminum beams or structural beams, probably 12 inches wide, 2 inches thick, and 40 feet long. And that all came down. You imagine it coming down with some force. That's what went through the door and the window and busted up some of the concrete and things.
Stupid Mother Nature. I was laughing about it yesterday. Now I'm like,
it
stupid
happens.
Mother Nature.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
when we were in our farming days, we had a snow and ice built up, and it got so heavy that it collapsed one of my cattle sheds as well. It's a constant battle with Mother Nature. I learned it when we were in our farming days. It was a battle just to beat back. That seemed like Mother Nature was trying to encroach on all my fields. We cleared land and put fences up and turned cattle loose on them. And Mother Nature's resilient. The vines, the trees, it would all try to. It was like an attack. There was like a war battle line clearly drawn right at the edge of that field.
Right.
And I was always tasked with beating back the encroaching jungle, and then the jungle was trying to recover that lost land.
I've always wondered, and I don't mean this to be insensitive, even though it's going to sound that way. But I've always wondered, like, why people keep rebuilding in like areas where there's like natural disasters or a strong possibility.
Right. And the answer is real simple. It's the very reason why they built it in the first place. Why do people keep building on Hawaii when it's literally a volcano? The entire Hawaiian island chain is nothing but one big volcano. Period. Why do they go back there? Well, anybody who's ever been to Hawaii will tell you why they go back, and it's because of the natural beauty and the desire to be in that environment. Because 99.9% of the time, it's paradise. With it comes a volcanic flow.
Okay, but I guess one of the ones I'm thinking of is like Oklahoma. I feel like you can't say the same thing for Tornado Alley. It's like, oh, but it's so beautiful. I'm gonna keep putting my motorhome here.
Why do people live in Oklahoma? And it's because they're either most of the people are in the cattle industry or the oil industry. The population there's an example. I guess. And you say, well, why would somebody live in a mobile home in Oklahoma? Well, if it's your son who just, lost his job and got a divorce and filed bankruptcy, and he needs a place to live, and dad owns a 300-acre, farm, they give him 2 acres, and he puts his modest little modular home over in the corner, and that would account for why he lives there. Sometimes it's just the way things work out. But I get it.
Yeah.
I hear people all the time say, why do they keep subsidizing people who live on the coast for flooding? And I'm like, well, it's not specific to the coast. Rather, you have the earthquakes of California, any number of natural disasters throughout the world.
Yeah. It's like California, you know,
I can tell
with
you,
earthquakes.
ice storms. You get a bad ice storm up north, and you get you find yourself in a position where you have no electrical power for say 6 days, and you have bursting pipes. There's nothing can destroy a house faster than its own plumbing. And so again, in terms of insurance claims and the destructive nature of the destructive effects of natural events on a house, it can happen just about anywhere. There's very few places I think you can move where you can say you're at this particular point you're immune to Mother Nature.
Roadrunner saying job security to keep the economy going, and it's just one of those things where I grew up in a family where we just moved, right? Military family, you just move and it's not a big deal. And so because I was raised differently than most people, for me, when I see people who have their home and I can only imagine how devastating it would be to lose everything that you have. For me, the devastation of having to deal with it once would be enough, and for me to say, okay, I'm out of here. I don't want to be a part of this again.
It changes you.
Yeah.
It'll change you. I can speak from personal experience. It'll change you.
And I feel like it's like one of those things where I'd be like, I'm out of here. I'm done. I'm not sticking around for this. I don't want round two. It's devastating enough as it is.
Well, it's an interesting topic because think, if you will, people say California is arguably one of the most beautiful places in the United States. I think everyone would agree that. Now, politics aside, just the geographical, the way it's built with the bluffs and
I would go with
beaches,
Colorado, but that's just me.
Okay. But where I'm going with this is, and have you seen the fires? Look what the forest fires do. So,
yeah.
You and it's the same thing. Every region,
life
has its pitfalls. And exactly. And, you can pick your place, and I'll immediately retort to, well, what about this? And I just argue that it's not. People say, I can't go to Florida because of hurricanes. I'm like, here we go. Let's start talking about the rest of the country. And there's no place that you can go where you're going to be immune to life.
Well, I mean, there is to some extent.
Well, you can reduce your
you can reduce risks. You can
certainly reduce your odds. Right?
Like I was scared. I was scared to move here to Texas because I didn't know if there was going to be tornadoes in this area. Apparently, and there has been one since I've lived two since I've lived here.
I could argue, KC, that if you go to, say, Colorado or someplace and buy a abandoned strip mine or a salt mine, that you can move into that salt mine 600 feet underground, and short of if you're out of the earthquake area or fault lines, you could live the rest of your life in relative tranquility. But what quality of life?
Yeah.
At what point trading safety and security for what's a Pink Floyd song say? You trade a walk-on part in a war for a lead role in a cage. You get to pick,
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm heading out. I guess I'll catch up a little.
Take care, man.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, man.
Have a good day.
We'll see you, John.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I've had people argue that living in big cities, like if you move to a big city, they don't have a lot of, like New York City, for instance, isn't plagued with a lot of hurricanes. I'm like, yeah, but then you have the crime. So I know it's not a natural phenomenon, but you're presented with different challenges. Maybe the people who live in New York City don't have to lose sleep over a hurricane, for instance, but riding the subway can cost you your life.
Yeah.
See, so everything has, you pick.
Yeah. Paradise on beachfronts isn't always paradise, but most of the time it is. Right up until it isn't, and then it's like, watch out.
Yep.
Tsunamis, hurricanes, you name it.
I went through one of the biggest historical events as far as pertaining to tornadoes was in Xenia, Ohio, spelled with an X, Xenia, Xenia, Ohio, and it was in the 70s, and it was devastating. Yeah. And I saw it firsthand. I was literally in the back of a 1972 station wagon where you rode backwards looking out the back glass as my father drove. We were fleeing the area. We were literally running, and we could see the funnel behind us and all the shit flying in the air. And it's in the heartland. You think how much blander can you get than Cincinnati, Ohio, or Xenia, Ohio? I mean, literally, there's nothing. There's no history of earthquakes or hurricanes, any of those things. And it was a natural disaster that's, to this very day, people talk about it. It's been studied and looked at. So
Robert's saying
there's any place you can hide.
Robert's saying I couldn't do the scorpions in Texas, and I'm just gonna throw this out there, just kind of as a random thing to just, because I'm not really a fan of scorpions either, but apparently it's really not all that bad. Scorpion stings, so more annoying than anything. They just look ugly as hell. So don't let them scare you. Now, I can't say I've personally been stung by them, but I have direct family members who live here who have told me that they get stung on a regular basis, and it's not a big deal. It's like a bee sting. So,
Boomstick is saying you can see weather coming, but there's nothing you can do about it. And there's nothing you can do about the impact to your home, Boomstick. But the things that really matter, you just load your family and pets up and leave. You can, and then with modern technology and the advancements in meteorology, weather, there's no excuse for dying in a hurricane. Your people have days in advance to load everything up in the family truckster and hit the road. Just head out, and you can come back later and clean up the mess. And I think people are coming to terms with that. Maybe a generation ago, where you had these hurricanes that would come up where people had no advanced knowledge of it. It didn't allow them to flee. But even with the forest fires, it's more often than not, people have an opportunity to just pack up and go seek safety, flight to safety, and come back later on and see what of your material items are gone.
Pro Jeweler saying he's never seen a scorpion in Texas. I've seen one. And the one thing that I found out in Arizona is that what they typically say is that they're very territorial scorpions. So when you see one, then expect to see many more. So I haven't seen any here where I live. I'm just saying that since I've been in Texas, I have seen a scorpion. In Arizona, probably saw a lot more than just one when I was living there. But never have I had a house that, knock on wood, never have I had a house that's had scorpions because, like I said, the saying is if you get scorpions in your house, they won't go away. Roughly 1,750 species of scorpions in the world, and only 25 are considered to be lethal to humans. In most cases, the sting of the scorpion causes pain, but is relatively harmless to a healthy adult. Exactly. And some people don't know that, actually, believe it or not. Some people probably think that, they look really awful, those scorpions. So I would imagine a lot of people are just fearful because of the looks, but it's really for the most part pretty harmless.
The predominant killer in hurricanes is drowning. Far, far more people drown because they fail to seek high ground, as opposed to someone who's hit, or crushed in a falling house or hit by flying debris. It's generally the drowning that gets them. It's like I've said before, number one source or number one statistic for fatalities, I think, of children under pre-teens is drowning in backyard swimming pools. Death by getting stung by a bee and going into anaphylactic shock.
What are canes or nados? Got it. What hurricane? Got it. Hurricanes and tornadoes. Got it. Shortened. Got it. I was sitting there thinking you were talking Spanish living in 3D. I was like, like Canis and Nados. I was like,
Right.
I was like, what the F is that? Oh yeah, hurricanes. Got it. Yeah, I will take an I'd take an earthquake over. I've always said that hurricanes would probably be the most. I would rather be in a hurricane than an earthquake or a tornado. Earthquakes, you know, you could get screwed if you're in a high rise, or you could be in a parking garage, or who knows where you're going to be, but you could get screwed if you're not in the right spot at the right time when it happens. Tornadoes, sometimes you can't see them.
That's a wise choice. You're making a wise choice, and I'll tell you why. Hurricanes are like a slow-moving train wreck.
Right, slow-moving.
Nothing happens.
You can get
fast.
way to hell.
I've been through Ivan. I've been through all. Yeah, you know it's coming 2 days in advance.
You can get out of the way.
Batten down the hatches. You move in all your projectiles. You move all your plants inside. Anything that could be blown around. You do everything you can to be prepared for what you know is coming.
Yeah.
Then when the storm comes, you can watch the waters rise. You watch it come up. It comes up. It doesn't come up all in a tidal wave. It comes up in a slow and steady rate. You watch the winds increase, and you have flexibility.
Right.
You know, unfortunately, some people fail. They fail to take precautions until it's too late, and they become trapped and drown and things like that. But you're not caught with that. You don't have that element of surprise like you do with a tornado, or I can only imagine earthquakes would probably be, I think we might all agree, that's probably the most surprising. 1 minute you're just having dinner in a nice restaurant, and the next minute the whole building's shaking around you.
Yeah. I'm not too afraid of earthquakes, though, because I've been through so many of them that it doesn't really faze me too much. But I think tornadoes are probably more, for me, it's a little bit more scary just because I've never really technically been in one. And I've had some near me, but never been in one before. And I don't like the idea. The worst thing, the worst possible thing that I can possibly think of in the whole wide world is being asleep in the middle of the night and having a tornado alarm go off somewhere. Somehow you find out there's a tornado coming. It's like, where? And you have no idea. You're just like,
what?
I don't know where to go. I'm not safe anywhere because I can't see shit. And I just got to hunker down. And it's like, that sounds like a really bad situation. I don't like that. I want to see it. Let me see it coming. Tex says, what's the biggest earthquake you think you've experienced? We just talked about this just the other day. We were in LA at the time when the 1993 or 4 earthquake, the big one that hit San Fernando Valley area.
Or get your facts straight.
Was it 3 or was it 92? Was it 92? Maybe it was 92.
94.
Was it 94? Was it okay? That sounds maybe. It was somewhere right around there. It was one of my. All I remember is I was in high school, and that earthquake hit, and I have no idea how big that was. Let's see.
It was a big one.
1994.
It was a 6 point something.
Earthquake.
That's the one that brought down the interstate
Northridge.
overpasses.
Yeah, the Northridge. That was a 6.7. 6.7 earthquake.
Bad mojo.
And I wasn't scared. In fact, my parents woke me up in the middle of the night. It was 4:30, according to the information I'm seeing right here. It was in the middle of the morning. But we were sleeping. They woke us up, and I wasn't scared at all. I was just kind of like, huh? You know, like, okay.
Oh, you were like, oh, cool.
Earthquake. Right. You know, it was just another earthquake. No big deal.
Rattled the cages, huh?
But then we saw the aftermath, right? We saw the aftermath of the earthquake, and we were like, oh, shit, that was bad.
Those buildings were not up to code.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Don't get me started on tsunamis, man. I'd stay the hell away from those. Those are bad. But, yeah, that's probably the biggest earthquake I've been in, 6.7. Once you've lived through them, it ain't no big deal. It really isn't. You don't really freak out as much as, provided you're not in some 12-story building, or in a basement somewhere, a parking garage basement. You don't. For the most part, you just kind of like, okay, time to get outside.
Hey guys, I thought I'd jump in on this one too. I was actually in Northridge for the quake. I was in Studio City.
Yeah. now you're the earthquake expert. This has gone too far, sir.
I'm leaving. That's it. I could be a Renaissance man.
and how? Tell me from your experience on that
with the time I was in LA.
On that 6.7 earthquake. How did you feel about it? Like, did it scare the crap out of you?
It woke me up.
Yeah.
And I walked outside. I had a place. I was on the ground floor of a 3-bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, of a 3-story apartment.
Yeah.
In Studio City, and it struck. You could see the line going up the side outside of our wall.
Oh, nice.
As it was settling.
Yeah.
But it was terrifying in the moment, but in the end, like I said, all we did was just kind of go, "Oh, this is going on. We better get outside."
Right.
And you have plenty of time to kind of avoid it.
Right.
You know, most cases, like I said, unless you're stuck in an elevator or something, and that's
Right.
terrifying. But I remember for years afterwards, anytime you were stuck in traffic in LA.
Oh, yeah, on
went
a
under
bridge. Yep. You were like, can I get the F out of here, please? Already? Let's get the traffic going.
Exactly.
Yeah.
People would wait on one side of the bridge for it to clear and then gas it to the other side and slam on their brakes to get on the other side.
I would hold my breath as I would go over those huge overpasses that would connect you from like one freeway to another. I always be like, this is going to be that moment. I'm going to be stuck on the overpass here as some major earthquake hits. Just my luck.
3D.
Yeah,
3D. Have you or Casey ever been in close proximity to a lightning strike? I don't mean in your house, like been outside, like on a golf course or anything like that. What's the closest you guys
less than 50 yards, probably.
Wow.
Several times, less than 50 yards.
Get your attention. If that doesn't give you a little respect for Mother Nature, man.
If you don't squirt just a little bit, you're not human.
Absolutely.
It's that crackle, right?
It is.
That crackle of energy right before.
That tells me that he's actually experiencing it, because that's what I was getting at. We were outside and we worked, our crews worked outdoors, and it sounded like somebody took the cellophane wrapper off of a package of cigarettes and was crumbling it up in their hands, a real faint crackling sound, and then everybody's hair stood up. And then all we saw was a flash of bright white light, and then it was the loudest report. And I've been accustomed to many explosions, and I thought to myself, holy, yeah.
Absolutely, definitely. In fact, it makes me wonder sometimes, like, I wonder what it's like to be shocked by lightning, but I don't want to wonder what it's like to be shocked by lightning, but I don't understand how anybody can survive it.
Nothing to do with it.
Like, I really don't.
Incredible power.
How in the world could somebody survive a lightning strike? Is beyond me. I don't even understand how that's possible. It makes me want to wonder what that must be like, but I don't want to experience it at the same time.
Yeah, I've seen. I told you guys we were in arborist activities, taking care of trees, and I've seen 80-foot pine trees so big that you couldn't get your arms around them. Like if you stood on one side and I stood on the other, we could have a hard time linking our hands together. And I've seen them just rent in two, just literally peeled in half, like you'd split a carrot with a knife. And you think about the power that it takes to do that, and not just do it, but do it in a blink of an eye. 1 minute it's a solid, healthy tree, and the next minute it's just exploded into two pieces, and it's just an incredible display of awesome power.
Yeah.
It's kind of like after a hurricane, driving around the area and taking a look at the devastation, and just seeing some of these just giant trees just upended. And some of them just, you see the crackle, they've been hit because they're still smoldering a bit. But it's just bad.
I've seen those ones where lightning hits it and it just splinters into 1,000 pieces and just explodes everywhere. And you go like, "Holy, that was a tree, and it's now just a bunch of splinters." Crazy. The power behind some of those lightning strikes is just intense, very, very intense. Yeah, lightning scares me.
I think the most we did a lot of hurricane cleanup where tree company would go and do get trees off of houses after hurricanes. And I think the one, somewhere I have to dig through and find the photographs, but the record was 13. We counted 13 pine trees on one house. They looked like matchsticks. It wasn't uncommon to see, you get a phone call saying we have a tree on our house in our living room, but to drive up and see over a dozen fully mature southern longleaf pines piled up on the guy's house. quite something to see.
All right, should we do numbers? It's time.
Oh yeah, we're late.
Yep.
Please do.
Alrighty, numbers time it is. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. I haven't said in a minute. Might not be a bad idea to get that started on your account if you don't have it already. It could help prevent somebody getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you set that up, if your broker allows you to have a secondary device to be able to receive an access code to get into your account, it might not be a bad idea to set that up. All right, let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange volume and EDGX volume combined right around 64%. We got 56.41% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 5.02. That number is really low for the day. The options are super, super low. There's 61.43% of our volume going through those exchanges right now, when I would expect hold on a second. When I would expect there to be about 64%, so we're about 2.57% less than what I would expect. CHX volume for the day today is at 2,402 shares. Nothing unusual about that. GME's CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 975. Also nothing crazy. Let's see here. No new shares borrowed in the last hour. Fees have dropped a little bit according to IBKR to 2.13. We have seen, according to Ortex, some extra shares having been borrowed. It was 522,000 shares borrowed an hour ago. It's now 737,000 shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float back up to 20.23%. The cost to borrow min is at 30.39%. Average is 3.83%, and max is 8.93%. The shares on loan for the day today is 86.69 million shares. That's 2.71 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex has estimated about 1.08 million of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago is at a $3.5 strike with 3.7 thousand contracts. That's still the case. The $3 contracts are starting to build a little bit on the calls, but still not beating out the 3.5s. Highest amount of put volume is still at a $9 or $3 strike with 900 contracts. It's just about ready to break 1,000, so I'm going to go ahead and call it 1,000 right now. Market's still kind of suggesting at this point in time a close somewhere between 3 and 3.5. Although there is a move here for it to become 275 to 325. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers and the top 30 most heavily traded stocks. I'm going to scroll down the list here. We're going to look for AMC or GME and see if it's on here. I'm not expecting either to be on the list. Neither of which are on the list. Not expecting it right now. Not with a low volume. MMRI was 282.63 as of an hour ago. It's now 282.46. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield an hour ago was 0.37. Oh, hold on a second here. I screwed up. I didn't write my number down first. Let's see here. Spread between the 2-year and 10-year yields, 0.374. It was 0.37 an hour ago. Slight change. NASDAQ is down 0.17, Dow Jones is down 0.35, and the S&P 500 is down 0.3. We have 3,047 advancers to 2,645 decliners. The market's less advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. Worst performing sector for the day today. Currently, financials and industrials are the two worst sectors. Energy is a very close runner-up. Best performing sectors are consumer staples and real estate. Of the Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are in the green. Financial institutions plus or minus 2.5% or greater will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 4.86. FRC is down 10%. That may be the only ones I'm going to be reading. Lots of red in the financials. Gold is currently down, is up 0.38 and trending up. Silver is up 0.62, trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 6.1 and trending down. US dollar is up 0.03 and trending up. Oil is down 1.9 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.37 to 0.42 and consolidating. SPY is down 0.33 and trending down. VIX is up 3.88 at 1578 with a future of 1528. So eventually the VIX should start dropping. It is kind of trending down right now. Maybe trying to break that trend just a little bit. VTI is down 0.3 and is trending down. VB is breaking even for the day today and is slightly trending down. Tesla is up 1.79, trending up. Amazon is down 0.21, trending down. Cinemark down 0.31, trending down. Doge is down 5.04 and consolidating with a little bit of a trend down. Bitcoin is down 3.46 and trending down. GME is up 1.81, trending down. HYMC is down 4.11 and consolidating after downtrend. NCMI is down 2.99, trending down. HOOD is down 1.02. Consolidating. It looks like it's trying to break into a downtrend. AMC is up 0.98 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 6.57 million shares traded so far after 285 minutes worth of trading. We're currently on a pace for 8.99 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In the pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. And then I also suggested that we should see about the same amount of volume as we had yesterday, maybe slightly more. At this rate, I think that's a very strong possibility of being the case. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side of 33.73, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure within our side of 44.26, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure within our side of 47.41, which is just slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure within our side of 44.36, which is just slightly below average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp.
Hey, Casey.
Yes, sir.
So, going back to that conversation, as far as tsunamis go, have you ever seen the movie The Impossible?
Hold on, let me look. I'm really bad with names, so let me look it up and see.
Yeah, it came out a few years back with, I want to say Nicole Kidman. It was her or somebody else with the wife.
It says Naomi Watts and Ian McGregor. And yes, I did see it.
Naomi Watts. Yeah.
I did see it, and actually,
Nicole Kidman.
I saw it like not too long ago, actually, and it was so frustrating the whole time. I was like, I don't want to ruin the movie for anybody. I don't want to ruin it. So if you've not seen it, highly recommend it. I mean, if you want to talk about an inspirational movie, there was a sense of humanity camaraderie that was gained through the tragic events that happened in Thailand from the tsunami. And that was probably, like, I guess my takeaway from the whole thing was like, wow, that's crazy. Like, there's just so much stuff that was going on, and it was so awful.
Just to be so caught off guard in an alien place, a foreign country, and have something so devastating happen, and have to be a part of that. I mean, it was definitely inspirational at the same time. Gut wrenching, just edge of your seat, nail biting kind of tension.
Yes. Yeah.
Very well done.
I wish I had seen it back in 2015.
Something like that.
I wish I'd seen it in the big screen on 2015, but I didn't see it. I missed it.
You watch that movie, and if you don't immediately go to your family and discuss a rendezvous plan,
Right.
I know everybody's not
Right.
doesn't lean into the whole concept of being a prepper.
Right.
But if you can make it through that movie, and when it's over with, if you don't immediately want to gather your family up and say, listen, let's just talk about what we're going to do. If anything happens, we're going to have a primary rendezvous point and a secondary rendezvous point.
Right.
If you come away with nothing else than that, you didn't pay attention to that movie.
Yeah. I highly agree.
I think as far as disaster,
I don't need that. You're just being too dramatic, or that's silliness tenfold. How I'm like, but if something happens, it's too late to go back and think about it. And they're like, well, what could possibly happen? I'm like, ask those people. They thought they were on vacation. Ask them what they thought was going to happen.
a situation where you can't get your IDs, your money, anything. It's just boom, you're in a situation.
Yep. And it's uncomfortable to talk about, and it's not particularly pleasant or laughter invoking, but I think people will be well served to sit down with their families and have a real serious conversation for just a few minutes about if any event, something really historical happens, anything life changing, what your plan would be, and it can make all the difference in the world.
I always
like an adult. Oh,
no,
go ahead.
No, please go.
I was just going to say, it's kind of like the adult version of the conversation you have with your kids anytime you walk into like an amusement park or something. It's like, okay, any of us get separated, we're meeting right here.
Perfect. Yep, perfectly. Exactly. It's same concept.
Like that. Yeah, exactly.
But
maybe with a little bit more like, do you have our numbers? Do you know our banks? Do you know our social? Whatever it is. Yeah, it's a little bit more.
Well, you can have that conversation with the full knowledge that it's never going to happen. This is never going to matter to us. This is never going to happen. But if it does, this is what we're going to do. And then, God forbid, you ever find yourself in that particular position, you'd say, I'm so glad that we talked about this.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing but a little breath, a little air, maybe putting a little anxiety on maybe younger children. But I would argue that it's the risk reward is better.
I don't know if this is a Texas thing or not, because I feel like Bradley and Hunter were exposed. Well, Hunter. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm not sure, but I was a little less than impressed when I moved to Texas about how the emphasis that they put on kids on learning their address. Like, it's almost like they just don't really teach that anymore in school and in the younger ages of school anymore. And I don't know why, but it's just not a thing for some reason. I guess people think that they're just going to have phones.
I think that's national.
But I stress it really hard.
My son has no idea.
I think that's terrible. I think kids should know their address at the very least. Like that's something I remember as a kid growing up, my parents would just beat into our heads over and over and over, because if anything ever happened, they needed to know that we would know where home was. How do you find home? And
I would argue our generation's different. We were more of a latchkey kids kind of thing back then, where we were spending time away from the home on our own, going out. So you better know what your house number was.
Yeah.
But now if I drop my kid off 2 blocks away, I'd be lucky if I ever saw him again.
I used to play fun games with the kids where I'd be like, okay, you tell me what turns to make. Okay, tell me where I got to turn to get home. And it's really interesting. A lot of the kids, I've got one kid out of all my kids that actually knows directionally, is not directionally challenged, and knows how to find their way around by looking. The rest of them, the other 4, they can't find
lost ball in high weeds.
They have no idea. Like if I say like, okay, well visually, I want you to close your eyes and tell me what turns you're going to be making to get to, the shopping mall from here, or finding your way home from the shopping mall and visually tell me where you're. And I remember doing that as a kid, sitting in the car, but we didn't have phones to distract us back in those days. And that's what we did. We watched out the windows.
You had to.
Yeah.
If you were lucky, you got to sit on your parents' lap and steer the car.
Right? Yeah, that's true. I did.
You were lucky your parents with the car.
My mom would let me shift the. My mom was letting me shift the car. She had an old Renault, and she would push the clutch in and tell me what gear to put it into, and I put it in there, and then she'd let the gear out or clutch out, and away we go.
God, I miss that.
Yeah. Sitting right next to her.
I miss driving with this stiction.
Yep. Ah, the good old days. Dino Mike says, your mom had a car? Well, it wasn't made in America, Dino Mike. Wait. Hold on a second here. Come on. Yeah. I feel better now. All day long, I've been waiting to throw that one in there. All day long. Oh, man.
I think a lot of kids today, they have too many devices. So their head's always down. You know, they're not looking around at like landmarks and stuff around them. Where we used to kind of have that.
Yeah.
We were bored as crap in the back of the vehicle, just sitting there looking around.
There's the water tower. There's the Arby's.
Yeah.
Make a turnover at the gas station.
Out against 7-Eleven.
You know, yeah. You knew where stuff was. Yeah, not anymore. And that scares me. It scares me that kids don't know their addresses. Young children, they should know their address.
You mean like Yahoo.com or Google?
It's so vital. I don't care if something happens to them and they manage to get into the hands of somebody who's good. How do they know where to find home? You know? Do they know your name? Or are you just mom and dad? Right. Are you just mom and dad? Do they know your name? Do they know your phone number? You know, those are important things.
Kids today, the lost generation, wandering in the middle of nowhere.
How many people, once you get to a certain point when you're driving, turn your GPS off before you get home? Like you're like, I know the GPS has told me the fastest way because the traffic can't be any faster any other way from this point going forward. I'm turning off my GPS now because I'm not going to have it tell me every single little turn all the way home. Anybody?
I do the same.
Yeah.
Annoying.
Once I get to a certain point, I've got two different choices to take, and I know it doesn't matter what it tells me. I know which one I'm going to take every time. So I turn it off, and it's just like I'm not listening. You tell me the rest of the turns.
Exactly. You don't need to hear that final few.
Yeah.
Or that you arrived at your destination. It's like, yeah, I got it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm here.
Because the only reason I'm really using it is not for directions. I'm using it so I know which is the fastest route. That's it.
Yeah, I do for timing.
Right.
So I have an idea at least what I got to do for the rest of the day when I'm getting home.
Right.
To get it done. My wife doesn't trust it. She gets really, I think jealous of Siri, or at least the turn-by-turn for the Apple. I tried Waze. She didn't like the woman's voice on that. She thought she was coming on to me.
Have you ever noticed that? Women have they do not, if you're married, women do not like when you turn it to a female voice telling you stuff. They don't like that. Yeah, it's really kind of weird. I've noticed that before.
But it's a weird kind of unwritten thing. It's like you can't have a personal secretary that's a woman.
Yeah.
Okay. Only I can tell you what to do.
Yeah, I think that's really funny. I've noticed that before. I took note of it.
Subconsciously, maybe. I don't know. It's funny though.
Because I did change mine on a couple different occasions. Because every once in a while on like Waze they'll have like new voices you can put on there.
Yeah.
God forbid. Shoot, I just lost what her name is. Hold on a second. This doesn't.
So the one from Modern Family, what's her name?
God forbid they should put up Scarlett Johansson's voice to tell you where to go. God forbid. Because as soon as Scarlett Johansson starts telling you where to go, everybody's gonna lose their mind.
Talk about Sophia Vergara.
Vergara, too.
Yeah.
She's got one too. Turn left here, honey. No. You don't listen to her.
Oh man.
She's like, one of these days she's gonna give you directions to her place. I know it. You're not listening to her.
I enjoy that.
So I'm stuck with like the Batman voice on Wise. Yeah. Turn left here. There's trouble ahead. Oh my god.
That's funny. All right, I gotta go to break.
Zombie voice.
Zombie voice? I don't think I've heard that one.
Oh, try the zombie voice.
I'll have to check it out. I'll have to check it out. What is it? I'm gonna have to.
Did you ever get in one of those loops where the GPS is you're caught right on one of those? It's a glitch in the logarithm where it tells you turn around at your first convenience, and then you turn around and go back, and then it says turn around and your first, and it just keeps bouncing you back and forth.
I've never had that happen.
Had that happen a few times
that's
too.
terrible.
It's when you get right on. It's right. You get right on the edge of where it tricks the computer. It's trying to calculate the shortest distance, and it's apparently when there's two different roads that they want you to eventually go to turn. But I've been there a couple of times where.
Sometimes I feel like if it does one of those kind of things, I always zoom out a little bit to make sure that it's not accidentally steering me in the wrong direction.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always find that helpful. All right, I gotta go to break.
All right. Well, we'll see you soon.
Sounds good. Let me put up the message for you guys on the screen and put on some nice of that. Hopefully you guys are enjoying some of this classical guitar music. I know it's kind of nice to change it up every once in a while. If it's too soothing, let me know, and I can always change it. Doesn't have to stay there. But it is nice to have some classical music is soothing for the soul, I believe. See you guys in a bit.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Numbers roll down, the weight in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. The AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a world that I'm always trying. Our ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Bedded bed, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
All right, guys, it's that time of the day to do our last numbers for the look for the end of the day today. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% of our volume going through off exchange and EDGX combined. There's 57.28% going through off exchange right now, and EDGX is at 4.77. The combined total on that 62.05%. It's a little bit on the low side, 3.95% less than what I would expect to see. CHX volume is 2,402 shares. Nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at GME's CHX volume, it's 1,075. Also nothing unusual. Borrow fees for the day today, sitting at around, according to IBKR anyways, is at 2.1. Available amount of shares is at 900,000 in total for the day today. According to IBKR, we've seen about 450,000 shares going through their reporting of loan shares, and Ortex is suggesting an hour ago about 737,000. That's increased according to Ortex to 776,000. That's actually not going to change anything really because it's not very much newly loaned shares there. It's going to keep that estimated short share interest of the free float at 20.23%. Cost borrow mins at 0.39, average 3.8%, and max 8.93. There's 86.69 million shares on loan for the day today, a new all-time record high with 2.71 million shares, newly loaned shares day over day, and Ortex is estimating about 1.08 million of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $3.50 strike with 3.7 thousand contracts. That has now changed to back down to $3. We went from 3.7 thousand contracts at 3.5 to 4,000 contracts at 3. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $3 strike. There was 1,000 contracts an hour ago. It's now roughly around 1.1. Market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between 275 and 325 now. Taking you guys over the other page here. Orders based on Fidelity's orders. I'm only looking for AMC and GME on this list, but I will scroll through this slow enough to where you can kind of take a look at everything that's on the page here. I do not expect AMC or GME to be the top 30 most heavily traded stocks. They aren't. MMRI an hour ago was 282.46. It's now 282.5. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yields an hour ago was approximately 0.374 and is now currently at 0.381. NASDAQ is down 0.34. Dow Jones is down 0.43. And the S&P 500 is down 0.41. We have 2,898 advancers to 2,834 decliners. The market's more declining than it was an hour ago. Best performing sectors for the day today are real estate and utilities. Worst performing sectors are financials and industrials. Of the Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are in the green. Financial institutions plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a change from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 5.09%. FRC is down 10%, and that probably is the end of them. Yep. Gold is up 0.29, and at the end of the day today is starting to trend back down again. Silver is up 0.65 and as well breaking the uptrend into a downtrend. Ethereum Classic is down 6.49 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.05 and trending up. Oil is down 1.9 and appears to be consolidating a little bit here towards the end of the day. The US, or sorry, not the US dollar. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.39 and consolidating. SPY is down 0.42 and trending down. At 516, by the way. VIX is up 3.88 and is consolidating on maybe starting to turn into a little bit of an uptrend here. It does appear to be breaking that downtrend into an uptrend. Currently at 15.78. The futures are suggesting 15.38, so it should be coming back down though. VTI is down 0.38 and trending down. VB is down 0.05, trending down. Tesla is up 1.2 and trending down. Amazon is down 0.37, trending down. Cinemark is down 0.08 and breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. Doge is down 5.78, trending down. Bitcoin is down 3.5, trending down. GME is up 0.68 and trending down. HYMC is down 2.94 and breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. PMI is down 2.31 and trending down. Hood is down 1.62. Today. And trending down. AMC is up 0.85 and consolidating with a little bit of a downtrend in there. We're currently at $2.97 and some change. And then we've got inflow versus outflow, approximately $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 7.51 million shares traded with 350 minutes worth of trading having expired. Oops, my numbers are not on. We're on pace for about 8.36 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. That looks like that's going to be a good prediction. And I also suggested that we would see very close to the same amount of volume, if not slightly more than we had yesterday, which was 9.5 million. It's now starting to look like it might be a little bit less, but very close. On a 4-hour chart, there is currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 34.44, which is slightly below average. I'm sorry, it is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator with the last hour, RSI at 46.79, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 46.76, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 48.52, which is average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Let me head over there. And I'm back.
How'd it go?
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Huh?
Beautiful.
It was great?
Yeah, I don't know it was good, but it was good. I took a tiny little nap. Little tiny.
Oh.
Yeah, I was looking at my phone
Like
and then...
a power nap?
Yeah, a quick little power nap there at the end of the day.
I had gummies and some snacks. I had some Pringles potato chips, some pistachios.
Salt.
Yeah, nice little, yeah, exactly. Little salty combo there.
Salty nuts.
Kind of like
Casey,
that.
There was only half a tube of Pringles left, and half a tube isn't gonna. That hardly constitutes a snack, so I had to get the pistachios to back up the program.
What were you gonna say, Danny?
I gotta say, Hunter killed it today.
Oh, nice. Good job.
What an excellent job.
Yeah,
He did a
big
great
round
job.
of applause. Big round of applause for the Hunter. Yeah, I was much impressed, man. Much impressed.
Excellent. Excellent.
You should get him to do your numbers.
Wait. What was that, preacher?
Are you prepping him?
I said you should get him to do your numbers.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that hard.
He'd have to learn how to do
Just
that,
give
I
him a
guess.
checklist.
He doesn't seem to want to, but
Yeah, or just give him a checklist and show him where to look on the charts. And if nothing else, the ones that don't require any kind of analysis, you can just find the correlated or the appropriate value on the chart and read it off.
He's a
Or
smart kid.
EDGX and what have you.
Really smart kid, and it took my breath away as I looked over at the screen at one point and saw charts disappearing. I was like, no, what's he doing?
He's wiping out all your shit, man.
Yeah, my heart did leap a little bit out, and I was like, no, he's a smart kid. He knows what he's doing.
He's scrubbing that chalkboard off, man. He's like that substitute teacher that comes in and says, "Let's get rid of all this nonsense."
Oh yeah, the
Just
stuff that's been written on there for like half
erasing.
the year. You know?
Yeah.
We don't need this.
Hi, I'm Hunter. I'm your substitute teacher today. And then he walks up to the chalkboard. He looks up there and he sees you've got some sort of thing you've been working on for probably months, and just grabs the eraser. Let's get rid of all this nonsense.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Writes his name on there in big giant letters, Mr. Hunter.
Yeah. Hey, Danny. Is it that time?
Hey.
Is it that time of the day?
Let's do it.
Oh man.
Righty then.
AC, I have an idea for a twist.
Okay, let's do it. What
It was a pirate's idea. I got to give him credit.
Okay.
I got a because unicorn is a tough subject. So I actually got a couple of jokes, and I want to do 3 of them, and we have to pick. We have to pick which one is Chat GPT's,
and which one is Duel, and then which one's Pirates.
No. Danny wrote 2 jokes, and he was asking me which of the 2 were superior. And I said, ask KC for permission to do 3 jokes, and just do we have to figure out which one is Chat GPT?
Okay, we'll change it
Real
up.
simple.
And if everyone gets it, if everyone gets the Chat GPT one, then they get a point.
Right.
You're becoming a professional gazer.
So the goal today is don't focus on Danny's jokes. Focus on the joke that you think Chat GPT wrote. It's not terribly complicated. Even Charles Gasparino could understand this.
Yes.
Well, you got to focus on my jokes a bit, but yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Pirate gets
I'm glad. I told you he'd probably let it fly. Casey's pretty flexible in that regard.
Okay, that's what we'll do. So just to remind everybody, make sure you're voting on which one you think is Chat GPT. So a little switch here. Which one is Danny's joke?
Yeah.
Now it's which one is
flip
Chat
the script.
GPT's. It's just,
because there will be 3. There are going to be 3. There are going to be 3 jokes. 2 will be Danny's original material. 1 will be written by a computer.
Yep. All right, nice. Danny, I yield the floor to you, sir. Fire away. Let's get this started.
We ready to rock and roll? All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we got plenty of time. It's not even 2:30 yet. Hell, we got almost 40 minutes. Yeah.
You guys can't see me, but I'm stretching like I'm about to run a marathon. I'm getting ready.
Right. Yeah. You warm up. Yeah.
Bro said that I missed the joke. You're right in time, buddy. All right, first one. All right. Why did the unicorn need to see a chiropractor after winning the Kentucky Derby?
Why?
Because he pulled a muscle blowing his own horn. All right, next. No time to waste. Why did the unicorn sit on the couch all day?
Why?
Because it was too tired of trotting around the office looking for mythical, stable jobs.
Okay. All right.
All right, last. These are so good. All right, last one. If hay is for horses, what's for unicorns?
What?
Hey.
I almost, that made me laugh so hard I almost didn't didn't forget to hit enter on sending the joke out. Which joke is Chat BT? Do you remember we're voting on which joke is Chat GPT's? You want to try and guess which joke is Chat GPT's? Joke 1, joke 2, or joke 3? That was. I'm not gonna say anything. Okay.
I'm sorry about that. I started laughing so fucking hard. Excuse me, dropped the F-bomb. I started laughing so hard. I had a coughing fit. I'm back.
Mm-hmm. Yukon just said, "I just spit my drink out."
I got to give it to you, Danny. I don't care how this plays out today. You stepped up to the plate today. You truly brought your A game. Yeah. Well.
Oh man.
Yeah. Come, stay, lay, or pray. Doesn't matter what happens. You're a winner in my book, man.
It's been tough topics this week.
Hey.
Poor
pirate.
Just gonna have a heart. He's gonna have a heart attack right now. We're all be responsible for his poor wife being
Send
a
an
widow.
ambulance. Send an ambulance, man. I'm dying over here.
Frank says, "I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul."
Fair enough.
All right. Let's see. I will give everybody 2.5 more minutes to decide on which joke is Danny's joke. 2.5 more minutes.
It's important to keep in mind, Frank, that in life you get what you pay for. And this stream is free, so do the math.
That's right. Damn it.
Yeah.
Does anyone need me to reread them? Did anyone join the stream?
Yeah, you know,
late?
might as well. You might as well reread them one more time.
One
just
more
to give
time.
everybody flavor.
By all means, yeah, one more time for history's sake.
Joke 1, joke
right,
2, and joke 3.
Why did the unicorn need to see a chiropractor after winning the Kentucky Derby?
Why?
Because he pulled a muscle blowing his own horn. All right, second one. Why did the unicorn sit on the couch all day?
Why?
Because it was too tired of trotting around the office looking for the mythical stable job. And the last one. If hay is for horses, what's for unicorns? Hey.
I'm sorry, I can't stop laughing. That's
It's you know, the best part I think about it is when I hear preacher just go, huh. That's how I know it's real.
Yeah.
That's how I know it's real funny.
Closest he can come. Yeah, in his world, that's like a knee slapper.
That's
he's so stoic.
I think of
he's always
preacher
so tough and hard and stoic.
For for you guys out there who are gamers, I view preacher as like God of War, and like hearing God of War laugh.
Yeah.
That's the sound of a laugh. Is a
well, it's tantamount for a giggle. That's practically a giggle for him. That's practically like a little girl's giggle for him. Yeah.
It reminds me of
you make
it reminds
funny.
me of you when you said cold loofah. Ugh.
Oh man, what the hell, man?
Loofah. All right, we got 1 minute left. 1 minute left to put in your final.
Oh man,
final answer. Which joke is the Chat GPT joke? Frank says you just need pepperoni in here to yell out, "Nah, it's a spicy joke." Yep, that would be funny.
Yeah, we did good on our time management this afternoon. We've almost got time for like another My Pillow commercial or something.
That's so funny. All right, it's time, guys. I'm going to end this poll. Let's do it. It is time. I hope you got your vote in. Here we go. Ending the poll. 3, 2, 1. Ending.
And the people have spoken.
All right, Danny, the poll is in. Would you like to inform everybody how? That's right. Would you like to inform everybody how the poll was? How was the poll, Danny?
All right, the one that was Chat GPT was joke number 2. Mythical
Well
stable.
done.
51%
Do
of the
we
people.
know our boy or what? Yeah.
Hey.
This chat knows Danny. They have got Danny figured out.
All right. Very
Yes.
nice. Very nice.
You guys never let me down.
Very nice. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's a little more challenging with 3 because before, you stood a 50-50 chance. You could just make a blind guess and you almost get it. But with 3 in there, it cut down the odds of just blind luck.
Just think, Danny, 2 out of 4 people got your question correct. Or your joke
Perfect.
correct. Yeah. 2
Hey.
out of 4. Not bad.
In baseball, that's you're elite. You're
Hitting at
batting
500? Oh yeah, that's good stuff.
I'll take it all day.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting that the people who voted for jokes 3 and 1 are almost evenly split. 22 to 25. I get it. It's close enough that for the margin of error, it's there was not the 2 remaining jokes. Nobody could. Neither one of those was particularly thought of as a close second place.
Basically, joke
Chat
1 and
GPT.
3 got about 6 votes, 5 or 6 votes, somewhere right around there.
Yeah.
Very nice.
All right, I don't know how you can top tomorrow's topics.
Actually, I guess
besides coming.
it's more like 6 or 7. Sorry,
You set a high bar for yourself today. Yeah, it's going to be difficult for you to best yourself in that regard.
More like 6 or 7.
Anything can happen on anything can happen on Hump Day.
Hump Day. That's right. Happy Taco Tuesday. Happy Taco Tuesday today. If you guys haven't had your taco, go.
I will be having tacos on Tuesday today.
You know what we're having?
I will be doing.
We're having lasagna. It's not really. It's
Very
a
nice.
sloppy. It's a sloppy
Lasagna.
taco. It's a sloppy soft taco.
Yeah, we had enchiladas last night.
Oh yeah,
Beef
meaty taco.
enchiladas and black beans.
Happy meaty taco.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Daxter makes a good point. We got 122 people in here, and there was only 31 votes.
Well, it
come
happens. Sometimes participation.
You got people that are working. There are people that can listen, but they can't necessarily,
Interact.
type away or what have you and respond. Interact. Yeah, they some of them just do well just to have it in their earbuds so they can listen. So I wouldn't read too much into that. And then, of course, I'm sure we have a certain amount of bots here. We've talked about that many times.
Well, and I'd also like to mention the fact that lately we've been doing your joke thing like the last 10 or 15 minutes of the day, so we may have thrown people off a little bit here doing it early.
Fair enough.
But it's okay though.
The good news is Casey could give 2 shits less about how many people watch the show.
I know.
And as for me, I find most people distasteful anyhow. So all I worry about is me. I'm a very selfish prick, and it was funny and entertaining for me. So I don't care if we had two participants. I thought it was funny as hell.
Yep. That last joke was a good one. I'm gonna tell that later tonight to my wife.
When you got joke time, you drop what you're doing. All right, you got a beer, you drop it. You got work, drop it. You got a baby in your hand, drop it. Stop what you're doing, and but it's okay. Tomorrow's a new day.
Danny's upset. He only got 31 people to participate.
No, as long as I win, I'm happy.
It'll be okay, Danny. It'll be all right. You'll live.
You sing your song. Sing your song for yourself, Danny. Don't sing it for the crowd. Fuck the crowd. You sing your song for you, and if they want to listen, then good on that.
We need Censor in here to play my winning song.
What is that? What song is that?
Like the Oscar awards that you go and they
that's
play
right.
the music
Yeah,
for you
that's
to
right.
come up to get your award.
It's so much fun when he does it like that. That's actually always kind of fun at the end of it. Yeah.
The Chinese one.
Yep.
No, stop. Y'all. Hey.
Yeah. Every time I hear that, I want to say everybody was kung fu fighting.
Hey, Danny, I did notice. I'm going to throw this out there, and this is just a little constructive criticism. Okay, so don't take it wrong.
Okay.
A little constructive.
Go ahead.
And this is Poker Casey talking. you
Yes.
tend to go,
I
huh,
laugh
at the
after my-
end of your jokes, but not on ChatGPT.
Like you're begging for applause.
Yeah, like so.
Begging for
No, I
applause.
thought
If
I
you're going to
did
beg
the
for applause,
ChatGPT.
you
Yeah,
got to beg for applause
yeah,
on
get,
all of them.
I'm just
Yes,
throwing it out there.
Remain consistent.
I'm detecting a little bit of maybe favoritism over one joke over the other, and it's just me being the critic of noticing.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
the
so-
minute he did it, I thought to myself, "That's fine." I said, "Please, if just let him do it on the second and third joke." But
Yeah,
he
yeah,
didn't.
yeah.
He didn't do it on the
Today-
second one.
Today, you're right. I did it after the first one, but
Yep,
I've
yep.
done it after the chat GPTs before.
Right. Either keep it. It's like interrogation. Either answer the
Yeah.
question and no
Yeah,
more. And the more you say, the more you're going to give away.
Yeah.
So read your jokes and then try to refrain from anything, even if it's so much as a snort.
If we laugh, you've got to be the perfect comedian and just be like, well, why is that funny? Or just
move on to the next one.
Yeah.
I try to give it, when I say to chat GPT, I go, I'm like, come on, mystical stables. Like, that's a tough one to sell, man.
It is. It was a tough sell,
Yeah,
but you don't
he's
have to
right.
sell it.
You do have a tell. You have a
I
tell.
go-
He's trying to be nice about it, but you do have a tell sign. That was it.
All right,
So,
mystical stable job, huh? Did I just do it on all of them?
I think you should. You should. No, you really should do it on all of them. You'd be like, huh? Like you're trying to buy them, every single one of them. Yeah. It'll carry
trying
over
to pick
better.
a fight, Texas Aggie. I'm not sure how to read that. What do you want? When I call somebody a fucking clown? Yeah, I can do that. I don't know why that's a contrasting view. So, if you'd like to come in the back of the big tramp and discuss it, Texas Aggie, I'll be your Huckleberry. Casey give you a link and you step into the ring, take a shot at the champ if you want. You want a shot at the title? Come on in.
Daxter says, what game should you never play with a unicorn? Leapfrog. Hey?
Well,
Hey?
that's a dad joke. That's a dad joke.
The closing out of windows sound. That's pretty good. Let's see here. We're getting really close to the end of the day today. $2.99. That I think that is my price prediction for the day today was $2.99. Of course, it's not going to close on that. There's too many minutes left. Let's see here. That's why you're called the Double Deuce Danny?
Double deuce or double deuce?
What does that mean?
Double deuce. Danny Deuce.
Apex is saying you should read both jokes in a monotone voice. No, I think you should use inflection. I mean, I think selling it's the right way to go.
Well, he can't because the punchline on his third joke was directly. That was a sound joke. Anyway.
Right? Yeah. Can you imagine if you just went?
It wasn't even a punchline joke. It was a play on the sound. So, yeah, exactly. And then the joke wouldn't have been funny because he needed to sound gay.
Yeah.
What if I talk like the guy from the Clear Eyes commercial?
Oh, that's the guy from
Ben
Ferris
Stein.
Bueller's Day Off.
Ben Stein.
Bueller.
Drugs are bad, okay.
Bueller. Yeah, Bueller.
Do you have dry eyes?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Where did that guy come from? Did he originally come from Ferris Bueller?
He's a real economist. He in real life, I think he's an economist. He's
really?
He's the real shit. Yeah.
Hold on a second here. I'm gonna have to wiki Ben Stein now.
If hay is for horses, what's for unicorns? Hey. Nah, it doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Yeah. You gotta have a lilt. You gotta add the lilt to it.
Let's see. It says he's an American writer, lawyer, actor, comedian, and commentator on political and economic issues. He began his career as a speechwriter for U.S. Presidents Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford before entering the entertainment field as an actor, comedian, and game show host. He is best known on screen as an economics teacher in the Ferris Bueller Day Off. as host of Ben Stein's Money and Dr. Arthur Newman in The Mask and The Son of Mask. Stein also co-wrote and starred in the controversial 2008 film Expelled, which was widely criticized for promoting pseudoscientific intelligent design creationist claims of persecution. Stein is the son of economist and writer Herbert Stein, who worked at the White House under President Nixon. As a character actor, he is well known for his droning, monotonous delivery. In comedy, he is known for his deadpan delivery. I had no idea.
Yeah, he's wicked smart, too.
Very interesting.
Kind of cut out of that same bolt of cloth as Larry David, the co-writer for Seinfeld show.
What a...
Has that movie out called show out called Curb Your Enthusiasm. Same kind of stuff. Not exactly.
What a crazy his occupation is a writer, lawyer, economist, actor, comedian, commentator. Yeah. That's insane. That's like he's like the trifecta there. I mean, the only thing he doesn't have is
right. Yeah, and think about the irony of it. Such the seriousness of being in the White House and the country's business, and I mean, his father was an economist. I mean, that's serious shit. Now, I mean, you're at the players' table, and to go from that to trying to make people laugh to be a court jester, there's about as far apart as you can get.
I mean, don't take life so serious.
You learn
I like it.
New
I like
every
that
day.
very much, Yucca.
Yucca, who do you know that takes life too serious?
Everybody.
Everybody? Everyone.
Everybody back.
Absolutely everybody. Nobody takes life as more serious than, or less serious than you. Or what about you? Is that you included?
Yeah.
I like the Oriental philosophy, the whole yin and yang, or push and pull, the two little symbols, the white and black.
In and out.
Balance. Balance. Everything has to be in balance. Too much. You take life too serious, you miss out. But if you take life, if you're not serious enough about it, that can be just as harmful. So I think, like many things, it's balance.
Mm-hmm.
Danny, you know anything about that? The in and out.
Is he still here? He did his jokes. He might be gone.
I think. Yeah, he was it.
Once Danny gets his jokes in, he's out. He's punching out for the day.
Yeah, I think he usually jump back in on his drive home.
I think he just turns off the microphone and just rolls on the floor laughing.
Or crying. Whichever, I'm not sure. It's so true, though, Preacher. I mean, that little that you had at the end there made me laugh, I think, more than the joke itself.
Yeah, Preacher doesn't really show his emotions on his sleeve. He's pretty stoic and cold in that regard. So if you can get him to chuckle, that's like a standing ovation at a comedy club. That's his version of like I said, this standing ovation, doing the old fist pump in the air, whoop whoop whoop. Yeah.
Now, you're originally from Romania and you're in Poland right now. Is that correct? Did I get it wrong? I know you're in Poland right now,
yeah.
But okay. So is there like cultural joke differences? Because I know your wife is from Poland. You're from Romania. What was it like for you to first meet her and have like these cultural differences? Did you find jokes were not landing the same, or how did that work out for you?
Well, I don't think we ever had problems there. My jokes weren't really around culture or, nationalities or stuff like that. It was just me messing around with her. So, yeah, I don't think it made any difference. And then on the other side, there's not really a lot of jokes that at least Romanians do at the account of Polish people. We do have at the account of Hungarian people. But yeah, that's something else.
What was one of the hardest cultural differences that you had to face when moving to Poland? that you found like, you know, and I'm just going to give you an example from my wife and I. We were from the same country, right? And I moved from the West Coast to Texas, and there's subtle differences in the way that she goes about saying things that I'm not used to, that I've never really experienced before. Like when she suggests something, it's not suggesting, it's telling. But it's very different than the way that I'm used to hearing it. Like most other places that that I've been in my life, I feel like people just straight up tell you how they feel instead of suggesting something, you know? That's how I see things. How did you experience anything like that at all, or no?
No, nothing. Well, I mean, something like this, if I would hear it, I would just put it down to the person, not to the basically to the nation itself, or to, you know, something that be from a different part of the country. But the main thing that I found was that everybody thought that just because I'm from Romania means I'm gypsy. So some people didn't believe that I was from Romania because I wasn't brown enough. So that was a bit of a shocker. Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, you know, they probably go by what they hear, they preconceptions, and then when those don't match the real world, I guess they're at a bit of a loss.
Robert says, I heard Polish women are super sexy.
You should check out Romanian women.
Wait, your wife's listening to you, man. What are you saying?
That's right now, she isn't.
Oh, okay. Man, well, they heard it here first. Apparently, Romanian women are better looking than Polish women, according to Preacher. I'm not going to go there, but
also Romanian food is much tastier than Polish. And this was actually confirmed by my wife as well.
Texas Aggies, he's begging me to ban him. I'm reticent to do it because I try to make a matter of personal honor not to ban people who attack me, because I think it's unfair since they don't have the opportunity. I don't even like using this microphone because he isn't afforded a similar weapon. But I got your number, Texas Aggie. We're having a good time. Everybody's enjoying it. And you come in and just start slinging shit right away, attacking me. And I see what you're up to, man, and I'm not having it. You know, I don't know what your purpose is. I don't know what motivates you, if it's just jealousy, hate, anger, or if I really burned you good in the past. And if I did, you probably had it coming. So all I can tell you is hit Casey up for a link. Come in the back of the big tramp. You and I can take one of the side rooms off to ourselves, and we can have it out. I'll listen to you, explain, you know, you can show me on the doll where I touched you and how bad it hurt, and we can clear all this up if you like. Other than that, we're just going to let it go.
Probably best to do that off. Yeah.
Yeah. Right on. Yeah.
I would appreciate that.
But I do like the fact that every time, well, I only see the messages that where Texas Aggie addresses you directly, and it adds the pirate flag. That's funny because it doesn't. She doesn't use your name. Just adds pirate, but it adds the flag. I don't know if that's an automated thing from YouTube, but
I don't know. I just take it personal. I get offended and pissed off because we come here and try to enjoy each other's company, and I can take good-natured ribbing with the best of them. But what started it off with this guy is I happened to notice he had said something particularly nasty, taking a shot at me when I wasn't there, which is particularly cowardly. And then I made a note like, hey, dude, if you're going to say something that nasty about me, at least let me have an opportunity to respond. And he finally got around to it today of gathering up the courage and doing all this. But my whole thing is it's at the end of the day, it's at 2:50. We've had a wonderful time and we're laughing. He shows up and takes a couple punches at me. And so I guess in some sense I have let him win today. So I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not doing this anymore. When I see him, I'm just going to I'll block him and let the rest of you guys enjoy him. I apologize for even taking it this far.
Your phone is ringing.
Yeah, I got a couple.
He's calling you right now.
That's my Ooga horn. Yeah, I'm sure he is. Yeah.
He's calling you right now. He wants to pick a bone with you.
Yeah.
It's all right. Same team, friendly fire, guys. Take it, talk it out, and figure it out.
Arguments going on here.
No.
Who's fighting?
Texas.
I didn't realize
Texas,
I had.
what is the problem?
I didn't even realize that I had
He just
the
shows
message.
up. I mean, it's, I don't know.
I didn't realize that I had the message up on the screen here for so long. You guys didn't even correct me and be like, "What the hell, man?" And then y'all told me I still had that message on there.
Danny, did you read the?
Oh yeah, see, Danny, see, look. They were waiting for you to come in and tell the joke at the end of the day, and they now all missed it. That's why you had less participation today. They were expecting you to do the normal time.
Yeah, where's the joke?
And yes, you guys missed it. You did it like a
didn't
half
do the
hour
joke?
early. Half hour early today.
Why?
My bad. It's on me.
You should go back and
That's on me,
listen to
Coach.
it.
My bad.
You should guys go back and listen to it because it was actually pretty decent. It was about 20 minutes ago, maybe 30.
Okay.
Oh man. Damn, I wish I'd heard it.
Yeah, I know. It was good. It was a good one. It was not only was it just
Was a good one?
2 jokes, it was 3 jokes today. And we voted differently. I know. I know. See what happens. This is I should stick to a time schedule, but the problem is that I never know when Danny's going to be available. So when he shows up, I'm just kind of like I feel like I need to kind of give him the floor at that moment in time because I don't know how long he'll be available for. So.
Yeah, it's hard. I got track practice, and it's tough.
Right. I just don't want to make him have to wait forever.
I
He's
can't
got like a
do it.
built-in
I can't.
excuse when he's bad.
Did you read the joke, Danny? Did you read it?
He did. Danny, you
Yeah,
want?
I did 3. Yeah.
Yeah. Just go back.
I can't do it a third time because
You can't do it.
second time. The third time, come on. You ever see a trilogy? The third one's always the worst.
Wait, I kind of like some of the trilogy.
Right.
Return of the Jedi was good. Matrix, the third one was. Now I'm trying to think now if the third one was any good. I think the third one was decent. It wasn't. None of them were as good as the first one in Matrix, I guess. Anyways, it's that time of the day, guys. Unfortunately, I hate to say it. Rich is saying, Danny,
Hey, if you want to fight,
I need to upload
Anybody
a
watch,
recap of your jokes from the previous day.
Anybody watch the Final Four basketball game yesterday?
Well, you don't have long enough to chat about it, so unfortunately.
Hey, if we did.
I'm going to have to sign off to the back of the Big Tramp. You guys can discuss that here without me, and I will see you guys tomorrow, because it is that time. All right, guys. I hate to break it to you, but unfortunately it is that time of the day, and all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too, and for crying out loud, go see a movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy an orb. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead, so when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
China from all the cheapest parts. I ain't one for driving them imported foreign cars. I'm more like American muscle from 1966. Yeah, I ain't made in China. I'm American as it gets. I ain't made by a Uyghur kid, pennies on the dollar. I'm made in the USA, it says so on my collar. Tried and true, red, white, and blue, my roots run way too thick. Yeah, I ain't made in China, 'cause I'm American as it gets. And I'm head over heart doing my part to love the flag. The drapes over the caskets of the ones who don't come back. I'm a gun-toe and locked and loaded, God-fearing son of a bitch. Lord knows I ain't made in China. I'm American as it gets, red-blooded as they come. I'll die for being free. I'm proud of where I'm from. Foreign made or city raised, I'm proud to say I'm neither. And I ain't selling them any of mine, I ain't buying theirs either. If you got something to say about that, I couldn't give two shits, 'cause I ain't made in China. I'm American as it gets. And I'm head over heart doing my part to love the flag. The drapes over the caskets of the ones who don't come back. I'm a gun-toe and locked and loaded, God-fearing son of a bitch. Lord knows I ain't made in China. I'm American as it gets. Lord knows I ain't made in China, 'cause I'm American as it gets.